Welcome everybody to the War Room. We are getting you ready for the 2022 KARDS World Championships. We're actually here live in 1939 studios in the bunker for the War Room. I am joined by Ollie, I am joined by Spoos, and we're going to get you ready, get you up to speed so you know exactly what is going to happen in just under an hour when we go live with the World Championships. Gentlemen, you know, Spoos, you're back here again after being here last year. How are you feeling? Are you excited? Walk me through that.
I'm absolutely excited. I also had a nice travel here, and it's really cool to just be back and see all the team of 1939 just again in person. We already had some nice dinner today, and yeah, I'm absolutely looking for the matches today and can't wait to see the action.
Awesome. And then a little bit on a sadder note, Ollie, welcome back for the World Championships, and this is also going to be your farewell tour.
Yeah, I mean, we still got the December OCC, but, you know, second to last event, definitely, you know, the last World Championship, at least for now. At least until next year, who knows what might happen. But I'm absolutely thrilled to continue to be a part of this scene, to be a part of this World Championship. I'm looking here over at the set that we have constructed, and it is absolutely amazing. And you know, huge shout out to Erlin, who's done a fantastic job on making that happen. And of course, you guys. I mean, I love getting guests in my bunker, right? Soon will not be my bunker anymore, but until then, I look at it as my bunker. So, you know, welcome.
Thank you so much. Ollie, I have to say, after watching the bunker, you know, live on Twitch so many times, finally being able to sit in it is a little bit surreal. It's pretty amazing to finally be in this space. So thank you for having us. I am excited to just get to meet you all face to face and I get to spend the time, you know, for the most exciting KARDS event of 2022. So it's going to be amazing. To your point about Aylin, she's done a fantastic job getting us sorted. She will also be joining us in just under an hour, as will Darkness. So we're going to have a full set of characters to be able to call all of the action for you.
Absolutely. And I mean, you're going to be grateful and happy to be in Iceland all the way until we have you eat the shark, right? So that's coming.
So it's funny you mentioned that as well, because I do want to bring up, you know, Mark Theus has been with us producing all of our events, and now that we're in a little bit of a different venue, we still brought Mark along, right? Yeah. We've got Mark pushing the buttons, so it's great having him here as well. Again, we've got the full team, and he, I know, is excited for the fermented shark. He's brought it up multiple times. So I think I'm going to let him try it first. And based on his facial expression, we'll decide how we want to proceed after that.
All right.
Excellent. So let's get to it. Let's start talking about the actual games, the competitors, who we are going to see. Let us bring up the bracket and walk you through exactly what you're going to see in the next 2 days of action. So as we walk through this, we've got Head taking on Birdo Burrito in our first matchup. We've got Bamboo versus J-King in that second matchup. Keep in mind, this is double elimination. So you see that empty bottom bracket. That is where the players are going to go if they lose their first match. We are going to crown a world champion here this weekend. And I want to put some of this into context because we have these 4 players and we're going to dive into their profiles in a bit more detail. But before we get there, let's again put some context around this. We had 2,000 unique players compete. 21,000 games were played in the client for the qualifiers. 128 qualifiers came out of that. 32 players played in the knockout round. We have 4 players here today competing for a prize pool of $10,000.
It's a long road.
21,000 games, Ollie. Did you think you would see that happen when you're, you know, have an open competition like this for the World Championships?
I mean, I definitely expected it, right? To get there at some point, right? The fact that we got here this year, that's awesome, right? If we compare this to last year, we had about 1,100 players compete in the open qualifiers in the client. So, you know, it's clear that the kind of competitive side and participation in that has been ramping up over 2022, which is good. I mean, that's what we aimed to do when we started this year. We kind of created this regular cadence. So it's clear that, you know, both the tournament and the competitive side is reaching more and more players. 20,000 plus matches. That means that, you know, those 2,000 players completed at least, you know, one session fully on average. So I think it's pretty good. I think we can still grow from here, and that's what I expect to happen as KARDS gets launched on mobile and continues to grow. And, you know, as everyone is sitting at home starts playing more on the competitive side of things, you know. So This also, I think, shows the power of in-client tournaments, right? It just means that it's accessible and people felt empowered to participate, right? And that's a feeling that a lot of games companies spend a lot of effort trying to get. And I feel like, the fact that we have gotten it is really cool.
You have, I think you hit the nail on the head there, but you log in and it kind of punches you in the face and says, hey, come compete with us. Come get engaged in esports. And I think that's a great opportunity for somebody to say, hey, I'll toss my hat in the ring. I'll see what happens. You don't have to go to an outside client. You don't have to register for anything. You really just dive right into the game. And I think that's amazing. You mentioned KARDS mobile launching as well. Stay tuned during the broadcast. We're going to have a couple interviews that Iceland did with Gume, and they're going to walk through some of the news of what's to come for next year in KARDS. Ollie, you also mentioned that it's a bit of a long road, and Spoos, I'm sorry, I do this to you all the time because you competed for part of that road. So I ask you about it all the time, but what was your experience like going through the qualifiers and going through part of that experience?
Yeah, as you already mentioned, and also Ollie said, it is a big plus to just have the whole tournament held in the in-game client. Like, as we compare with the KARDS Open, there's barely 100, 200 participants, and just because of that, that is just, for most people, it's just too much work to put in to play a tournament. And if you have it in-game, it's just 2,000 players. That's just an insane number. I would have not expected that, honestly. And yeah, I also had a lot of fun with these in-game qualifiers, although I struggled a little bit in the first one, but the second one went great. And it was, just playing it. It's just because you have these high stakes that are just on the line there, and you just want to give everything and try to optimize your decks and just get through this.
Absolutely. And, you did end up losing your final match in the round robin to Berto Burrito, who's here today. So to say that you have lost to potentially the next world champion, that's something special, right?
Yeah, also, just imagine I would have won, then maybe I would have been one of the top 4s.
By the way, I want to jump in here and I want to say that I almost won Spoos in the best out of 3 back in the day. If I had known how to count to 7, I would have had a tournament win in one of our blitzes, or what was it?
I think you actually won, but it was just one match. So.
Oh yeah. But I mean, so
you could have been here today on the player side.
I can start participating in these tournaments, Christo. Right? So y'all better watch out.
So I said it was your last World Championship. I should have specified it's the last World Championship where you'll be sitting next to me talking about the players. It will not be the last World Championship where you could potentially be competing.
Well, I mean, bringing me over to Iceland is going to be really expensive, so it's going to be a hard time selling that one. No, but on the kind of real side of it, I think I also want to take this opportunity and encourage people, like you said, to do these extra steps, right? Go and register for the opens, right? Like grind for the OCCs. It's not just about the destination of winning or getting into the top 16 or getting into the top 4. These are just fun matches, right? It's fun to compete and play cards when there's a little bit more on the line than just a few points on the ladder, when there's a little bit more on the line than just the little bit of XP that you're going to get. So I encourage everybody to seek out those opportunities. Well-developed collection, or not try and build decks that allow you to win. I mean, we even see someone like No 5 bringing the draft deck, right, and somehow finding victories with it, and that's not like packed with elites or anything, right? So be creative, have fun with it. It's a fun experience in general, and I hope that the World Championship gets more and more people into that, right, as we progress and as we walk into 2023.
And that's a huge part of having a scene set up like we have here today, of having this experience to hopefully draw people in and get people engaged with it. But like you said, it's kind of an option for everybody.
Yeah.
You don't have the time to grind for the OCC. Hey, take part in some opens. Give it a go. See what happens. You have a lot of players competing in their first tournaments. I've helped 983 organize some of those, and just hearing players say, hey, this is my first time. I need a little bit of help. Is really cool. Yeah. Just being able to get them out there and experience it. And you have some of these players who don't do particularly well, but they're having a great time. They don't drop from the tournament because they've lost a game. They stick around and they just really have a great experience. Yeah. And that's what, gets them to that next level, hopefully, as we move into KARDS becoming a more mature game.
Yeah.
So speaking of players, we've rambled enough. Let's talk about the players we're going to be competing here today. We have their profiles, so let's bring them up on the screen here. I believe we are starting with Berto Burrito. So here's Berto, and Ollie, we were chatting a little bit before, and I think, Berto presents somebody who's ready to come out and, make his own path.
Definitely, and I mean, it's a far cry from when I believe we did the first graphic for Berto Burrito, believe he had somewhere between like 1,500 and 2,000 total matches. Right now he's up to 10 grand. He's up to the final four in the World Championship. You look at the fact that he has a 70% win rate. That's absolutely bonkers. We talk about this all the time, right? Like 55 to 60% is already crazy enough, but 70% just tells you that you're dealing with someone special here. And I feel like a lot of the times he's been talked about as kind of being the friend that J. King brought into the game, right? Like his disciple, and that's kind of the storyline that he often is faced with, right? But I feel like this is an opportunity for him to, on the biggest of stages that KARDS offers, beating his friend, winning out, something he's done before in an OCC, right? Now he gets to do it for the World Championship, and what a story that would be, and I hope it doesn't affect their friendship if he blocks the repeat, right? But they're also facing off on opposite sides of the bracket, so if they win their first matchups, they're going to face in the semifinals effectively. So it's going to be who knocks who down into the longer path towards the grand finals. So there's a lot going to be on the line. It's going to be a lot of pressure. From my perspective, Berto is one of those guys who's always cool, calm, and collected under pressure. So I think he's going to do pretty good in the World Championship environment, and I can't wait to see him compete.
And you talked about something really special where, because it's a double elimination bracket, J. King and Berto can go head to head, knock one to the bottom bracket, and that person can come back and still get their revenge in the finals. So there's an opportunity for some really cool storylines throughout this event today, over the next 2 days, because of that possibility of coming back around and having that extra life. So
Yep.
A lot still to come on that. Let's take a look at our next player. Who do we have up next here? We have Bamboo. And, Bamboo's not somebody we've necessarily seen a lot of in some of the events, but has really gotten hot when it mattered and made it here to the World Championships. Spoos, you've been able to kind of watch Bamboo in action. Any thoughts when it comes to their participation here this weekend?
Yeah, I just like how he just approached that whole thing, and we just had a little chat earlier, and Ollie just mentioned how just surprised he was that he made it that far. He would never expected it, and that just shows his mindset, right? He's really happy to be here. He's really settled, and yeah, I think he's just enjoying to be here today, and just trying to get the best out of it. And I think this is a really good mental state to be in. To just that you don't have any pressure here. You can just play your game, focus, and yeah, I think he's a good candidate to get far today.
Absolutely. And I think to your point, really brought up a great mindset to have when you're coming into an event like this. And we are going to hear a little bit more from the players. Aylin did go ahead and do some player interviews, so stay tuned. We're going to be talking to the players, giving them a bit more detail about their thought process in getting to this event. So see that a little bit later on today. Let's take a look at our third participant. We have Head. Ollie, what can you tell me about this player? 20,000 matches played.
Again, it looks like Head has been spending a lot of time playing cards, right? Excellent win ratio as well. We've seen him a couple of times in OCCs and even on an Open, I believe. It's been so many tournaments, I just have a hard time keeping track of it all in my head.
I think he was in last KARDS Open.
He was in the last KARDS Open, right? And I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to allude to, right? Is like, he's been around for a while. He's played a lot of games, but it looks like he's getting hot when it matters, right? He just played a grand finals last weekend that allowed him to stress test a lot of his decks, maybe allowed him to get some nerves out of his system as well, getting this far. So I have big hopes for Head. I think it's pretty interesting that, like, out of our Asian community, we have none of the usual suspects, right? There's no CCMS, there's no Tang Tang, there's no N5, there's no Hui Hui, there's no even like Fenrir, who seemingly comes back around the World Championship and makes it somehow into the top four. We don't have them, right? Instead, we have Bamboo and we have Head. And I think that just also speaks to the evolution of the competitive scene and the kind of wide open, long-term format of the World Championship. Compare that to last year, right? You had J. King and Darkness, yes, tournament veterans that we see regularly compete. But then you had Via Bator and Bison, right? Of course, there were some issues with getting everybody to Iceland last year, which is one of the reasons why we decided to err on the side of caution this year. But it still shows you that a lot of people have a chance to get that far if they have a good run through the World Championship. I think Head is one of those guys. Definitely a top player. Don't want to kind of diminish that at all. But if you contrast that to the likes of Jay King and Berto, that for the past, I say 16 or 18 months have been more in Jay King's case have been at the top of the competitive scene whenever they've just sat down and played. It's hard to match that, right? But is Head going to turn some heads and cause some upsets? Well, we're about to find out.
I'm going to ask Mark Theus after we finish the War Room if we can maybe get a counter of how many head puns we're going to get. Maybe we can get a counter on the screen above all these head every time he pumps one out.
You know what? All these head puns are giving me a headache.
All right, so we're going to move on to our last competitor, our defending world champion, who is back here once again, trying to make it a double. So we got Jay King 7. I mean, Spoos, what more is there to say about Jay King?
Yeah, I mean, we had him. I mean, we just had him last week on the KARDS Open as a caster, and it just was the best example how familiar he is with the game, how he knows every deck and every strategy in the game. I think he just optimized, and yeah, he's so well prepared in every situation. You have the feeling like whenever your opponent is one step ahead, Jay King feels like is 3 steps ahead. And I think he's in a good shape. Lost to Berto, unfortunately, in the top 4 playout. So yeah, but yeah, it's just Jay King, right? He's just whenever he wants, he can easily win a tournament, and I'm definitely sure he wants to win this one.
He's that type of player that has that extra gear. And when it's time to compete, you go, all right, I'm going to win this one now, and just goes and does it. And I think that we're going to see a lot of that here this weekend because I don't think Jay King wants to. I think he wants to legitimize last year's win. He wants to take that second back-to-back championship.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, from the conversations we've been having, it definitely sounds like the fact that there were some players unable to make it to Iceland last year, that meant, him making it into the top 4 and eventually winning the championship, kind of weighs on it, right? Like, he doesn't feel like necessarily he earned that by beating the best of the best. And this year, there's none of that, right? So it's going to be doubly important for him to double down on this and win it back to back. Not only is that a massive, an absolutely massive achievement in and of itself, right? But it would also, I think, help him truly feel like he's the world champion. And it'll put a benchmark for basically, doesn't matter how long KARDS lives as a game, that's going to be the dude to beat, right? The guy that got back-to-back world championships and qualified for every OCC that's been held, right? Like, that's the type of person you're dealing with here. That is absolutely bonkers. And when we were doing the cast behind the scenes, right, he said, like, well, I might reconsider what I do in terms of if I cast more or if I compete more whenever I don't qualify for an OCC because I want to keep the streak going, right? And it was just it was an absolute pleasure of having him. And when I had to host the War Room all of a sudden, just being able to be like, well, Jay King, here's 4 questions about Jagro as a tournament deck. And he's just like, yes, A, blah, 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 B, yep. And it's just like, he's an encyclopedia when it comes to this. So, I mean, definitely the player to beat in this. Is he unbeatable? No, right? He can be beat. Berto showed that, right? Definitely, they've also practiced a lot together, right? This is where familiarity doesn't become your friend. It might become your enemy. So I'm super excited to see how he performs and if he is able to make that a double.
And that's so interesting because we talk about the players' win rates. You see them up on the cards, right? And you talk about how in a card game, 50%, 60%, that's a solid win rate. And then you see folks like Jay King, like Berto at 70%. And you have to realize, like, that's not luck. That's not luck of the draw. That is knowing the game inside and out. That is knowing all of the plays. That is knowing how to conduct yourself in that moment and being a few steps ahead. So with that in mind, we're going to dive into some decks here for you. We don't want to break down every single one because during the main event, as we start looking into the series, our wonderful casters and analysts will break down every single one for you. But we thought we'd bring you a taste of what you're going to see. We're going to bring you a few different archetypes that you are going to see during the event today and tomorrow. So we're going to dive in first. We're going to take a look at one of Jay King's decks. And I think all you had actually pointed this out before, or Spoos had asked the question. We're going to look at Jay King's Germany list, the US list, that frontline list. And Spoos, you had asked the question specifically about the Greyhound. Like, what's that doing in here? Why is there no sudden strike? Why is there no Flampanzer? And then Ollie, you brought up around the Greyhound specifically why that's in the list.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw that in the last KARDS Open, right? The Greyhound, it can be so oppressive if it gets to the front line on turn 2, right? It's just so difficult to deal with because to answer it, you're almost never going to have a 3 attack unit, right? And it almost makes me wonder if like running something like the 10th Engineers Battalion or something, like even if it's a single copy in your US frontline deck to beat the mirror in case there's a 3 HP Greyhound that comes into the front line so that you can answer that on turn 2 might be an adaptation that we see in the future, right? Outside of that, it is in many ways a fairly standard version of it, right? You got the 4 copies of the 32nd Infantry Regiment, you got the 109th Combat Engineers, of course the Red Devils, Hellcats, Half-Tracks, 5th Rangers was a really strong addition to this deck, and I think it's what really has held this deck in the meta for so long. And then 101st Airborne, of course, just getting that snipe damage out. That's also something that can come into play later on into the game, potentially be the finishing blow that you need on the HQ, and also just putting a 5 attack unit with ambush into the front line if you ever lose it. We can do it. Normal. Strategic bombing, normal. We go over to the Germany side. 2 dive bombings. Dive bombings we've been seeing being more popular, and I think they're specifically there to answer, if there's a 15th Cavalry Regiment, if there is a 32nd Infantry Regiment against you, something that has that 1 HP, take that out for 1 credit. Whirlwinds, again, extremely strong. Why 3 HP? Right? 3 HP is the linchpin of so many of these decks. And if you're playing this deck up into Jagro and you get a Greyhound in frontline on turn 2, and then you follow up on a turn 3 Whirlwind, man, the game's just practically over, right? Like how many units do you have to deploy into that and trade into that to get rid of 6 HP in the front line? So much. So 2 Blitzkriegs. I think like we've seen a lot of 1 copy Blitzkriegs, but this definitely looks to capitalize on, hey, I'm going to be in the front line. I'm going to capitalize on the fact that I might have 2 Greyhounds in the front line on turn 3, right? Then I can just be like, boop, Blitzkrieg. What is that, 8 damage to your face, and I'm still controlling the front line. There's a lot of different scenarios where that can come into handy. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this deck with these adaptations plays by Jaking.
And Spoos, so we looked at the deck list before. We saw a lot of Jagro, we saw a lot of the U.S. frontline type of list. Is something like the Greyhound, the Whirlwind really going to give you an advantage if you kind of rush that to the front against those 2 decks?
Yeah, it's not just, I think the ground is just not a good addition in the mirror there, who's ever going to the front line first. It's also just that additional blitz tank that is synergizing pretty well with the Blitzkrieg.
Yeah.
Like it's just 2 credits to get it to the front line, plus the Blitzkrieg is potential 4 damage. And you have 2 of these in the deck, you just have all these small infantry units that can easily move to the front line. And suddenly you have 3-4 units, that's all you need to get a big Blitzkrieg out of it, and then just overwhelm your opponent with it.
It's a super interesting point, right? You think about the fact that there's 3 Panzer 35Ts, there's 2 Whirlwinds, there's 2 Greyhounds, there's of course the Hellcats. All of these are apart from the Hellcats, relatively cheap to get into the front line, right? So you're on turn 8, turn 9, all of a sudden you have 2 infantry units or two people in the front line. You throw out a Panzer 35T, 2 credits get into the front line. You throw out a Greyhound, 3 credits to get into the front line. And now at 8 credits, you can have 4 units, and that's plus what, 12 damage in the front line on top of the attack. It could be a 1-turn lethal. So that's an interesting adaptation to this strategy, right? And I hadn't thought about that because I hadn't really thought about the implication of the double Blitzkrieg.
Right on. And I think that it's going to be really interesting to see Jaking pilot this list tomorrow as well to see what those adaptations really mean to him. We're going to continue on with another one of Jaking's lists. We have the Soviet self-damage list. Spoos, this is not necessarily an easy list to play.
No, it's on the other hand, it's a very popular list to bring. So, but yeah, you mentioned it. It's not too easy to pilot. So you have to know your matchup. You have to know when to play a card and when not to play a card. And yeah, we saw a lot of variation in the past weeks on the past tournaments. People experimenting with Katyusha because good synergy with the Ura. And Jaking decides to not bring Katyusha today, just a very standard list. What I find interesting, he's bringing the 329s instead of Road to Berlin, for example. So I think he just thinks, I have a lot of cheap units. Like, I get a lot of stuff out of Scouting Party. I have the 33rd Raccoon. Rican, I'm always pronouncing that one wrong. So I might get more healing out of this than from the Road to Berlin. Like from Road to Berlin, you need to hit the HQ, and you're mostly doing this with 6 attack units, with a lot of buffed 456. So you're basically winning the game when you're attacking the HQ. So you don't need the healing anymore. And with those options, you might have a little bit more health to just get those big units out and just overwhelm your opponent with them later in the game.
Anything, Ollie, you want to add to the Soviet self-damage list?
Yeah, I mean, 2 things, right? On the Japan side, dropping the Shinodos, right? And no counteroffensive. So effectively pulling out one of the win conditions that we've seen people play, going instead for the kind of pure Ura onto the infantry units. If I lose the frontline type of thing, I'll just Ura and deliver damage past those units straight to your HQ. That probably explains the double Ura in the deck, because normally we only see one of them being played. And then another key card that I think is going to be super impactful is the Petliakov, right? The Petliakov kind of always slips under the radar. It's a bomber. It can deal with a lot of stuff on the ground. And if you establish it, and let's say you have like a 34th Guards and a 456th in the front line, and you put that play behind so it's safe, what's a U.S. frontline deck going to do, right? Yeah. Like, it's not going to be any half tracks, right? There's not going to be a whole lot of deployment effects that are not going to be able to trigger in that situation. So I think this is an interesting adaptation, and I feel like this is a more, like, one-dimensional but safe version of the deck, right? Instead of being like, I have 3 potential win conditions, right? It's going to be like, I'm playing around this win condition, and everything in this deck is going to be focused on that. I don't want any dead cards in my hand. I don't want to be sitting on a counteroffensive with no ability to trigger it. I don't want to be waiting for that Shinodo. It kind of lowers the variance, and I think this is something that J King does well in his tournament decks. So again, excited to see this being piloted.
And this is something that's important to mention in a scenario like this where you only have 4 players competing. So you don't have an infinite number of deck lists you're trying to sort out. You know which players you have to compete against. You can set yourself up to know that, hey, my list is going to be at an advantage against this one, and I know this win condition is going to run them over, so I'm good moving in that direction. So I think that it's a very smart play. I think J King's ability to play and pilot decks like this are just going to really help him get that to the next level. Now, moving on to something we are not necessarily surprised to see is Berto Burrito's Brit Air list. So, Ollie, why don't you take us through this list?
So, I mean, Brit Air, pretty much everybody knows this at this point. Some interesting things in here, right? One is the addition of the Sonias, right? And I feel like after the Fiat got nerfed on the Italy side, it became kind of an interesting period of adaptation of the Brit Air list, right? I think you're never going to kill it unless you do what I believe J King named his Brit Air deck, which is delete close air support, right? Yeah. So unless that gets deleted from the game, Brit Air is always going to be a thing. You look at the credit curve there, and it tells you so much about this deck, right? There's 19 1 credit cards. There's so much that you can drop. This deck is all about gaining control fast and delivering damage fast, as opposed to the US ally version we see No 1-5 bring, which is more about kind of slow and steadily taking over the game. Now, the addition of the Sonias, one thing, the Type 94s allow you to remove threats that might be coming out early for fairly cheap. They also allow you to sometimes just pin and delay the attack so that you're able to get out the damage that you need. But a big thing that I haven't seen in a long, long time is the Zero, the A6M2 Zero there. For people maybe wondering, what is this card, right? It's a 4/4 fighter. It has ambush, and when you play it, you can ping something for 1 damage, right? And I'm really interested in seeing how this adaptation will play in the tournament environment, because I'm not entirely sure what this is going to be great against in terms of the ping, but of course the ambush thing is great because a lot of the times it's those smaller units that maybe get into the front line, maybe a 3 attack unit that's taking out your bombers over and over again. Then you drop this, and all of a sudden they're like, oh wait, it has ambush, right? I'm going to need another unit to get into the front line to deal with it. That might, along with the pin effect from the Sunstrike on Type 94s, give you enough space to deliver the damage that you need and close out the game. So Super interesting. But then, of course, all the other strong combos that we see here, the second Parasea being paired with a bomber, removing a bunch of stuff. The addition of the Wellington, it's been a kind of a period where we saw the Wellington and then we didn't see the Wellington. Obviously, opting here for a 3-4 Blitz bomber. Thinking that's pretty good. So all in all, exciting deck. Going to be really interested to see it. It has everything that you need, and I feel like we've all gotten fairly accustomed to seeing this deck played, right? It's just those small nuances that are going to make or break this being piloted by Berto.
And we're going to see Brit Air brought by, I think, 3 out of the 4 competitors as well. So it's not going to be a one-off thing. It's something we've seen in the tournament meta for quite some time. There's no surprises there. But let's move to some stuff that's a little bit more unique. Next up, we're going to talk a little bit about Head's list here. Germany, Italy. I believe this is the only Italian ally list that we have that we're going to see today. Spoos, why don't you walk us through this a little bit?
Yeah, Germany, Italy is an archetype that was very, very popular a few months ago, where it was played in almost every tournament. Then somehow in the past weeks it just disappeared, and Head is just adapting to what he's thinking, what the players are bringing here today, like a lot of aggressive decks, a lot of US frontline. And I think this deck is just perfect against this, because it just delivers a lot of early removal tools like the Flampanzer, Sudden Strike. Also the Heinkel is pretty good against the 32nd Infantry from the US side. And then you just have the potential to out-control your opponent. Like you have the Annihilation in the deck, you have the Wolfpack in the deck, plus the addition of Mar Nostrum to just, even if you have a bad start, a slow start, your opponent does a lot of early damage. You have some big guards unit, you can just buff them with the Mar Nostrum, and then just heal back up, and then it's your time to shine. You just drop more guards, out-control your opponent, and then you just win the game by just giving them no other option than surrendering.
And going through the deck list, there has been a lot of that more aggressive, just about everybody's bringing some sort of Jagro. You even see, we were just talking about Brit Air being a little bit faster and moving damage quickly. So a lot of these guards are going to help slowing the game down and healing up. So let's continue on the list of interesting decks. And Head is bringing, Ollie, I know you mentioned previously, I believe it was the OCC that you missed, that everybody brought Legions and you were super upset you didn't get to see that in action. Well, Head's got you covered.
Yeah, I was on a plane, unfortunately, but happy to see Poland, right? And I like the representation that is being brought by Head and Bamboo here, right? Like, they're not going your classic route. They're not doing the fully established list, but they're bringing Poland, they're bringing Italy, they're bringing France. So I'm super, super happy to see this one. I feel like this is going to be an interesting one, right? I feel like this maybe doesn't have the perfect matchup against Jagro, but I feel like it can do pretty good against most everything else, right? Like, it can definitely struggle against Brit Air, but this is still a deck that is able to find some wins, right? Now, obviously, for people unfamiliar with the archetype, this is all about generating those legions, from the Polish side, spamming out a bunch of units, and then it kind of looks like a semi-mid-range deck, but it plays a little bit slower on general, but it also has those opportunities sometimes if you get ahead early to just absolutely overpower your opponent, right? Those legions can be extremely strong and they can take over the battlefield relatively quickly. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see if Head is able to find victory with this. And it's interesting to think about the fact that, like, this used to be a very popular tournament list, right? It used to be brought into pretty much every single OCC, much like Germany, Italy control, right? And then just disappeared for a while, right? Everybody just went, you know what? Like, US frontline, US Germany frontline is just better, right? So for my US deck, I'm gonna pick that. But now we're seeing it make it back into contention, and it's gonna be a fun thing to see. And I also just love the Uprising. Right, the Uprising is so much fun. How much? I think we saw like a 19 or 20 damage Uprising once.
Yeah,
it was like full board of units just Uprising, boom, 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 boom. It was like super cool. It's a visual deck as well. It's the same thing. Same reason why I love Mobilize, especially in the tournament setting. Right, it's like clicks happening and everything. So I'm looking forward to this one.
Speaking of mobilization, what do we got next? We have Bamboo, who is bringing that Brit France list. And again, you were talking about representation, Ollie. We've got Bamboo bringing the only French list. We had Head with the only Polish list, and only one with Italy as an ally as well. So covering all the bases here, but you're going to see some really interesting, unique lists, as well as a few of the popular ones hanging around. But Spoos, why don't you walk us through this?
Oh, I'm so happy to just walk you guys through my favorite deck archetype in cards. Like Ollie just mentioned, this is so much going on, and there's so many different strategies with this deck. You can play it very aggressively, just drop the 5th Parachute Brigade, turn 1. If you are very lucky, you have 3, 4 of these in your starting hand, and your opponent is just very, very busy removing these. But you can also just fall back a little bit if you see your opponent is playing maybe, a little bit unfavored matchup to play aggressive into it, like for example the Soviet self-damage, they have Winter Warfare, and a lot of your units have only 1 HP. So maybe you want to hold them back a little bit, wait for your POTUS, and then you just have your second win condition maybe activated, the Commonwealth. So you can just use the healing from whether the POTUS or from the Kitty Hawk, the new introduced Kitty Hawk with for 5 credits whenever a unit gets deployed. You do 1 damage to your opponent and heal yourself, which also helps you against a deck that has potential healing in it. Like usually with the Commonwealth, when your opponent is dealing to 25, 30 damage, it's just hard to kill him with the Commonwealth because this is only dealing 20 damage. And with the Kitty Hawk, you maybe have this additional damage to their HQ to get them below 20, while just healing yourself up above 30. And I think we just saw it when we last saw Mobilize in action, where exactly that happened. Your opponent is you're just falling back, controlling the board, spamming out some units that your opponent is just busy removing, and then you just drop the Commonwealth and win. And a really cool deck, but also has some good control tools like the Sexton in it, and airdrop is really, really annoying for your opponent, for example. So once you manage to get to the front line, you just drop an airdrop, get 2 more mobilized units. And so much stuff going on and so many different ways you can go. And I really love this deck so much.
I'm looking forward to seeing the Kitty Hawk against like a Feigned Jaggro deck, right? So you start spamming out the units, just ping, 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 right? But I also, there's one thing that I might have wanted to see as a slight adaptation to this deck going into this World Championship, because we did see it have good success in the last Cards Open, right? We also saw it get crushed by Soviet self-damage, right? So I would have loved to see Bamboo figure out a way to sprinkle in just 1 cup of tea, right? Like the Secret Operatives kind of do a similar thing, right? Just imagine the scenario: you're finding yourself on turn 3 and you wanting to drop 2 of the 1 cost 73rd Regiment, or you're wanting to drop 2 of the Parachute Brigades. You just put them up to 4 HP, right? So that they're not going to be Winter Warfare or anything like that. They're not easily traded. Yes, you can stop the mobilize and you can do all that kind of stuff, but at the same time, that just gives them a slightly more sustainability, right? And it allows you to maybe clog up the front line against U.S. front line. And I think like just finding a way to get 1 of them in there for those edge cases and that specific matchup in those situations, it could do well, right? I'm also thinking about the Commandos Kefers. Those are able to ping, especially once you get the healing train rolling, right? You got 2 honeys out, you got a Potez, you're going ba 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 ba. In that sense, even if it loses the mobilize, just keeping it alive through a Winter Warfare or something like that, drawing a little bit more resources could be the difference maker. Letting 1 of your big mobilized units go through. So that's the only kind of critique that I would throw out there. I'm not sure if it's great. I haven't tested it, but I'm just thinking back from when I saw Soviet self-damage just crush the dreams of Mobilize in the Cards Open, right? Yeah. And I agree with you. This is my favorite archetype in cards right now. I'm sure there's a way I can get some number 10 Commandos in there as well. I'm sure there's a way, right?
Making it the perfect deck.
Exactly.
Speaking of decks that, we probably see a little bit too often for some people, we have the last deck we want to talk about here today. We have Bamboo's Jaggro list. Spoos, I'm going to ask you specifically to go through this because I know you had brought it up and you had mentioned there's a couple little nuances because Berto and J King are both bringing similar lists, but there was a few things in Bamboo's list you wanted to highlight.
Yeah, first of all, what Bamboo is bringing today, what J King and Berto are not bringing, is the Kagoshima Regiment, a 5/3 ambush infantry unit. that is pretty good in the mirror matchup. Once this goes to the front line, your opponent needs to invest so much resources to just get this unit out of the board that it's giving you such a big advantage. And on the other hand, against just the deck that we just featured earlier, the German Italy control deck with all these Mar Nostrums and the 7th Alpini that's delivering a lot of health to your opponent's HQ, Kagoshima is just denying this. And your opponent has to remove this first. And it's, yeah, giving you some good advantage there in several matchup. And I think one copy is just good enough to really make your opponent nervous there. And yeah, the other card that Bamboo is bringing here is the first Taipei Regiment, which is quite interesting. I mean, it's a Fury unit, so it could help you in the mirror matchup probably to just get rid of 2 units at the same time, while also delivering 2 damage to the opponent's HQ. And on the other hand, you really, when you play against an opponent with Taipei Regiment, you don't want to have this one in the front line. You have to remove it instantly. Otherwise, also compared with cards like Type 93, it can be a lot of damage in one turn. So it's a really big threat for your opponent that he has to take care of.
Absolutely. And so we've now kind of covered a little bit of all the decks, some of the interesting things we're going to see today and tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to a ton more detail when we've got that matchups going on, when people are going head to head. Sorry, I have to slide one in. Before we get there, though, now that we've kind of seen a little bit of everything, we've seen the player profiles, we've seen the brackets, it is my favorite time of the show where I put it on the two of you to tell me who is going to win the 2022 KARDS World Championships. Ollie, you look like you're thinking really hard. I can see the hamster rolling. So, Spoos, I'm going to start with you. Who do you think is going to take this home?
Yeah, actually, I was asked this a few days earlier by some players out of the community. And my answer there was Birdo Burrito, because I think this guy is just so efficient in what he's doing. And whenever he's just playing cards competitively, he's coming really far into the tournament. He beat J King in the top 6 playouts. And yeah, I think he's pretty well prepared. And he's just a calm guy. He also knows what to do. And yeah, my pick is Birdo Burrito, actually.
Ollie, over to you.
It's a difficult question, you know. I feel like we're gonna see a wild ride today and tomorrow. I think we're gonna be seeing upsets in the first round. I think we might even see both of who we might consider our tournament favorites duke it out in the lower bracket after round 1. I think that's a possibility, but I do think it's going to be a come from behind victory, right? So I do think, I mean, now I'm predicting more than just a win, right? I think whoever is going to go into the loser bracket through the first round is going to be playing through the loser bracket and finding success there is going to end up the winner. And the reason why I think that is because I feel like if you manage to successfully navigate the loser bracket, you will have refined your approach against the decks that are in this specific tournament more when you get to the grand finals than if you don't, right? So I wanted to say Birdo, but now I can't just go like, you know, hey, we agree Birdo's gonna win it, right? I'm gonna throw this over to Bamboo. And I think Bamboo is gonna do the smart thing. He's gonna ban out some of his self-damage when he's facing it. He's gonna find success with his mobilized deck, and his other decks are just, you know, solid versions of the meta decks that are being brought. I also feel like, you know, when we were doing the testing today, you know, he was like finishing up work and kind of multitasking and feeling all cool, calm, and collected. You know, it wasn't really getting phased by the fact that he was going into the World Championship. It felt he was helping us translate and just an overall super nice guy. I think Bamboo's going to take it.
You know, it's interesting, Ollie, you talked about how you think it might be a come from behind type of thing. You know, as I was asking this question, I realized I should probably give some sort of answer as well, but I'm kind of feeling something similar where, you know what, one of our favorites, you know, somebody like, and not to put a bad omen on anybody, but somebody like J King loses in the first round and goes to that bottom bracket, and then, you know, what we were discussing before, then decides, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna win this thing now. And just that little change of mentality might be enough to maybe push them over the edge. You've got players like Berto, like J King, who are, still fairly comfortable in the tournament scene, and maybe that little shake to their confidence makes them turn it up to that next notch and go all the way through. So I can definitely see somebody going through that bottom bracket, making it up there. Bamboo with the attitude coming into, hey, I'm just happy to be here. There's something really special about that and creating a nice moment. And I mean, Head has been here before, maybe somebody we talk about and maybe don't give enough respect to. But I think all 4 of these players have such an amazing opportunity at creating a heck of an event. And I'm with you, Ali. I think it's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, I mean, J King talked about this when we were doing testing, right? He said, like, somehow I'm less nervous now than I was last year, right? And I think that's a double-edged sword, right? You come into this, you're feeling good, right? What happens if the first couple of games draws don't go your way, right? And all of a sudden you can feel it slipping, right? Is that going to double how nervous you were in that situation last year because you were already like at your peak when you went into that, or are you going to respond by getting mad and getting even, right? That's a question for the mental state of things, right? I think on the flip side, you might have someone like Bamboo who's just happy to be here, maybe go through the first series, get knocked down, because I do think it's going to be a come from behind victory, and then just be like, hey, I'm going to have fun with this, right? And when you're having fun when you're playing, you're oftentimes successful, right? Like, you can spot plays that maybe might have eluded you when you were like in the full tournament focus mode. So it's gonna be an interesting one. But I mean, I think this brings up an interesting topic that we just can't understate, right? There's a lot on the line, right? It might not look it. Unfortunately, we don't have the players sitting here in the studio, so we won't see it, right? But we saw a lot of like hand on the pants, like wiping off sweat last year, right? Like this is something that affects the mental side of things, and playing the game at this level, finding the different ways to get lethal, outplaying someone at this high level with open deck lists in a tournament setting like the KARDS 2022 World Championship is more than just saying it, right? Shaky hands, cloudy thoughts, rash moves, all of these things can and likely will happen. So this is also a battle of the minds, right? Take even just the grand finals themselves. There's $2,500 on one side, there's $5,000 in a world championship on the other side, right? Just knowing that can depend on your next move, right, is just...
Absolutely. And Ollie, you talked about, the players are not going to be here in person. That's okay. We've got them all strung up on webcams. Yep. So you might not necessarily see their hands wiping their pants, but you're going to see their furrowed brows. You're going to see them thinking. I know we've seen J King on camera. He's an expressive player, and I think that's part of the beauty of it. That's going to be part of getting that emotional, visceral reaction to what's going on, and plays into that psychology. And gentlemen, I could sit here all day long and talk to you about the psychology of esports, but we have a world championship we need to get underway. So I want to thank the two of you for spending time here with me, breaking down the players, breaking down the decks, doing a phenomenal job. I am so excited. So stay tuned, everybody. In just a few moments, we will be joined by Darkness and Alien to break down, to get the action going, to get ready to crown a 2022 KARDS World Champion.
That's going to be it. There's no draw for Vinny. The death effects of those two Mito regiments are going to finish it off. And he knows it.
Oh.
And J King 3-0s Vinny to get himself into the grand finals of the KARDS 2022 World Championship. The chance to defend his world title is real. It is there after being dropped down into the losers bracket by his great friend Berto Burrito.
So, my name's James, I'm from Canada, and I got into KARDS. It's a pretty interesting story. I was actually traveling for a cousin's wedding, and I was basically just going to be waiting in a hotel room for the entire day, and the only thing I had was a laptop that was about 8 years old and couldn't run any of the games that I was playing at the time. So I opened up Steam, searched up free-to-play, and saw KARDS, the World War II card game, and I'm a bit of a history buff, so I thought the idea of a World War II themed card game would be pretty interesting.
It's not enough. Red Devils finding
Oh my
Huge success.
God. And that is it. Oh my God, Darkness. What were we just seeing here? Birdo, the apprentice, has beaten the master.
That was huge by Birdo.
My name is Robert. I'm from Canada. I got into cards when my friend J King, I don't usually call him J King, but my friend James told me about this card game, and we had played other card games together, like Hearthstone before. Did some draft on and off for about a year.
You can play all the blitz tanks that you want. You're not gonna find 7 damage.
Oh no. Secret Ops paying out here.
Secret operatives, that's gonna be enough. There we go. Kobasnik surrenders, and Bamboo is our 3rd player in the top 4 of the KARDS 2022 World Championship. Only 1 spot remains. Congratulations to Bamboo. Redemption is yours after the mistakes earlier.
Bamboo, I'm a player from Taiwan. It's probably the first player from Taiwan who's coming into this stage, I guess. And I started cards during COVID because I was just a little bit too boring to find something to play, and I figured out, oh, this game comes with some theme that I probably like to play, like World War II theme, and it's a card game I would like to try. I haven't played Hearthstone or something, similar. So for me, it's totally new. I spend a lot of time learning this kind of game, how to play, how to build up your decks, a lot of things. So it's been about 2.5 years, and I still treat myself as a casual player. So it's pretty fascinating that I finally make it here right now this year.
He's risking it.
And a KV.
No! Bombing raid!
That's
The
enough,
one
head!
order he pulled the one order he needed. And turned the
Normally-
match around again.
Normally you
After-
don't want to see an order after you played Feigned Retreat, but head does it!
Oh my god, what was that match? I'm not even sure. I think I have to go into myself here and just think about what just happened.
Hi, hello everyone. I am Head, come from Hong Kong, China.
Hello everyone, my name is Head. I am from Hong Kong, China. I've been playing cards for 11 months now. I got into the game when I was watching YouTube. I saw the ads for cards and it caught my attention.
咁如果講 deck，
As for deck archetypes, I like to play all kinds of decks.
如果話最中意嘅，
As for my favorite, since I do play a lot of games, I'm more inclined to play decks without too much thinking.
咪你講係一啲
Decks that are more fast-paced and aggressive.
I know my favorite type of deck is pretty unpopular with other players, but my favorite type of deck is really just a grinding down fatigue type of deck where you just have an answer to every single card or combo your opponent plays throughout the entire game. And after the entire game has played out, your opponent is out of cards and you still have just enough left over to win. Proactive win conditions, they're fun. They can certainly be fun, whether that's just an aggro deck or a big finishing combo, or an OTK deck. Those can all be fun, but my favorite type of deck does not have any proactive win condition. It's just your opponent is done. They have done everything they can and it's over.
Probably not something traditional as classified, maybe let's say arrow or control deck. I would say I love to play something which has a different logic with other decks. So you can see I bring some mobilize or some decks that probably other players will not going to bring into any broadcast stage. So I just love to play with something new, and I try a lot of new thing, a lot of probably not that good, not that meta thing on ladder, which drag my win rate down by a lot.
I would say a tempo deck with combo elements. So what I mean by that is decks like counteroffensive. That was really when I sort of broke onto the competitive scene. And I also really enjoyed that style of deck. And then there was Bolster after it, and the sort of new incarnation in my mind is self-damage, and so many possibilities on every turn.
Well, last year I was in about top 32 or top 16 or something. Yeah, I got knocked out after 1 or 2 wins after handling the second stage. So for this year, I didn't expect that much. At the beginning, I was like, oh my gosh, I was playing with Chang Chang and TV in the same group. I probably can make it, but well, miracle happened. And then I look at all the schedules and oh my gosh, there are so many great players on my road to top 6 or top 4. So I'm probably not gonna make it again, but I was on vacation in the past few weeks, so I didn't prepare that much, and I didn't play that much either. So I just bring some decks I know how to play and try to play like normal, like what I'm doing every day on the ladder. And sometimes good luck give you some effort to get into this stage. So that's kind of the thing.
I did a lot of practicing with both my teammates and good friends, Darkness and Birdo. I mean, as you can see, both Birdo and I are in the top 4. Darkness unfortunately lost a bit earlier on in the tournament, but we all got into the top 32 knockouts practicing together, and 2 out of 3 in top 4 is incredibly good.
For the knockout stage, technically I didn't do anything special to prepare for it. For the couple days before the knockout, I had been camping. So the next morning when I got back home, I tried to catch up on some sleep. And the tournament started. It was a really exciting time.
Well, I worked a bit with Darkness and I worked a bit with J-King. I mean, often we land on figuring out we want to play similar kinds of decks because we look at what the meta is like, we test those matchups, and then we get our results, and then we'll bring similar versions to be it an OCC or whatnot. But this time around, we had very different opponents who we expected to bring very different decks. So we both ended up going with pretty divergent strategies. And I decided that I thought there would be enough of a variety of opponents that I went for what is... I didn't really go for any counter matchups. I just went for powerful decks, and it worked out for me, and James went for counter matchups, and it worked out for him. So
to me, I think it would just be cementing my position in KARDS history, being the first player to win back-to-back. And it would also, I think there's some people who argue that my 2021 World Championship win means slightly less because I was originally knocked out of the tournament and then had the opportunity to rejoin because other players couldn't make it, unfortunately. So that's a bit of a chip on the shoulder that I didn't win a World Championship officially, I suppose, or like at least following the same opportunities as every other player. So I think winning again would really show that that wasn't a fluke, it wasn't a coincidence, it wasn't just getting lucky that other players couldn't make it.
唔敢諗啊，因為 so far 即係尤其是由32強開始。
I still don't dare imagine it. When the top 32 started and I looked at the bracket, I figured I could beat maybe one opponent at most. But I was lucky to make it to this stage, the final 4. As for your question about what does victory mean, it means I'm very lucky, but also very happy. I've been playing a lot for the past 10 months, and I hope to continue playing in these tournaments and enjoying the game with everyone.
I feel like I have worked really hard on my gameplay, and that I'm super thankful for all the help that I've gotten from J King, but I also want to be seen as my own player with my own play style and my own specialties.
Oh, man, to me, I would say, I always define myself as a casual player. I would say, in this game, the gap between like top players or casual, maybe veteran players are not that deep. So, in the before last year, I was, really casual, spent like more than half of my hours on draft, and then just didn't get that really good win rate. But last year during the World Championship tournament, I played and I tried. Oh my gosh, I can get into this stage. Maybe next year I can move forward a little bit. So this year I was breaking my own personal best. Lucky enough to have had kind of my good folk who chat with me maybe every 2 or 3 days in this tournament. So I feel like if someone like me want to become top player with adequate time involving in this game, they will be able to do so.
Welcome everybody, it is finally time. We are here. It is the 2022 KARDS World Championship. We are coming to you live from 1939 Studios here in Iceland. Welcome to Ollie, to Spoos. We have Aelin and we have Darkness already in the caster booth. They're getting ready for our first matchup. But until we get there, let's go through and find out exactly what these wonderful folks are expecting to see today as we get started in day one. You've just seen an interview with the players. You know who's competing. They are fighting for a $10,000 prize pool. Ollie, welcome. What are you expecting to see today at the 2022 World Championship?
A lot of stuff, right? I mean, first off, a huge shout out. We're not in a studio; we're out in the woods, Christo. You can see it's cold. Icelandic winter has crept up. But no, these interviews, I think, showed us a lot about these players, right? And I think they were a great starting point to get to know them. You see very different mentalities coming up, and we were kind of talking about it as it was playing here. Is like you go from Bamboo, who's like, I still consider myself a casual player, and I'm just kind of happy to be here. I was actually on vacation. Then you go over to J King, and he's like, I've been practicing a lot, right? And it's like, you have these two things. You have these two competing approaches, competing expectations going into the day. Now, which one is going to come out on top? I don't really know, because all of these players are super talented, right? And I think you got Berto and J King there on the very practiced, very drilled side of things. You got Head and Bamboo more on the I'm happy that I'm here and I'm going to try and make the most out of it. Sure, they've been putting in the effort as well. They're talented players as well, but maybe not to the extent of J King and Berto. I'm just looking forward to seeing these guys go head to head. We just did the pre-show as well. Awesome decks. They're familiar decks as well. But what people can't forget is that as soon as you're playing in the Grand Finals of the World Championship, play slows down, right? It doesn't matter if it's an aggro deck, people think their moves through, right? And we saw that a little bit more on day 2 than day 1 last year, because there were a couple of rash decisions and rash mistakes that were made on day 1. And my biggest thing that I'm looking out for today is, will Head slow down enough to not make the mistakes that we've seen him both in the qualifier for the top 4 and in the KARDS Open finals last weekend? Because if he's able to avoid those mistakes, I think he's got a good chance of taking the whole thing.
Absolutely, and my apologies. You're right. We are out in the wilderness. My, Canadian blood is just so used to it that it felt like I'm basically at home here. But I think you bring up a great point, Ollie, when you're talking about that mindset. You can prepare or you can take a casual approach, but once you get to the World Championships, everything kind of goes out the window, and sometimes you end up relying on instinct, or you're playing maybe a bit too quickly. So it's going to be exciting to see how the players go about their day-to-day, and I'm extra excited because we're going to have them all on webcam today. So we're going to see the players. We're going to see those reactions. I know I mentioned in the pre-show, J King's typically a very expressive player, so getting to see that, ooh, that was a bad draw, or oh, that's exactly what I was looking for. Those are the pieces that help give you some of the clues into the mindset of some of our players today. So that's going to be a huge part of it. I'm excited to see that for one.
One thing on that as well, even though the players won't be able to see like the cards in the game and everything that's going on, they're still in a call together, so they'll be able to see each other's webcams while they're playing, right? So even though we're not sitting across from one another here in the studio, they can see that expression, right? So J King might need to be a little bit mindful about what expressions he puts out there. Maybe this is a mind game situation, right? Maybe you go, oh, and it's like best card you could have drawn, right? Oh, who knows?
That's a great point, because I think, we talk about folks not being necessarily in studio with us, and they are at home, but they are going to see each other, and there is an absolute extra layer there that they haven't seen. Cameras have not been a thing necessarily throughout the qualification process, throughout the OCCs and the Open. So this is a new factor that has to be taken into account on the grandest stage of them all.
Yep.
So big part of that. Welcome, Spoos. Spoos, what are you hoping to see today?
I'm absolutely looking for some insane matches. I think all the players are well prepared. Some of them might be just here to, as Ollie already mentioned, just to take the experience, take the whole thing, just soak it up and just enjoy the whole event. And then on the other hand, we have players that are super competitive here today and try to win that thing just to prove that they are the best players in the world. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the first match already. And yeah, there's already a lot of, so there's just very important first match there, because if you lose the first match, you're already on the counter, right? So today, one player will be eliminated. So it's very important to win your first series so you can look forward to tomorrow, just get comfortable and get good into this tournament, have a good start, and just, get yourself in a very, very good position for tomorrow.
You bring up a great point there, Spoos, when talking about trying to win that first match and stay in the top of the bracket versus going to the bottom. In some of what Ollie was saying as well, talking a lot about that mental state, the preparation, do you think that there is a big advantage to winning that first series, coming out and continuing on top, versus going on to the back foot and being in that lower bracket?
I mean, absolutely. All you have to do is win all of your games, right? So it's as easy as that. And when you win your first series, okay, I may be in the mood, or I have the chance, the ability to win here, this whole tournament. And it just gives you the correct mindset to just be focused and to be comfortable in what you're doing, just that what you're doing is the correct thing. And yeah, it's really, really important. And you don't want to find yourself in a lower bracket, have a lot of pressure there, because if you lose your first match there, you're out.
Absolutely. So speaking of the bracket, why don't we go ahead, why don't we bring it up and take a look so we can walk you through exactly what you're going to see today. While we bring that up, I want to give some context. 2,000 players played in the online qualifiers. Those who did qualify went to 128 player round robin. We had 32 players in the knockout. And here are the 4 players we have today competing for $10,000. That's $5,000 for first prize, $2,500 for second, $1,500 for third, and $1,000 for fourth. So everybody showing up here is going to take away at least $1,000 US. We have Head taking on Birdo Burrito in our first matchup. We have Bamboo versus J King in the second matchup. As you see on that bracket, we do have the double elimination lower bracket there. So winners move forward, losers drop down. To Spooz's point, one player will be eliminated today in that bottom bracket. We have 3 matchups for you today, 3 for you tomorrow, so you do not want to miss any of the action here today. So, first matchup, we have it coming up in just a few moments. We've got Birdo taking on Head. Ollie, what are you hoping to see? What do you expect? Who do you expect to come out of this first matchup?
I mean, we talked about it yesterday. I think Birdo is going to come out on top in this one, right? I think Birdo is primed and ready to stamp his name into the KARDS history books, right? I think he's going to be a hard one to stop. We saw him, beat J King, knocking down to the lower bracket in the top 4 qualifications. So I feel like he's confident in his abilities, confident in his decks as well. He's bringing I would say a fairly standard deck lineup, right? Like a proven one. Mm-hmm. He's not veering anything off course. He's bringing U.S., Germany frontline. He's bringing Japan, Germany aggro. He's bringing Soviet Japan self-damage, and he's bringing Brit Japan air, right? All of these are good options to ban, and it's going to be a hard match for Head to win. Head on the other side, slightly more variance in his decks, bringing Germany, Italy, US, Poland. So I think those are going to be the decks that are less, we know less about how those matchups are going to go. If he finds wins with those decks, could really easily come out ahead.
Boom. Where's that head counter? Can we get one up there, please? I'm going to start taking notes just so I can remember. Spoos, so, Ollie brought up that Birdo's kind of bringing a little bit more of a standard lineup. Birdo also mentioned, J King, Darkness, and himself, they practiced a good amount. They've got a good feeling for decks. Head bringing something a little bit less standard. Does that throw a bit of a wrench in that preparation, or do you think they have really looked at all the permutations and they know how to handle whatever gets thrown Birdo's way?
Yeah, Head has a good variety in his deck list. Like, he has some aggressive decks, he has some control decks, like the German Italy control deck that we saw a lot of times in future, why am I always saying future when I mean past tournaments? And I think he's actually having a good pick with that one against Birdo's lineup, which has a lot of aggressive decks. It's very, very good against Brit Japan Air, for example. And yeah, I think I'm going the complete opposite of what Ollie just predicted here. And I think I'm going with, although I just predicted that Birdo would win the whole tournament and the whole World Championship, I would go with Head and winning the first game of today.
Excellent. Well, we have our predictions. They are in. We have our 2 casters upstairs, Aelin and Darkness, ready to go. So you've heard enough of us talk. You're not here to watch us brave the wilderness. You're here to see some KARDS action. So we're going to kick it over to Darkness and Aelin to take us through all the decks and call the action in this first matchup of the 2022 KARDS World Championship.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Christo, Ole, and Spoos. I am Elin, and I am joined by Darkness up here in the caster booth. And we are so excited to bring you the first series in this KARDS 2022 World Championship.
Yes, very, very excited. I watched, of course, the pre-show as well, and there were a lot of inspiring moments. For example, for Birdo Burrito telling about his what he thinks about victory, that he's finding his own playstyle, that he's getting rid of J King's name. Like, he's not a friend of J King alone. He's his own person, his own player, and he's going here to prove that to everyone else. I got chills watching that. And
absolutely.
Yes, I'm so excited, and we are about to get into those matches. But first, we are going to look into the deck lists. Let's break that down for you.
Indeed. Let's see Head's first deck list. And can you break that down a little bit for us, Darkness, as our expert?
Yes. The first one had US Poland Legions. This one is very interesting. I talked about that a lot previously because it's a mid-range deck list, and it was strong like 1 year ago, like 11 months ago, and in comparison to the US frontline list, this was a little bit better and got into meta, but then got nerfed by the underground state change. And Head is bringing this again to fight against the frontline meta, not going for the US German list. This depends on the Legion units with Intel. You are able to build up a big defense and a massive board presence with those Legions cards, triggering by Intel effects getting +1/+1, and the Tano Regiment, of course, spawning new Legions. Very, very valuable card here, the 16th Tano Regiment. And I will go shortly about them. This is more like the mid-range deck. Then we are heading towards the next deck.
An incredibly interesting deck to have, as you say, something that we've seen a lot of before, and then sort of recently has been making a bit of a comeback in the competitive
And the
scene.
qualifier scene.
Yeah,
the qualifier
absolutely.
Scene.
Yeah.
And the next deck will be Soviet self-damage. This one is more the traditional version with Soviet main and Japan ally. Mostly ally just for the 33rd Recon and Scouting Party to have a very nice combo with Bloody Sickle and Winter Warfare to provide additional card draw. Other eliminations are possible, but this is like the proven form. This deck is very aggressive early on against other aggressive decks. So you really want to use those small removals like Bloody Sickle and Red Dawn to target small units and kill them, and also damaging your own HQ, which provides you the benefit of the 34th Guards getting cost reduction for the deployment effect, and also this is a nice combination with the 456th Rifle Regiment. They're getting +1/+1 and Guards. So this deck is recently very proven in tournaments because it targets well other aggro decks. Yeah, this is the second one.
Yes, let's head into the third one now.
The third one is different when we look at all the competitors today. This is the only real control deck Head is bringing. You remember like 3 or 4 months ago there was this German-Italy meta where everyone was bringing this German-Italy deck. This one is slightly teched more against aggro. As you can see, there are 3 times Mare Nostrum, decisive defense, Lion for a day, and quite some early answers with 3 Sunstrikes, even 1 Flam Panzers, two tactical strikes, 2 root outs, and the curve is mainly centered between with 3 credit and 5 credit cards. So even though this is a control deck, it peaks in the mid game, which is very important against the other frontline decks and those slightly slower aggressive decks. And yeah, those 2 decks already, the first and the second one, are outstanding because I think no one else brought this, and this is a little bit outstanding by head.
Absolutely. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that this control deck is the only real control deck that we are seeing out of players' lineups today.
Yeah.
So it'll be very interesting to see how this one fares. So bringing it into Had's last deck, which is, I believe, his Britain-Japan air deck.
Yes. Britain-Japan air has a long history in cards. The playstyle is you have a lot of those small units, the 1 credit aircrafts with Gladiator and Swordfish from the British side. With the Sonya, they added 1.5 years ago another 1 credit Japan unit, and with the change of close air support, they are getting buffed. They are getting the +1/+1 buff as well, which makes this a little bit better. After the nerf of Italy ally with the Fiats, people had to decide going back to Brit US or Brit Japan versions of Brit Air, and it looks like Brit Japan was stronger actually, looking at the competition today. And yes, this is an air deck and very fast deck. You're building up a big support line early on and just trading very beneficial with your bombers by not losing your bomber in trades, but just bombing your opponent's units, which leads to a massive tempo opportunity and very, very fast games typically.
Absolutely. So yeah, a very interesting lineup by Head there. I mean, he's bringing a couple of decks which are, something that we're seeing among some of the other competitors as well. But a couple of decks that nobody else is really bringing with the control deck and his Legions deck. So it'll be really interesting to see how he fares. But with that, let's have a look at Birdo Burrito's decks. And starting with his first deck, the Brit Japan Air deck again.
Did you remember the Brit Air deck? There are some minor differences to Head's deck. Overall, of course, it's the same idea. It's an air deck. The playstyle is mostly the same, but Birdo decided to run 1-0. It's a 5-credit airplane you see on the right side from the allies. There are not a lot of differences, but this is one, and it already is slowing Birdo's gameplay down a little bit. Of course, having one potential damage with a deployment effect has great opportunities, for example, against Jaguar to kill a unit, and the ambush from the 0 provided is definitely strong in the mirror matchup because you want to kill your opponent's units as fast as possible, but if you have to sacrifice a unit to break the ambush effect, this will slow your damage, your tempo down massively. Although there are only minor tweaks, overall this is still a very fast air deck. As you can see, there are 19 1-credit cards in it. And it would be really interesting to see a mirror matchup here.
Absolutely. And just as you say, some very minor differences, but really a very, very similar deck coming from Birdo here. And so let's jump into the second deck from Birdo Burrito, his US-German deck. Tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, the US-German deck is similar but different to the Legion version. As you can see, the ally is Germany, and usually this is being played out a little bit faster since there are no 5-cost units like the Tano regiment. You see he's using dive bombing and Wirbelwind and Panzer 35T here. They are very fast, they have blitz, those tanks, and dive bombing with 1 credit is nice removal and very strong in pushing for the field and trading very well. And yeah, with Flampanzer and Wirbelwind, and on the other side, the half track 3 times, you can see how much this already is teched against air. So there are a lot of anti-air possibilities in this fast and build boarding deck, which is really important in this tournament and looking at the other units, the other decks, but also the spirit of this particular deck. He's not running Blitzkrieg, so it's not go all into the front line and blow out. It's more of a really frontline build and controlling the board, but doing this as fast and powerful as possible.
Absolutely, and it'll be really interesting to see it play out, and I imagine that it will depend a little bit on what kind of matchup he gets, how this deck is going to play out today for Birdo Burrito. But let's take a look at Birdo's third deck here, which is his Soviet Japan self-damage deck, I believe.
Yeah, Birdo is really famous for his Soviet Japan self-damage deck. He plays like no one else. He's really good in piloting it. And as he mentioned before in his interview, this deck gives you a ton of opportunities every single turn. You have a lot of cheap cards, but with a lot of synergy between, as I mentioned before, for example, Bloody Sickle, Red Dawn, and in combination with 33rd Recon and Scouting Party, only one to mention. but I want to highlight here a small unit on the ally side Head is not bringing. It's a Type 97 Shinoto. This is a tank, 3 credits, 1 operation cost with Blitz, and it's the only Blitz unit in this deck, which gives you another opportunity. This is in combination with counteroffensive. Imagine a board with a lot of units, you're slamming the Shinoto, playing Winter Warfare on everything is damaged, and with counteroffensive +2/+1 for every damaged unit, you have suddenly a massive big blitz tank being able to punch the lethal pun. So minor tweak here, and another win opportunity with the Shinoto regiment, and a very strong player for this particular deck. I'm looking forward to see this one. Personally, I would ban it.
Of course, Birdo known as such a strong player of the Soviet self-damage archetype. So it'll be interesting to see, of course, what Head's ban ends up being. But I do believe we have one more deck to look at from Birdo Burrito, which let's bring that up now. That is Birdo's Japan-Germany aggro deck.
Yeah, Japan-Germany aggro, also known as J-aggro, and also known as being in cards forever. This deck is the aggro deck itself, and it's very cheap to build actually. Most users, most players are recommended to start with this deck because it's easy to learn, easy to build, and easy to adjust. You can swap a card or two, and it's definitely fine to maintain the same strategy. And the strategy is to flood the board and target the opponent HQ. This is very straightforward, of course, and looking at the credit curve, 4 team times 1 credit card, 4 team times 2 credit cards. It's very, very straightforward. And the key card is already highlighted. It's Frightened Retreat. I know people are making fun of me and it's a meme, and now I'm going to pronounce it even more wrong.
Feigned Retreat?
Feigned Retreat,
yeah,
it is.
That's the one.
That is the one. Kind of the most important card in this version of J aggro, because this is your refiller. When you play this card, you discard everything else, and with every unit you deploy, you get a card draw. So you're with that, you have like infinite card draw and just sending wave after wave after wave. What is the spirit of this deck? Just rush down your opponent. Very, very strong in combination with First Signal Regiment, which delivers 1 damage to the opponent HQ every time a unit dies. So yeah, this is the aggro deck of Birdo Burrito.
Absolutely, and such a strong deck, as you say, very unit heavy, something that you can really push out there and just put the pressure on, keep it on, and really breathe down your opponent's neck with all that pressure. So overall, from Birdo Burrito, a pretty aggressive lineup. You know, something that's yeah. And it'll be really interesting to see how this plays up in the matchup with Head versus Birdo here today.
I can't wait to see those players battling against each other. But let's first talk about the potential bans.
Yes.
Let me break down the matchups for you. So Head is having a more like control version. He's actually running the German Italy control deck, the Uprising Legion deck. What is a little bit more mid-range, and of course the self-damage deck, which is technically an aggro snowball deck, but also targets aggressive decks, and the Brit Air deck, which is a very aggressive deck, but also strong against decks like J-aggro because of the high stats of these fighters. So I think deck-wise, Head has the advantage over Birdo Burrito. On the other side, Birdo Burrito has, of course, tournament wins, he has experience, and he has very, very strong decks which are strong overall, and he explained in the pre-show already. So he's running the Jago deck, which is able to win against every single deck. If you're having a great start and air as well, really, really strong overall. Self-damage, we talked about that, frontline as well. And now it's really important which those players will ban.
Exactly. You said yourself earlier that you would have banned Birdo's Soviet self-damage deck. Which one would you have banned from head?
The German-Italy control. But let's look at the bans.
Let's have a
figure
look.
out what's their ban. Birdo got his Brit deck banned. Very interesting. Head got his Soviet self-damage deck. I was bong both times.
Wow, that is very interesting. So I guess Head is feeling confident going into this against Birdo's Soviet self-damage deck. Birdo does not want to see that on the field. I wonder what's going through their minds here, and if this is the right call here.
That we need to see. We need to see those decks in action if Birdo Burrito is able to beat the German-Italy control. It's definitely possible, but
Indeed, and I believe we are getting into the first game of this series. It is Head bringing his
German-Italy control deck,
exactly.
and Birdo Burrito bringing his frontline deck. So I see definitely Birdo Burrito being here in the disadvantage deck-wise, but we will see how he will be able to play that. Look at the mulligan. He's having already 2 of those 32nd infantry regiments. Of course, he wants to send one of those back to his deck because he's drawing them by a deployment effect.
Yep. And he's just throwing one out immediately, getting his getting another 32nd infantry regiment into his hand. This is so exciting. This is the first game in the first series. Birdo is really putting that pressure on quickly.
Yeah, not wasting any time playing the Panzer 35T, delivering the 2 damage. Red does not have the correct answer. No Sudden Strike from Head. He has 3 in deck. So Birdo Burrito is able to put up the pressure. Now he really thinks about, of course, he has to attack with a Panzer 35T, but there are different options. He could use the Wirbelwind into the front line or just deploying those little units. I definitely agree here with playing those, because the target of Birdo Burrito should be deploying the Sherman next turn to get the card draw engine rolling. Really, really important against this card.
Absolutely. And I mean, we can see already the board is flooded with the 32nd infantry regiments. And I mean, Head, he's going to be able to start putting some stuff out in his next turn here.
He played the decisive defense, not the Bologna regiment. He's playing around half track, but Birdo Burrito, is he falling for it? Is he attacking? No, he's holding the attack. So this was a brilliant move by Birdo Burrito and very unfortunate for Head.
Yeah.
Of course, because Birdo Burrito did not have the half track, but just did it.
Root out the enemy. Head is clearing a lot of units from Birdo's board here and taking a lot of the pressure off of himself.
That was needed, so desperately needed by Head to remove the heavy board presence of Birdo. He's not looking happy with that, but the 5th Ranger in the front line do. Look happy. They are really strong with the 0 operation cost and 4/4 body. Very hard to remove for Head. Well, he does has line for a day to be able to, but not tactical strike. They are only able to deliver damage into the back line with 4, of course. In the front line, it's only 2. This is a great option. Trading effectively into the front line, and this unit will survive with 5-1.
So that's another one he can push up next time to kind of change around a little bit. It does feel like Het has been a little bit on the back foot here, and Berto has really been able to play his deck to his advantages by really pushing out the units, pushing forward. And you could kind of see it in his face in the beginning. Berto was pretty happy about how those first few rounds went, but now he's furrowing his brows a little bit. He's wondering what his next move is gonna be.
There are several different options. Island hopping looks the best for me, and getting into the front line with 2 units, because there's a strategic bombing, would kill the Volksgrenadier, but also delivering 3 damage to HQ. And by playing island hopping every time, like 1 time per round, if your opponent's HQ is getting 3 damage, one of your units is getting buffed +1/+1. Getting this one out early in this matchup is important to get as much value as possible to be able to overcome at any point Het's defense. His deck is definitely more targeted towards control, and it's really, really tough for Berto to play this exact matchup. Because he's not running Blitzkrieg to just overrun Het in the moment.
And Het is able to clear out that front line pretty quickly and effectively, getting pretty good use out of those units there. Is Berto really able to put up the pressure now that he needs to, looking at his current hand?
He did not find another Sherman, the card draw he's desperately looking for, which is a little bit unfortunate. There are some options, not too great. Strategic bombing would not kill the Volksgrenadier. He could move the Sherman forwards into the front line and attack, getting this tank buffed, +2/+2. So at least trading equal into the Volksgrenadier and dealing some damage. He could also just play the Wirbelwind and we can do it. Looks like he's going to use the buff of island hopping plus the research, which makes a lot of sense. Going towards the research, the tier 3 penicillin is able to give you card draw, and more damage is also very good. But he made Het overdraw and 1 Marinestrum down.
Ooh.
That is tough.
That is big.
That is tough for Het. He's running low on cards and not on cards. He just overdrew, but running low on HP could be critical.
Absolutely, and he's now he has to spend these units, spend the credits again to get that unit back out there to clear the front line.
The research going for the V1 flying bomb, just removing this little half track. Not most efficient from control perspective, but definitely understandable, because Het wants to prevent a Sherman card draw. This is what he is looking for right now.
Berto is ramping up his research and going to be looking into options going forward. He's got his little Wirbelwind there sitting in the front. Het putting out his Panther G. That's a pretty heavy unit to get out there, but his HQ is already at 11, so he really needs to get his control in action here. I don't feel like Berto is being controlled quite as much as Het would probably like here.
Well, decisive defense are setting up quite some strong defense because Berto can't just attack and apply more pressure, because he's risking losing his Wirbelwind. So research it is, and putting another unit into the front line, not triggering the decisive defense.
Yeah, but he is still using his credits incredibly effectively by ramping up that research, by getting another unit in the board and in the front, and now Het really needs to figure out how to keep control of this game.
He has some options, but of course he's running low and he wants to remove those units desperately.
Yep, Wirbelwind is gone.
To not get them buffed by island hopping. So Tactical Strike and Sudden Strike are able to remove the tank in the front line, but he's just running Wolf Pact, not the research. This was the most important part of this discard, that Birdo did not lose his little his research card.
Yep.
Birdo did not choose to go for the card draw. He's not aiming to go for the long run. He's going all in to finish the game with the Manhattan Projects. 7th Alpini Regiment played. This unit, when attacked or attacking, will heal your HQ. So Birdo has to remove it. He does not have enough credits to deploy 2 A-bombs, but so he has to send it back with half tracks.
But he goes for the 1.
He's going for it.
Pushes
It's
the
removed.
7th Alpini back. Wow, there it is.
Not lethal yet. The decisive defense blocks the final attack. Het is not really finding what he needs. The overdraw of the Mare Nostrum was so crucial, he could not abuse the Penta G plus Mare Nostrum power by this one overdraw. And now looking at the options, the 7th Alpini Regiment, not having Blitz, realizes he's losing.
He knows that he's out of options. He knows that it's not going to last much longer no matter what he does. So that's it. Het surrenders the first match in this first series of games. And Het is 1-0 against Birdo here. Was this what you were expecting to see at the start of this game, Darkness?
I did not expect Birdo to win here. On paper, the matchup is way better for Birdo, for Het, but Birdo was cautious enough to not run any time into the decisive defense countermeasure, while still using all of his credits most efficient. And with this one overdraw of Mare Nostrum and a little bit of luck that Het did not find a second one yet, he was able to go for it, to go all in, and to deliver the final punch, and beating Het's probably strongest deck, well, in my opinion. In Birdo's opinion, it was the Soviet self-damage deck, so maybe he knew the cards a little bit better.
Maybe he could kind of see his path through this game. Because, I mean, as we saw, as you pointed out, he really critically he played his hand so perfectly throughout, making sure he didn't play into that decisive defense, making sure he was always doing the right thing at the right time, using his credits in the most effective way, and as you say, a little bit of sprinkling of luck, and Birdo has it. Amazing.
Very, very impressive. He really he's giving us some actions. In the pre-show, we saw him in the interview. Hearing his words, he wants to define his own play style, and he wants to get credit for his own actions and victories.
He's already starting with that now.
He already started.
Absolutely.
I think the first one was already very major in this deck.
Absolutely, and now we're already into the second matchup between Het and Birdo Burrito. Birdo is taking his J aggro deck versus Het's Brit Air deck. Which deck would you say is favored in this matchup, Darkness?
In general, Brit Air is a little bit favored. But look at that. Birdo Burrito is going first with J aggro, finding the Bicycle Regiment and getting the Panzerbefehlswagen turn 1 into the front line.
That is amazing. I mean, that is the dream start, isn't it, with this deck?
With the following of the 1st Signal Regiment in hand, being able to attack with Panzerbefehlswagen while deploying the 1st Signal Regiment, it is an awesome start. It is exactly what you want to be. Of course, Critical will be the next top decks, already starting turn 3 for Birdo Burrito here, but this puts so much pressure pressure into Head's head, because he could place Gladiator, but with a Type 93, Birdo would be able to destroy it, and the Panzerbefehlswagen could survive. So Head is choosing to kill the Bicycle Regiment with air superiority, a card he would need it now, turn 2, to kill the Panzerbefehlswagen. But Head is not really having the options here. Looks like he's still going to play it. He's risking to get traded, but
Yes.
Fortunately for him, Birdo's not finding the type, the tank to buff every other unit, but Desperate Measure, and that's not really what Birdo wants here. So he's going for Dinah with Card Draw. Really nice to refill the hand, to be able to keep up with the pressure.
Absolutely. And I mean, Birdo, opening hand looking really good. This first little bit of pressure that he is able to put on Head, of course, he's got a couple units on the board here that Birdo isn't able to clear yet. But I mean, looking at Head's hand, he's not seeing exactly what he wants to here.
Definitely not. The two convoys are really, really hurting the game of Head. He's not finding great cards here. Another 1k unit would be best. Close air support now only being able to buff 2 units, which is not that effective as it could be. However, it is enough to trade the Panzerbefehlswagen and take the front line with Brit Air, what is still remarkable against Birdo's aggressive start. But look at that, Akita Regiment has been played. Birdo Burrito right now thinking about Desperate Measures, not too bad, but he would lose a credit. He's going for the Desperate Measures and not for the Akita hit. Wow.
It feels like it's a bit early to go for Desperate Measures.
To be fair, he started first, so going second, this would be very crucial, but being first, this could be the necessary tempo advantage for him. We will see.
He is certainly banking on it, and Head with the third convoy. Probably not exactly what he wanted to see, but he does have a swordfish in there as well. He is going for the surprise attack.
Surprise attack, pinning the Bicycle Regiments, of course, preventing some damage. But Burrito did not have the opportunity to buff this tank, so this is fine for him. The engineer, the 22nd Infantry Regiment will draw another card. Shinoto Regiment, another Blitz tank. Head still not finding any mass removal or pin like Monty. Shelling, Empire Strikes. He's really looking for these cards, but look at his hand. He already found all of the convoys. Head is not lucky here.
Absolutely not. I mean, as we can see, he has a lot of cards and not a lot of options. So things are not looking so great for Head. Even though he has, a strong deck kind of coming into this, Birdo is really able to push up and do everything that this J aggro deck is supposed to.
Nah, not everything. He's missing the Type 93 to buff the units and really getting the final damage done. But of course, he's flooding the board with the 1st Signal Regiment on field. So even if Head is able to find the mass removal, there will be a ton of damage still affecting the HQ.
Absolutely. And I mean, just look at that front line getting really filled up. I mean, if we had that Type 93 there, things would end pretty quickly for Head. But he's just drawn the Albacore.
The Albacore is nice. It can remove 1 unit because it's dealing 1 damage and pin. And the Rough Lightning can trade 1, but it's not enough. Head is looking for more cards. He needs removal. He needs the Monty. Not finding anything here. So the Kitty Hawk, it is removing 1 unit. Dropping down to 10. Birdo Burrito still not finding the missing damage he needs, but of course really on the trigger. He's pushing forward. He
really is. And I mean, he has a lot of units in his hand that he can keep up the pressure with here.
Also, he's missing 1 credit slot by the desperate measures earlier. He is on the trigger. On the other side, with more credits, he could have maybe operating another Shinoto regiment like he did, but he can't attack with Akita regiment. Missing 2 damage here, but will it matter? The head is down to 4. Still no pin, nor no mass removal.
Really not a lot of room for head to move around here. I mean, 4 health left on his HQ, and really not the cards that he wants to see in his hand right now. He's
looking for card draw, looking for Monty, the final card, finding Lend-Lease overdrawn.
overdraws, and he can see that it's over. Head really, luck is not on Head's side
No.
in these matchups so far.
No.
He knows he's out of options. He knows this is it, and Birdo takes it again, 2-0 to Birdo in this first series.
Birdo's start was very, very strong. The top decks weren't flawless, but Head only finding 4 times Convoy, not having enough options at all to keep up with this pressure of Birdo Burrito. We discussed the early desperate measure, what felt desperate very, very early on, maybe too early, but maybe this was necessary because Head had limited options, limited cards, and Birdo was really going for it, going all in to seek for the maximum win percentage. And I think this is like his playstyle. Of course, sometimes he's doing like difficult moves, but he's choosing like which path leads me most guaranteed to victory. And if it's running over Brit Air early on, you're going to play the desperate measures early on because you won't get more win percentage in the long run by a little bit more efficiency.
And with that, we are into the third matchup. The third game of this matchup of Head versus Birdo Burrito. Birdo is taking his Soviet self-damage deck, and Head is switching back to his German control deck. Will he be more successful with the control deck this time? What do you think, Darkness? What do you foresee for this matchup?
I think Head will be definitely better in this scenario. The German Italy deck is really, really strong against the Soviet self-damage deck just by the amount of removal and not needing for the game plan to deploy any unit in the first 3 turns. So there are no opportunities for Birdo to play Bloody Sickles or Red Dawns. And this is why Birdo Burrito was sending those away. He knows Head won't play a unit turn 1 or turn 2, so he's looking for the 34th guards, looking for the bigger stuff. And he's already deploying the Engineers Battalion, which is interesting because Head has a lot of opportunities to remove it, but maybe he just wants to bait the removal, like the Sudden Strike, to prevent Head from having easy removal later on the more important units like the Yak 7.
Absolutely, and maybe this is another one of those, really next level gameplays that we've been seeing here from Birdo so far today. Really, it feels like he's thinking 10 moves ahead every time that he is playing something.
And he's thinking right now, you can see it in his face. The SU is a great opportunity. It's exactly 3 credits. Damaging your HQ will buff the 456 rifles and put a major threat onto Head he has to react to. But having the second one available and playing 1 Bloody Sickle will remove deployment cost of those 34th guards and buffing 2 units. So at the end, it's a little bit more effective. So he's going for the maximum value here while not losing any tempo, of course.
Very, very strong plays here from Birdo. And so what are Head's options really looking at his hand?
Looking at his hand, he could deploy the Blockner Regiment. I would like to see the 989th Volksgrenadier 5-5 into the front line being able to trade. Of course, Head is afraid of 2 Red Dawns and followed by 34th Guards. Maybe not threatening that much that early, but I disagree with the Bologna Regiment. Also a target for Red Dawns.
We'll see how that plays out for Head, but Birdo is already pushing forward, already putting some pressure on the front line of the board here.
Yeah, with the SU being deployed and the 456 56 rifles, it's more potential damage. This discard hurt. This wolf break was massive.
Winter Warfare is gone from Birdo's hand.
It was one of the key cards. He could lose one 34th Guards, of course, but 33rd Recon plus Winter Warfare would have been so much better for Birdo. Now he spent 4 credits in deploying those and had got a Jagdbomber, being able to send back, or Admiral Bill Hipper. Admiral Hipper. I like this card a little bit more because Birdo won't draw another card next turn if he's choosing this one.
And playing the Act Bomber, getting rid of one of those 34th Guards.
This will, of course, add another unit to the battlefield, but Birdo Burrito was able to draw a Winter Warfare, and now with 33rd Recon and Winter Warfare, he's able to draw another card while reducing the costs of the 34th Guards. I really wonder if Head could have played Admiral
Hipper?
Admiral Hipper, thank you so much, Ellen. And this could be a little bit better. Well, the SU is able to take out the Bologna Regiment. Another unit is sent into the front line and 4 damage is dealt. Birdo Burrito is not rushing for the max amount of damage by attacking with both rifle regiments in the front line, but of course threatening more by now having 3 units in the front line. He's having
big pressure, and he was not going to let that second Winter Warfare slip him by. He played it as soon as he could. Head dropping that Mare Nostrum, going for a bit of a heal back on his HQ there.
The Bloody Sickle top deck, the play of Head was amazing, but the Bloody Sickle top deck is able to kill this unit and not trading or not getting trade into. Really strong top deck by Birdo Burrito here, dealing 6 damage.
Wow.
And of course, he's able to deploy more units. I expect the Yak coming in because this gives you some nice amount of card draw, and Head is running a little bit lower on options to deal with that.
Amazing. Birdo is really, I mean, as we discussed Soviet self-damage, you know, Birdo really is the master here. So if there's anyone who could pilot this deck to victory against Head's strong control deck, it would be Birdo, and he looks like he's doing an excellent job of this right now.
So far he's doing an excellent job. Of course, he already got, it's turn 7, and he already got 3 out of 4 34th Guards, which is massive. But this goes down to his mulligan, where he was sending back a Bloody Sickle and a Red Dawn to get higher odds to find those big units he desperately needs in this matchup.
Absolutely.
So Head right now, very difficult decision. Ladechima it is to target those big threats, but this allows Birdo Burrito to draw 1 card more. The Yak 7 is very, very critical because Birdo is so low on cards, and usually Head should aim to reduce the amount of cards, but Admiral Hipper is still in hand, and he did not use the tactical strike to kill the Yak 7. I really wonder what the strategy of Head is here, because it's not the obvious one by making Birdo run out of cards and securing the victory with those discard and draw deny mechanics.
Absolutely, and I do wonder if Head is a little bit in his head right now. A little bit of pressure being in this stage of the competition. Of course, all our players today are playing with webcams, which is perhaps something that they're not all used to. So there's definitely a bit of added pressure here. Which is perhaps having some impact on his gameplay. But Berto is keeping up that pressure really nicely, taking off another chunk of Head's HQ, bringing him down to 10 HP.
It's a lot of pressure right now. The Shinoto Regiment, usually used with a combination of Winter Warfare and counteroffensive. Of course, Berto is not in the luxury position having that many cards available, so he just chose to go aggressive and attack. And look at that, the Yak 7 is still alive, although had played Admiral Hipper. Berto was able to draw another card. Of course, the countermeasure is up. Berto has to think about attacking here, and I think he should. Maybe even with a recon first to test for the countermeasure and get a card draw. Running into decisive defense, finishing it off with the 34 guards. Maybe he will draw a Bloody Sickle to trade the Shinoto Regiment into it and Bloody Sickle to deliver more damage. No, he's just choosing the guards and trading without potentially losing the 33rd Recon.
Went right into that decisive defense, but it feels like it almost doesn't matter that much at this point. I mean, Berto's still pushing forward.
He's pushing forward, but look at his face. I think he played this. He was running out of time. This was not the optimal play. Based on his emotions.
This was not what he was trying to do. He
I
can
think
already see an alternative.
He already saw the alternative of the 33rd Recon. With Root Out the Enemy, this card is not giving you an extra card, and Root Out is finally able to kill the DX7, the card draw mechanic. So Berto could have got a little bit more out of it, but will this be enough to defeat Head here? This is a real question.
That is the real question, and I mean, is this gonna stop Berto's steam? Is he gonna run out of steam here? Is he gonna be able to push out these units? And I mean, looking at Head's HQ, can he really? Does Head have enough room to not lose in the next couple of turns here?
That is the question. Berto flooding his board again. The Petliakov will stop La Decima from killing a unit, which is very important right now. Because La Decima, of course, wants to kill a unit in the support line, like the T-80, a tank which can move and attack in the same turn and deliver the final damage. It's not possible right now for Head here to just play it. The U-88, of course, will block the Petliakov from attacking, but Head is not being able to play the U-88, the fighter, together with the Annihilation to kill a unit. So just the U-88 won't prevent lethal damage, and Annihilation won't prevent lethal damage. Petliakov won't change something. And that's it. That's it for Berto Burrito.
Wow!
He's starting strong. He's starting so strong.
3-0 for Berto just in this first series. I mean, that is incredible. Just right out the gate, Berto is smashing his opponent. I mean, how much of this is down to luck? How much of this is just down to incredible gameplay on Berto's part?
on Berto's part, he really played awesome. Of course, there were a few decisions we can argue about. For example, the second last turn with his 33rd recon. But on the other questionable plays with Desperate Measures, all very much fits into his playstyle, into his strategy, and he delivered on point. He knew his decks, he knew his opponent decks. Of course, it's different being on stage. It's different knowing 300 people are going to see into your face when you make a mistake, and maybe this creeped into Head's head.
Maybe it did. And I suppose we'll see how Head fares, because he's not out of this yet. He does have another chance, and he will be playing against the loser from the next game. But I believe that we are going to throw it back now down to the analyst desk to Christo, where the guys are standing by.
Wow. What did we just see? We saw Berto Burrito win his first matchup 3-0 over Head. Now I'm with Spoos here, and Spoos, you may have called the opposite victor in that matchup, but that was a heck of a series and not what we were expecting at all.
Yeah, I just said it right after the match was done. I've never been so wrong in my life before. That was really a dominant showcase here from Berto. I think the first match, he never should have won that one. That first early root out there that came out just wiped out 4 units and left him with 1 unit, almost an empty hand. But yeah, just this constant shipping of 2 damage there, 2 damage here, then combined with the nukes, and he just got that game in his pocket. And then yeah, game 2, that opener with the Stinkler Regiment into the Befehlswagen, nothing that Head could have done there. And yeah, then the third match, really Head not finding what he needed at the correct time. He found the Lion 4 day too late when there was no unit on the board that is having 4 or more attack. And in the end, we have just a very clear 3-0 win here for Berto.
Absolutely, and we even talked about that Germany deck that Head was bringing. We expected that to be a really big player in this series, and even talked about, maybe Berto might go ahead and ban that, and that wasn't the case at all. Yet the Germany deck, do you think it underperformed? Do you think it was just a lack of lucky draws and wrong place, wrong time kind of thing?
Yeah, I think all came together there against Head. Also in the second match where he queued with Japan, German aggro into Brit Air. I think he would have liked to play into Brit Air with the Germany list. And yeah, I think kind of really unfortunate for Head here today. Not just the draw, also the matchups. And yeah, Berto deserved that win, but I feel a little bit bad for Head.
Absolutely, and so we actually are just moments away. We've got Ollie set up to interview our winner, Berto Burrito. So we're going to kick it over to Ollie to break down exactly what Berto's experience was in that 3-0 win.
Hello, Berto. How are you doing after that win? It must feel good having secured the first series that you play in the World Championship. How important is it for you to have won this series and immediately secured yourself into the day 2 of the championship?
He's muted.
Oh, my apologies for having my mic muted.
No worries.
Well, it feels wonderful to be guaranteed to the next spot. Know for a fact that I'm not able to get 4th anymore. Know that I get to come on stream tomorrow and play my heart out. I feel a little bad for Head. I feel like I got really fortunate with my starts in all of those games. But that's how it goes. And Head has another chance. And I wish him all the best. And I would not be shocked to play him again in the future.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit about some specifics in the series. Going into game number 1, when that root out came out, how did that feel? Did you feel like you were now on the back foot? And what did it look like for you getting back into that game?
So my view in that spot is, obviously I knew that root out was a very big possibility. He's going to be mulliganing very hard for it. He has 2 of them in his deck. He's drawn about 10 cards. There's a good chance that he's going to have the root out there. And I felt pretty decent in that spot because I thought, well, if he has the root out, then I think I'm in an okay position. We're maybe about 50-50 at that point. But if he doesn't have it, I just win the game if we can do it. And then once he had it, it's like, okay, I know that's possibility, and it's already what I was mainly planning for, because if he doesn't have it, then I'm in such a good position anyway, so I put the thought into it. So it didn't faze me too much.
All right. Awesome. All right. I'm going to, game 2, it was kind of a fairly straightforward Jagro victory, right? Head just wasn't able to find the answers to what you were putting on the board. But then we got to game 3, and it was a little bit of a back and forth. And for a while there, you were having kind of a big emotional reaction to one of your plays. Tell me a little bit about what happened there.
So even more than losing, I react to if I think I made a mistake. And I think I made a mistake that turn. I let the timer run out a little bit. The reason why the turn was difficult for me is because you have to weigh the cost and the pros of either playing around a top-decked root out the enemy, or him having Leopold. And while Leopold is more likely, because it was turn 10, it could have been in his hand for a long time, I wanted to consider both. And as the timer was running out, I decided that I would play the Zukov instead of developing a 4-drop, which was my original plan. And then I just played it and moved it up because my immediate instinct was root out the enemy for some reason. And I think that was a pretty big mistake because it means if he had Leopold, which was more likely, he would send it back to my hand, and then I would lose the blitz element of it. And so I thought that was a pretty big blunder and exactly the kind of thing I don't want to be doing in the biggest tournament of the year. But he ended up drawing the root out, and it worked out for me. But I think that was a pretty big mistake. And I felt a little embarrassed.
Well, I mean, I think that shows the standard to which you hold yourself and your play within the tournament setting, and that's probably one of the big reasons why you are here today. But now you've secured your position for tomorrow. On the other side of the bracket, now you're going to have J King going up against Bamboo. Looking ahead to tomorrow, who do you think is going to be there facing off against you, and who would you prefer to face off against in the upper bracket finals?
Well, Ollie, my money is always on J King. I think more than anyone, I have been able to hear about his thought process and all the strategy and the incredible amount of thought that he's able to put into every turn when we're practicing, when he's figuring out which 1-drop is ideal to start out against specific decks, and even against specific deck lists, because some people run air superiority, some don't, some run 1 copy, so what's the odds of all that coming together? There is not a single thing this man doesn't consider, and I would easily put, well, not easily, but I would put my money on J King, because I don't think there's a player who can consider this game more in depth without losing track of all his thoughts like him.
Awesome. All right. Well, what are you going to do for the rest of today? Are you going to sit back and watch the remainder of the matches, or are you going to go straight into practicing your decks or theory crafting for tomorrow?
Well, I'm going to finish watching the matches, and then I'm going to take a nap because I got up quite early at 7:30 this morning to be ready for this. And I'm, especially after playing those games that felt pretty intense up on stage, I'm gonna need a nicer rest after, especially for tomorrow.
All right, amazing. I'll let you go then. Congratulations again on your victory here today, Berto, and have a great rest of the matches. Have a great rest of the stream and a great nap.
Thank you.
With that, we say goodbye to Berto for today. We'll see him back again tomorrow, but we'll head on over now to the analyst desk where Christo is going to be joined by myself and Spoos.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ollie, for breaking that down and going through the conversation with Berto. I think that he said some things that were really, really interesting throughout that conversation you had with him. My first favorite piece was talking about how he considered himself fortunate. And I like very particularly about the fact that he didn't use the word lucky at all. He simply mentioned that he was fortunate. And Ollie, do you think that plays into a little bit of that psychology that we were talking about before, where it's important to, keep in the right mindset and feel like, hey, I deserve this win. Maybe I got a few bounces that went my way, but this was still really important to me.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I do think that matters, and you could hear it there, right? He got up early. He was mentally exhausted after those games. He clearly, as we learned as well, puts a lot of pressure on his own performance. So I think keeping a cool head and looking at things through the proper lens and with the right perspective is going to help moving on through all stages of this tournament.
Absolutely. And so, we've got him having won 3-0, maybe feeling a little bit fortunate. Do you think you ever risk ending up in a scenario where you become a bit overconfident, saying, hey, I planned really hard for this, but I'm feeling kind of good? Spoos, you talked a lot about being in the top bracket, winning that first matchup. Do you think that win, and especially a win as convincing as this, can sort of change your mindset for the rest of the tournament?
I mean, it can for some people, but I think Berto is such a settled guy, and he's absolutely known for not being that type of guy that is just getting too overconfident now. I think he's in the correct state of mind, and he absolutely knows what to do for preparation for tomorrow and how to have his mindset and what to do in preparation for tomorrow, like maybe wake up a little bit earlier and be a little bit more awake. But yeah, I think he's absolutely in the correct spot where he is right now.
And speaking of mindset, Ollie, you asked the question, and I'm happy you did, because while we were watching that third game, and he seemed to be really upset about one of the plays he made, and we're sitting around the TV wondering, it doesn't seem like he made a mistake. Sure, the timer ran out, he had used all his credits, he had made his moves, and then he talked about that, the most subtle of nuances, thinking, well, it could be Leopold, it could be Root out, and he thought he had made the wrong choice. Turns out neither card was in Head's hand, so it didn't matter, but, looking back at it now, based on what he said, do you feel like, oh yeah, you know what? He was right. That could theoretically have been the wrong move? Or do you think he's just being really critical of every nuance because that's what it's going to take to win at the World Championship level?
I mean, Head actually ended up drawing the root out there, right? He top decked the root out, right? So at the end of the day, Berto made the right play, right? But he was frustrated because he felt like odds-wise, he made the wrong play, right? Because there was a higher likelihood of there being a Leopold in his hand or him top decking a Leopold, because it could have been sitting there for pretty much a large part of the game. So I think that's just I think that's really good perspective into how these players at the very top level play the game, how they think about the game, because this is not what you typically do on ladder, right? I mean, if you're playing that scenario on ladder, you just throw some stuff out, and if he has it, he has it, right? And you're just like, oh, all right, it's like, do I feel like playing against Root out or Leopold now? I'll pick one, right? And it doesn't matter, but it shows how meticulously these players look at the game, how they think about the game, how deep they go in terms of like, okay, what's the likelihood of each one of these scenarios, and which one of my options are better against each? And I think that's what I talked about when I said, I expect play to slow down as we progress through this tournament, because you need to think about all those options, right? He then also came into this, is like, he says J King is even more meticulous than him, right? That he's thinking about nuances in one drops against certain deck lists and everything like that. And it shows, I think, as well, why both of them are here, right? And why they're such good teammates on Team Ammo, friends and collaborators in real life. Of course, they might become competitors tomorrow, but let's not forget the fact that if memory serves, J King got knocked down into the lower bracket on day one last year, right? And then ended up being the guy that swept everyone out of the tournament and then won the finals. So I'm I'm not counting head out here. I think Berto still has a big challenge ahead of him, facing whoever he's going to be facing tomorrow, then facing whoever he's going to be facing in the grand final. So this is going to be an exciting series of matches that we have coming up here. But yeah, absolutely, it shows what you need to perform at this level.
And Berto said it himself in that interview that there's a distinct possibility. He said, I believe it was, I wouldn't be surprised if I faced head again before the end of this tournament. Yeah. And we broke down the deck lineup. We saw what he was bringing. There's a very good possibility that is the case. And going into the bottom bracket, like you said, J-King has done it. Spoos, we had spoken a bit before as well about it changes your perspective, but there's still an opportunity there for you to push through the rest of the event and make it, to the grand final. So that is still to come. We have a lot more action for you. I have one more question for you, Ollie, actually, because during the opening segment, I mentioned that I'm going to start taking a pun counter for head. Did you ever expect Darkness to be the one who's really pulled way ahead in the way of the number of head puns we've had so far today?
I don't know, man. Spoos, is this on the news over in Germany that humor has finally reached the country? I'm joking. No, I mean, Darkness is a funny guy. He's a humorist, right? Like, we all have fun with it. It was a great cast, and I mean, I clearly have some head-to-head competition in the pun game right now.
I asked for that one. I totally asked for that one. So stay tuned. We just wrapped up seeing Berto Burrito take head on and go 3-0. So Berto will be moving on to compete tomorrow. We're going to find out in just a few moments who he will be competing against when J-King and Bamboo play in our next matchup. Ollie and Spoos are going to be taking a trip upstairs. We're going to have Aylin and Darkness with us here on the analyst desk in just a few moments. Before we get there, Aylin and Gume have prepared a little interview to walk you through some of the new features and upcoming pieces you're going to see in the game over the next year. So join us in just a few minutes where we get to the action in the next game of J-King versus Bamboo.
Hello everyone, we hope you are enjoying the KARDS 2022 World Championship Grand Finals as our top 4 KARDS players in the world duke it out for the title of KARDS World Champion. But we're going to take a quick break from that now. I am Elin, Community Manager at KARDS, and sitting here with me is Guðmundur Kristjánsson, Chief Creative Officer and Founder at KARDS. And we're going to take a quick moment now to discuss with you some of the highlights of this passing year in KARDS. And we've been quite busy, haven't we, Gumi?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a hell of a ride this year. We've been having, as you say in Icelandic, mörg járn í eldinum, or I don't know how to translate that.
Many irons in the fire.
Many irons in the fire, yeah. Of course, like we mentioned many times before, a lot of effort has been going into the mobile development and the new user interface and all that. But we've also been doing plenty of other things.
Absolutely, and we've had such a jam-packed year just in esports. We've had 12 Officer Club Championships every month. The top players in the KARDS in-game seasons have been duking it out for the title of Officer Club Champion of that month and their share of a $1,000 prize pool, where we've seen some really amazing, impressive gameplay. We've had 6 KARDS Open tournaments with 2 open qualifiers each, where people have been able to bring whatever decks they want and duke it out in Swiss qualifiers to try and make it to the top 16 and earn their share of a $1,500 prize pool. Of course, we had a Chinese Invitational that just happened last weekend. Last Saturday, November 26th, we had the top 3 players that qualified for the grand finals of the 2021 World Championship We invited these players as they were unable, unfortunately, to make it to Iceland to play in the grand finals, as we did last year. These players were invited to participate in this special Chinese invitational tournament along with another titan of the Chinese community, Fenrir. So these players played last weekend for the title of Chinese Invitational Champion and their share of a $5,000 prize pool. And you can watch the highlights of this on Bilibili, on a channel run by Fairness. And of course, we had several community tournaments. We had regular Chinese community tournaments, we had some Polish tournaments, and we had some special invitationals as well, such as J King's King's Cup. We had Team Heavy duking it out in a couple of special events. Such as their teaming up against Eastern Front and Team Full Frontal. So it really has been a super jam-packed year for esports. And of course, everything now culminating in the 2022 World Championship, where we've had, through September and October, almost 2,000 players participated in open qualifiers. They played over 21,000 games through these open qualifiers, then making it to the top 128, duking it out through the round-robin group stage, then the top 32, double elimination, and here we are with the top 4, Bamboo, Birdo Burrito, Head, and J King 7. Who's going to be the world champion? Who knows? So an incredibly exciting year in esports in the year that is just ending. And of course, throughout the year, we've had multiple updates, balance updates, regular fixes, all kinds of things that keep KARDS going throughout.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, like you said, I mean, we're always working on the balance. Then we've been, you know, while we've been focusing on mobile a lot and the new UI and all this stuff, we of course wanted to keep adding some cards, new cards to the mix and some content, and we've been doing that mostly through the World at War releases, where we've been adding like a little bit of cards, like 7 new cards each time around, along with some older cards in the mix, and new battlefields and alternative art cards and some props and stuff. So that's I mean, it hasn't been a lot of content, but still always something new trickling in, which we think is really important. And we really tried to since we were not adding a lot of new cards in, I mean, also with the skirmish modes, of course, we've been adding new cards, but we've really tried to make all the cards that we've been adding to the game meaningful cards that have some place and purpose in the at some level or some part of the meta in the game.
Absolutely. And on the subject of the skirmish mode, of course, this is something new that we introduced into the game in July. And the skirmishes have been, up until this point, run every other week. Players have been able to partake in a special event, some special rules in this game mode, and earning with their first win a full set of a brand new card. And this has been pretty successful so far, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've had good feedback on it in general, and we can see that it attracts a bit players on the weekends that when we are running the skirmish. And of course, you know, some players come in just to get the new cards, others just like to take a bit of a break from the meta or the ladder and just play the game in some completely different way. Some of the skirmishes have been more popular than others. Some maybe because of we were giving out good reward cards. Others maybe because people liked the rule set that came with that skirmish. So yeah, I think it's been going well, and it's a feature that I think we're definitely gonna keep building up on and keep playing around with.
Absolutely. And so earlier this year as well, we introduced a new currency into the game. We introduced diamonds.
Yeah.
And then shortly thereafter, we also introduced medkits. this double XP booster that you can buy in the progress window, which is the first time I believe that we are giving players the opportunity to earn for a limited time some extra XP.
Yeah, yeah, because you mentioned the diamonds first. I mean, that was of course a little bit of a controversial change when we did that, but I think it will definitely benefit us down the line now that the game will be available on so many platforms and so on. So it will be a nice thing for us, and I actually think down the line it might also be nice to have for players, or a convenient solution for players. But the med kits is something we added, and it's been a bit underwhelming, I think, or we introduced it in a little bit of an underwhelming way. It was just available in the store. The UI for it is not that interesting, I think. So I think we're definitely going to be iterating on that whole concept. We definitely want to offer players to have the ability to have, get extra XP through medkits. But I think we will play around with offering more variety of medkits, maybe that can extend that you get double XP or 1.5x or something for a longer period, and also we want to integrate it better into the UI and make the user experience of using them and buying them more interesting.
Yeah, and of course that sort of ties together into the whole discussion about the new UI and the kind of mobile development that we've been doing this year. But before we get into that, there's a couple of more things. We of course introduced these pre-built decks around a similar time as the medkits, which you can get at the National Experience Level 12. And that also has been, a big boost, especially for newer players who are working on building up their collection.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the pre-built decks was maybe twofold. On one hand, you get these. We're giving out these reward decks at level 12 for each nation. And that would be an easy way for players, both, like you said, to acquire quite a lot of new cards into their collection, and a nice goal-setting kind of milestone to get to that level to collect that reward. But also, we wanted to get kind of more variety of decks into the kind of early game where players are maybe, testing the waters in the game a little bit, and maybe it can be a little bit of a daunting task to start building a new deck from scratch. So I think those have been doing well in that, and we see players use these decks and with pretty good results. And of course, these decks are also actual kind of archetype decks, not maybe strong, but you can also build up on them and gradually make them stronger. But on the other hand, we also added some decks into the store, and again, that was a bit of we just put them there, and we didn't really promote them a lot, but that is something we will probably be doing more down the line, and promoting them better, and maybe keep adding new interesting decks into the store.
Absolutely. And so then in August, we introduced a new battle code system as well, where players can now enter a special code to enter a sort of special queue. And so that way they can play each other without adding each other to their friends list. And of course, the opportunity to just issue kind of open challenges to whomever is brave enough to enter that code into their own battle code window.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's also immensely helpful for players who are organizing, some tournaments or something like that. Then the battle codes can be used for the matchmaking. Like you say, I mean, if you add someone to your friends list, then there's chat that comes with that also, and you can only add a limited number of people to the friends list and so on. So I think it's a nice little feature.
Yeah. And so with that, let's move into the big things of the year. The new user interface that we've been working on, the KARDS mobile, how the kind of new user interface ties together the PC and the mobile. We've of course released a few dev blogs about this new user interface, which we will continue to do, which you have been writing. But tell us a little bit more about this, about some of the specifics.
Well, how much time do we have? I mean, it's there's a lot of specifics in there. But yeah, I mean, to maybe the highlights is that you know it's twofold. We are trying to revamp the user interface in a way that it works properly for mobile, because we are very much focusing on mobile now. But also we are just at the same time dealing with all kinds of issues that we wanted to deal with in the older user interface, and some limitations that we've been, some walls we've been hitting and so on. The original interface, especially, you know, like the home screen and that was quite slick and minimalistic to begin with, but then we've been adding new stuff, and we will be adding more and more things to the game, and it kind of we needed a more flexible user interface, and at the same time we are also, you know, trying to add a lot of nice to have features and improvements for our players.
Absolutely, some good quality of life improvement stuff.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, like you say, the homepage hasn't changed very much. And being able to have the content carousel that we are planning on, that is a great way for us to be able to communicate with all of our players on all different platforms, which becomes increasingly important as KARDS has expanded onto more platforms and in more places, to be able to have a unified way of communicating with our players the really important things going on in KARDS.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, soon, you know, KARDS players will, you know, everyone will need to watch our beautiful faces, you know, within the game, and we will be telling them something really important. No, I mean, definitely it's something that we really needed, being able to put out info about new expansions or some feature changes or new game modes, and or just some, you know, the World Championships or whatever, and not having to rely on you know, social media or Steam articles or something, which, you know, players. We know that only a small percentage of players actually ever see or read, and I mean, I think that will, you know, be greatly beneficial for the players to know, you know, more about what's happening, where we're taking the game, and you know, yeah. So I'm really excited about. You know, alternatively, in the old UI, we would have maybe, you know, just started adding more and more pop-up windows, you know, and I'm not sure people would like that.
No, exactly. And now we've had our Helsinki office focusing on developing the mobile client throughout this year, and doing an amazing job of it. We've had 2 betas this year so far. We had 1 beta, I believe, in April, and now the 2nd beta, which has just ended a few days ago, where we've been able to get tons of really useful information, feedback from our players. So Gumi, why don't you show us a little bit more directly from the KARDS mobile game client?
Yes, I can do that. It happens so that I have it here on my phone. A dev version, as the beta test is over, actually. But yeah, I mean, if I just go through maybe just some parts here of the new layout of the home screen, you can see that we have added a top bar there, and that bar mostly persists in the same state as it regardless of what screen you go into, but it is not in the battle scene, of course. Then you have on the left side, you have the main menu, as we call it. You have the play menu, where you can access the different play modes, the cards, which houses the collection and deck builder and all that, and then you have the shop. Then the big thing in the middle with the artwork, there you have the what we just call the carousel. And there we have a rotating carousel of content, and that can basically be anything that we want to kind of communicate to our players at any given time. It can be, you know, like we mentioned, info about new expansions and stuff like that. In here you can see that it's all about the mobile beta, because we were running the beta, so the content here is focused on that, but it could be anything. Then below the carousel you have here we have the login rewards for the first 8 days, and when that is completed, then you will have the national progression here under as well in a similar line. These parts we didn't really manage to finish the designs properly before the beta, so they will be look much better eventually. But I mean, at a glance and with the national progression, the plan is that you will have here, you can switch between nations. It will be set default to the nation that you played last, and you will see where you are at what level, and you will see the next rewards that you are getting, and you will claim the rewards also for each level straight here from the home screen. So there will be much more direct access, and it will be much more in your face where you are in the national progression, which we think will be good for players to as a goal setter, and just to know what rewards they're about to get and so on. So you will be more involved in the whole thing. Then on the right side, there are 3 buttons to the right of the carousel, which are kind of flexible content buttons as well, or fields, and they can house different things. I mean, you can see here the beta Discord, which sends you out of the game, info about the World Championships. We have here the packs, the open packs is linked from here. That might not necessarily be the final spot for that, but it will probably be, you know, game modes and like draft and skirmish when that is available and things like that. That will be in this part. But again, flexibility, which we are trying to build into, so that we can really put whatever we want to the front at any given time. And below there we have the missions kind of field there or tab, and that is still a bit of a design in progress, but I would really love if we could show you what missions you have at a glance, and the rewards you're about to get without even having to click the button. But it's a limited space, so let's see how that goes. In the top bar, something that not everyone realized in the beta, you can actually click if I go here into the play menu, if I click back here on the KARDS logo here in the corner, then I go back to the home screen. So this is a home button, it always goes back to the home screen. Also you can click on your name and the rank icon, and that sends you to the what we now call profile window, where you can have access to your props and your national progression and stuff. This is still very much work in progress, the design here, so don't worry too much about that. The resources are similar to as they are today, and then the settings menu here, similar to how it is today. a bit more of options and optimized for mobile, of course. So then maybe if I go here into the play menu, maybe the biggest change for players in general is that you will have the last deck that you played selected by default, and at the end of a game you will be brought back to this screen, not to the home screen. So if you want to play another game with the same deck, you don't need to do anything except press the play button again, and then off you go. So I mean, in the old UI, you would have had to go, you know, maybe flip 3 pages to the deck again, select the deck, and then go back. So I think that's a convenient thing. Then you have here in this list here access to the different game modes and battle code and campaigns and such. The decks are listed here. They will not be the deck builder, and the deck lists are not longer laid out on pages, but they are just you can just scroll through them. So we haven't really decided exactly what number or maximum number you can have, but that will at least be as it is today, but maybe a little bit more. Yeah, so if we go then under here, the cards menu, you get to the deck list. I'm here on a new account. I don't have all the starter decks unlocked, but I have here the German one. This is different from the current layout in the way that this is not like pages that you flip through, but you just scroll here up and down through all your decks, and eventually you will also be able to sort them by favorites, and they will all be ordered by usage. So if you play decks, they will be in the front, and the favorites will always be in the front, and so on. So this would be less, you know, flipping of pages or scrolling a lot to get the most used decks. I think that will be quite convenient. Then you have here, these buttons might be in a different place in the final design. We are still a little bit working on it, but you will be able to access packs here and the collection. And the collection is in the same way as the deck list. You can scroll here up and down through all your cards, and it's not laid out with the pages as currently. And you have access to less filters directly here than in the current desktop version, but by clicking the filter button here, you will have access to more filters, or all the filters here in a separate panel here on the right. That is of course mainly due to the space restraints that we have on mobile. And the layout on the desktop version will still be in a way that you will have access to more filters directly on the front there. So and then of course the main thing is the deck builder itself, which is maybe the biggest change that will affect players. It has been changed completely, the layout. So here on the left side you have your collection, scrollable, and then on the right side you have a panel here where you have the deck itself, and you can also scroll here up and down the whole deck. And the main aim of this change is to allow players to have a little bit of a better overview of what is already in the deck. You see much more of the cards in the deck than in the current layout. And of course, for players that have played all the card games, this is a more familiar approach. But there's still quite a lot of work to be done here in optimizing the flow and so on. But we think it is it's a good change.
Absolutely. Some very, very interesting changes here, some very significant changes, and hopefully something that our players are going to enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting a lot of feedback, of course, through the beta test, and of course, some of the feedback is, most of it is really positive, but also really good constructive feedback on things we can do better and so on.
Absolutely, and that's why it's so great to have these beta tests so that we can collect a lot of information and see how we can maybe fine-tune things and edit things out to get them as good as possible for our players going forward.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean we are crunching through the Discord channels now with all the feedback we got there and through the survey results we got, so that is definitely invaluable to get feedback from all you guys and everyone who participated in the test. So much thanks to everyone.
Absolutely. And so before we end here, how about you show us a little bit of an overview of the battle scene?
Yeah, of course. That's a good point. I mean, this UI stuff here and these menus is of course just a sideshow. The battle scene itself, the card game, is the main thing. Of course, there are less changes in the user interface in the battle scene than at the home screen and all that. So here things look more familiar. Ooh, it's starting to snow here, preparing for Christmas. But nevertheless, some things are different, and of course we had to adjust the game quite a lot for the size of the mobile game. You can see here that the layout is a little bit different. I mean, when you click on a card to see the bigger version and the info about it, I mean, we tried to have it as big as possible so it's easily readable on the phones. And then the board cards, maybe that is probably the biggest change so far, is that we are spacing out the board cards a little bit. You can see here on this guy, the Hummer, that the Fury icon is here in a little thingy here on the right side instead of being underneath the card. And that is of course because the space limitations on the y-axis is much more limited, so we need to figure out some different solutions to tackle that. And of course, because we want to have the game feel the same on both platforms, this will, when we figured out exactly how this works best here, that change will also translate over to the desktop version. I mean, then of course there's a lot of tweaking, you know, when it comes to getting the feeling right of the input when you are, you know, browsing through the hand and dragging and playing the cards and so on. And that's definitely something we're going to be working a lot on. And the history here looks similar to as it looks on the current version, but that is also something we are reworking completely. So expect some changes there. But I think in general we are starting to like, we're getting closer and we are starting to like how the feel of the game is. And I mean, throughout the beta, I mean, I was playing a lot of games and just playing against, of course, because it was cross-platform, we're playing against players that are just playing the game on desktop. And it's starting to feel right, and you could definitely just forget that you're playing the mobile beta and you're just playing the game, and it just felt right. So that's a great milestone.
Absolutely. And we've been making such huge leaps in the mobile development this year, and as you can all see, really massive changes ahead for KARDS, both with this mobile release, and of course that will translate into the desktop version, as you say. So some very exciting times ahead there.
Definitely.
But the year isn't over yet. We have a few weeks left where we have a few more exciting things up ahead. We of course will have one more Officer Club Championship, the final of which will be on December 7th. 17th. We will then, of course, have some fun stuff for the holiday season for all our players, so definitely stay tuned for that. But with that, thank you so much, Gumme, for joining me here, for giving us this overview. I believe that just about wraps it up. We're going to return you back to the main show of the World Championship 2022 Grand Finals. Let's find out who the world champion will be. We'll see you later.
That's absolutely right. We do have one more OCC this year. There's going to be some fun stuff around the holidays, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We are here at the 2022 KARDS World Championship. Now, Elin and Gumme have another interview for us for day 2, so stay tuned tomorrow. They're going to do a deep dive into KARDS Mobile, so lots more to come on that. Now, back at the main desk, I am joined by Darkness and Elin. First time I get to chat with the two of them today, so I am absolutely excited after that phenomenal cast of Birdo versus Head. Now, I want to start with you, Elin. You have set this whole thing up. A lot of this is because of you. Phenomenal job. Not being here in person, like, you can't really tell how amazing this set actually looks. So, you know, your first World Championship, you've done a phenomenal job so far. Walk me through what the experience has been like.
Thank you so much, Christo. It's been a wild ride, to be honest. I mean, I started at the company in July, so it's been, you know, a very intense few months for sure. And getting in here, getting into the World Championship, I mean, this is such an epic show to put on for everyone. And so I really felt immediately how important it was going to be to do this well. And so I've been planning for a long time. And of course, I've had a massive amount of help from the team at 1939 Games to make this a reality. And I'm so happy with the outcome.
It looks absolutely phenomenal, and it has been a great experience thus far as somebody coming in to get to be a part of it. So thank you again for setting all this up. It's been amazing. Darkness, you are back after competing last year as a player. You are now here as a caster and an analyst. How have the two experiences been different for you, coming back in a different kind of role this time around?
It feels different. It feels different a lot, but it's not in a bad way. I mean, I do love playing. I do love the ups and downs, but it really is that you're losing, you're winning. It's really up and down and going crazy, and you spend an entire day just playing this video game in your room like a teenager. Casting is different. It feels more mature. You're part of a bigger team going towards the same goal and working with so many people to deliver a good show, to bring this to you. It feels just different and more mature, more like a grown up. And this is what makes it very, very interesting for me to see this change happen. It's not like grinding, playing, being successful, being not successful. And to be fair, most of the people are not that successful constantly. Not everyone can be like Jaking. And this is why I'm so grateful to still be here in Iceland and to still be part of this team, because I do love KARDS, and being able to affect it and contribute it to not only experience it, but to be part of the production and development. This adds a lot to me.
And, you know, I think mature is such a great word, because you're such a staple on this broadcast. You know, your ability to analyze the game is second to none, so we love having you here. It's actually funny because, you know, again, I walked in as what I felt like an outsider. Darkness, you walked in saying hi to people. It's like you know everybody. It's almost like, you know, Iceland is your second home at this point. So it was great from an outsider to see you come in, feel comfortable, getting comfy in the booth, telling jokes, making Ollie laugh as we're watching you talk about head puns and your feigned retreat challenges. But you make light of it, and I love that. So you're bringing a lot of fun and a lot of passion to the game, which it absolutely shows. Now, speaking of fun and passion and being in the caster booth, you just cast a heck of a first series. Aileen, I'll start with you. Birdo going overhead 3-0, is that something we expected to see at all?
I am absolutely mind blown that 3-0 is how this first matchup has gone. I mean, we've both of them are bringing, you know, kind of different, you know, a couple of similar decks, but still very different lineups. And, you know, going into this, Darkness and I are chatting, and I'm thinking really, you know, Head maybe has a bit of an upper hand against these aggressive decks, going in with his control deck, you know, with his Brit Air deck. And so seeing Birdo take it 3-0, I'm really wondering if Head's got in his head a little bit there, if the pressure is really getting on. This is a really high stakes event to be playing in, to be playing on the camera. All of these elements probably really play in to kind of make you maybe play slightly incorrectly or not entirely maybe what you would if you were 100% comfortable. But really amazingly well done by Birdo. Really just so impressed. Cannot believe that this went 3-0.
Absolutely. And you know, you mentioned the camera, you mentioned being on a big stage, and I know Darkness, we've chatted a little bit and you've mentioned things like that, but those are all little pieces that do get into your head and they do change the way you play. And you have to be at the top of your game when you're coming into the World Championships or something like this. So absolutely all part of the bigger picture. I mean, Darkness, did you, echoing the same question, did you expect, Birdo to have as convincing a win as he did, thinking that Head may even have an advantage on paper?
I did not. I mean, we talked about the bans and about the outcome, and I was proven wrong. What made me thinking a lot, and I think it was very, very inspiring by Birdo. Not only his words, like his goal, what he want to achieve, that he want to prove he has his own play style, he's separate from J King, he's not the same person. I know the conspiracy theories. And yeah, this is maybe why I did not reach the final, because maybe I'm a little bit too analytical, looking at the hard facts, looking at the deck lists, looking at the single moves each turn. I think where Birdo surpassed me is the player kind and the play style kind. He really proved he has his play style. And talking about playstyle, it's not like, yeah, I'm more like an aggressive player or I'm more like a control player. He was able to develop a playstyle which is leading towards finding one out of million possibilities, the one strategy that credits him the most odds to win a single matchup. And this means making slightly worse decisions in 5 turns during a match, but this leads you to an overall better experience and better odds and a better success. We just saw, like we just saw, on paper the decks of Head were a little bit better, more comfortable for him. But Birdo was so much in his mind, in his play mode, like a beast following a path to victory. Even though Head was better equipped, better armor, he wasn't able to fight Birdo because he was one step ahead.
And that's sometimes part of it. We saw Birdo talk about how he's prepared a lot, and sometimes then you get into this environment where sort of instinct kicks in. I don't have to think about every little thing. I just have a feel for, hey, I'm going to go this direction, I'm going to go that direction. So we have Birdo taking that first victory. Let's bring up the bracket so we can walk you through what you're about to see next. Obviously, we got Birdo Burrito at the top of the bracket, defeating Head 3-0. Head's going to drop to the bottom bracket. We'll be playing in our third game for a life to play again tomorrow. Bamboo versus J King is up next. Now, I am getting word that both of the players are pretty much ready to go. So quickly, before we dive into that, Aylin, let's start with you. Any predictions? We got J King versus Bamboo.
I'm thinking it'll probably be J King, to be honest. That's just my gut feeling. J King is someone who has competed so much on this kind of high stakes stage. He's been in OCCs, he's been in Opens, and he's the reigning world champion. So he really knows this, he really feels it. So Bamboo, as he said himself in the interview segment that we saw earlier, he kind of can't believe that he made it, and I mean, he's a great player, but he doesn't have that same experience, that breadth of knowledge that J-King has, and that we saw when he was with us in the last Opens, breaking everything down with us, so that's my gut feeling, is that it's going to be J-King taking this win.
You talked about breadth of knowledge, and I saw Darkness, you chuckle a little bit because, J-King is a veritable encyclopedia of cards knowledge. You feel the same way? J-King might be a little bit more prepared for this matchup?
Obviously, J-King has more experience, more wins, more titles, but I wouldn't tell that Bamboo is a casual player. He's an uprising player. And as uprising player, I would talk myself down, like I'm a casual. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, while preparing and getting ready to fight, and like preparing a surprise attack, which is a war tactic. So if J-King is not accounting that and preparing against Bamboo as he would compare to the best player in the world, I think Bamboo is able to surprise us all. In the end, of course, the odds are, from my prediction as well, for J-King, but I wouldn't write off Bamboo. I'm hyped to see that one.
Excellent. Well, we're going to get into it in just a few minutes. We're going to kick it over to Spoos and to Ollie to break down all of the decks and call the action for J-King versus Bamboo in our second matchup today here at the 2022 Cards World Championship.
Welcome, everybody. It is time for the second series of today, and this one is between the reigning world champion J-King 7 and his challenger from the East, Bamboo. My name is Olav Rapstenos, and I'm joined here by Spoos, and we're going to bring you all the action, and this is a big one, right, Spoos?
Absolutely. The match everyone just fevered into or just waited for today, the reigning world champion against the underdog Bamboo. And yeah, I'm more than excited to see who's taking the win here.
Yeah, and I mean, we did talk about it significantly. Two very different approaches here, right? One that says, I could still consider myself a casual player, and I just came off vacation. And then the guy that's qualified for every OCC since their inception. Two very different approaches, but both competitors that are here to win. Let's take a look at the decks, and let's start taking a look at J-King's decks, then starting with the US-Germany deck. Once we get that up on screen, there we go, US-Germany. You can see it, how it looks, and this one is a fairly standard one, but we did point out one thing. There was the Greyhounds.
Yeah. J-King just decided to pack in two Greyhounds for several reasons. One of them is to have more options to get into the front line earlier against Japan aggro, for example, or in the mirror match. Because having an early front line wins you the match most of the time.
Yeah.
The second argument for packing in more blitz tanks is the double blitzkrieg that we can see on the German side there. They just help you to put additional stuff that is very cheap into the front line to get more value out of the blitzkrieg. And I think it can be a reason why J-King just wins more often in a mirror or Jagro than without the Greyhounds.
Yeah, and I think double blitzkrieg also means that you're not afraid to just rip the blitzkrieg, right? Yeah. Got 3 units in the front line, blitzkrieg, right? Like, why wait?
Yeah, what we see very often, that when people just play one blitzkrieg, I think we saw it in the last Open, where people just hold back blitzkrieg to get more value out of it, and suddenly there's a point where you get no value out of it. Yeah. Your opponent's removing your unit, and then you're stuck with the blitzkrieg that is useless in your hand. And yeah, with two options, as you said, you can just rip out one, and later on you can just use the second one.
Exactly. All right, next one up is going to be the Soviet-Japan self-damage deck here from J-King. Now, this is a familiar list for most people at this point. That's not, it's a Jagro list there. I mean, we can go through Jagro. That's fine. Oh, no, there we go. Soviet Japan up on the screen. And what's interesting here is kind of just how thin this deck has gotten on the Japan side, right? There's no Shinodos. There's no Sunrise divisions. It's just 33rd Recon and Scouting Party, and unlike a lot of the other decks, no counteroffensive being brought here. No Katyusha. So just kind of a singular focus on this deck for J-King, right?
Yeah, but J King decided to keep the red banner in the deck. We had that in one of the earlier discussions, where red banner is a good synergy with the 34s, when you can drop them out earlier, maybe as a 2-drop, maybe even for 0. Trade them into a unit so they survive and got the value that you want to get out of them. And then you just drop a red banner on them.
Yeah.
So you get an 8-drop that is in 50% of the time at 272nd, which gives you on destruction Joseph Stalin. And that combo alone can win you the game instantly. Like,
That's a super interesting one, and I hadn't really realized that one, fully through, right? I mean, it is a 50% chance that you're going to get a 272nd, which is already an intimidating unit at 6/6, and then when it dies, it's going to give you Joseph Stalin. It's an 8/8 heavy armor 1.
Yeah, it's a really nice tech decision here. It's the big advantage that we had Berto Burrito on one of our latest casts there, because he just sneaked that insider information into our direction, and now we know exactly why this red banner is in the deck.
Awesome. Now, that makes me kind of want to play this, because I feel like, especially on ladder, the person's like, oh, he's playing Soviet self-damage, and all of a sudden you got a Joseph Stalin. Well, I like it. All right, let's take a look at the Jagro deck here from J King now. And this one, again, kind of fairly standard. I don't see a ton of tech here. This is just a list that's been around the block for a while, right? It's been one of those decks that seemingly has been a persistent deck list in Cards since the game was created, and this one is all about speed with 28 cards costing 2 credits or less.
Yeah, people just trying a lot of new variations of Jagro, like Bamboo, for example, I think it was, or is bringing stuff like the Taipei Regiment or the Kagoshima. But yeah, J King just with a very, very standard, nothing too fancy, nothing that you can say is just a really good tech against a special archetype. It's just the best Jagro deck out there. Maybe one thing we should notice, there are no Mido regiments. So J King, I think also Berto decided to bring Shinodus instead of Mido regiments.
Yeah, so opting instead for the play from hand, deliver damage across the field option instead of the burn damage coming out from the Midos.
Yeah.
All right, and then the final deck for J King is going to be his Brit Air deck, and there you see it. Brit Air, another one of those staple decks that's been around the Cards deck list scene from the game's inception. This one has taken a lot of changes, a lot of different hits over the past year or so, right? Close air support being changed, Italy coming in as the preferred ally, now Italy and the Fiat getting nerfed, now a period of unrest where people were trying different allies, but it seems to have settled, at least to this World Championship, Japan is the preferred ally.
Yeah, we saw in I think what was in Cards Open where Known 5 brought Brit Air with US ally. And it's quite interesting that a few players decided to bring Brit Japan again. Also interesting to see that the Wellington is back, because the reason of that is with the Italy ally, you just had the Italian airplanes like the Fiat, some variants played the Maki. So the Wellington, there was just not too many orders in the deck to get value out of the Wellington. But now with the Japan variant, you have cards like Air Superiority back. You have the Type 94 that can give you a surprise attack, which is also a very cheap order. So it's a very high chance that the Wellington will cost 2 or maybe even 0 in the process of the match.
Yeah.
And with the 3 operation costs, 3 damage for 3 credits is a really good value.
Yeah, that is on the right-hand side, an old version of the Wellington. Just for anybody confused, we'll get that graphic updated for tomorrow.
For the memories.
It is a 7/3 unit right now. It does drop cost when it's in your hand, and it drops 2 deployment cost whenever you do an order. There's also an A6 M2-0 in his deck there, and I still
he's playing with 2 variants, isn't he?
2 of them, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm still a little bit confused about that, and I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what this is for in the deck. It can be very good in the mirror matchup.
Yeah.
Like when you have all these bombers on opponent's side, and this guy is an ambush fighter. It's really, really good in stopping opponent's bombers. But other than that, I don't see anything where this could be good at turn 5. Like usually there's not a lot of decks where it's good against commandos, but we don't have commandos in the meta currently. So
exactly.
we don't know.
Oh, we'll figure it out. Now let's go on over to Bamboo. And Bamboo is bringing a whole host of decks. We're starting with his USA Frontline deck. That is another familiar list. It's one of those lists that's been around at least for the past couple of months. A very favored tournament deck, and seems to take the USA slot over the likes of US Ramp or US Control. So this deck, having received quite a few tweaks, it got some reinforcements. I mean, it was obviously powerful with the 2nd California for a long time, but now it's the 5th Rangers that's kind of revitalized the popularity of this deck.
Yeah, and Bamboo is taking a little bit more of a control style effort here, with packing in the Flampanzer and Sudden Strikes, both cards that J-King is not having in his list. So in the mirror, these are also very good cards. Like Flampanzer can be used to get rid of the Red Devils in the front line, or with 32nd. And also Sudden Strike is really, really high value at just regaining control of the front line.
Yeah, and I mean, I think those Sudden Strikes, I mean, they have a wide range of applications, right? They can take out the small fighters, they can take out the small bombers in Brit Air, they can take out most of what you play as Jagro. They
Very
can
good
take
against
out
Signal Regiment, for
Signal
example.
Regiment. They can take out the 456th rifles. So a lot of cards being played in this tournament that are kind of fairly high value cards that this can absolutely decimate. So a good tech choice there from Bamboo, I would expect. But on top of that, Bamboo is also bringing a Soviet Japan self-damage deck. And there we see it. A slight variation from what J-King is bringing. And there you can see there's a counteroffensive along with a Yura to try and make use of the winter warfare, wounding a lot of units on the field. But there is no red banner, so that combination is not possible. On the Japan side, there is the addition of 2 Sendai regiments, however, and those could come in handy when it comes to the mirror matchup.
Yeah, it's really a good way to get rid of these big units that Soviet self-damage is providing to the board. And it's also good against this combo that we just mentioned earlier with the red banner, because you can just play a Sendai regiment on this 272nd that is probably coming out of that, and it's just gone off the board. On the other hand, there's very good removal for this Sendai regiment in Red Dawn, so it's kind of a two-edged sword there, I guess.
It is. There's also the Katyusha in there. That, along with a Yura, can definitely do some damage from the backline. But it will be interesting to see which one of these decks. I kind of feel that either we're going to see both the self-damage decks banned, or we're going to see the Brit Air decks banned on both sides. So I wonder if we get to see it, but I would love to see the mirror matchup between these two decks.
I'm not really sure if one Katyusha is doing that much, especially in combination with the Ura. I would maybe prefer to have 2 of them, so you can drop 2, and maybe on turn 10 or 11 you can pop out 8 damage there.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what one Katyusha is doing there, but I'm pretty sure Bamboo has a plan with it, and we will going to find out if it's working out for him or not.
Absolutely. Might end up being a handful of dead cards, but for his sake, we hope not. And then the final deck being brought here by Bamboo, and this is one of the differences between these two deck lists. That is, I think it's both our favorite decks.
Absolutely.
Right?
It's for sure mine.
It's my favorite deck as well. And I just, please do not ban this deck. There's Jagro. Oh, we didn't talk about his Jagro. We'll do that. Let's talk about Jagro. Jagro, Bamboo's bringing that as well. Sorry, I must have taken 2 sheets off at once here.
So we see that what I mentioned earlier. There's a Kagoshima in it.
Yeah.
There's one copy of the Taipei regiment in it. No Shinodos in it. And that's just the main difference between Bamboo's deck, Jagro deck, and J-King's Jagro deck. And again, here we can see which tech is paying out a little bit better for each player. And after that, we will know which variant might be better or not.
You know what? It almost makes me wish that we just had, a format where you would play a best out of 3 mirror matchup on each deck that you bring, right? Given how similar these lists are. But let's now go on over to our favorite deck, which is the Brit France Mobilized deck. And there you see it, right? Such a visual deck. So many things are happening. So many buffs and draws and ticks and things happening, pings going all over the place. I absolutely adore this deck. Bamboo, only player bringing it.
Talk to us about it.
Yeah, you mentioned already a lot about it. Like, you have different approaches to win a game there. You can play it very aggressive, which is not too much recommended against Soviet self-damage, because we've seen it already a few times there. All these mobilized units are very low on HP. I think none of them have more than 2, right? So they're very vulnerable to stuff like Winter Warfare, Bloody Sickle, and that's why Bamboo felt the decision here. Maybe I want to protect my units at least against the Sickle, so he packed in 2 Secret Ops, which I'm not too convinced. In an open deck format, I think 1 would be good enough just to make your opponent think, oh, he might have a Secret Ops here, although you probably don't actually have it. But Bamboo just decided, okay, I go double Secret Ops here. I really want to have this card in hand to protect my small units, to protect my POTAS maybe, because POTAS is one of the key cards in the deck. It's very good synergy with this mobilized units. It gives you health, it gives you draw, you can cycle very fast through your deck, and in combination with the Commonwealth, it can be a really, really good community condition.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a double carpet bombing in there as well. I hadn't really, seen that before. I mean, we don't see carpet bombing in a tournament setting a lot, but it could be pretty game-changing in this tournament, given the amount of small units that are being played in most of these decks. And I feel like that's a different. I don't have any carpet bombings in my deck, for instance, right?
Yeah, the reason might be because you can play Mobilize in a way where you just fall back a little bit, collect cards in your hand, wait for the POTAS, then pop off with these mobilized units. And at this point, your opponent could have bought a pretty huge, could have bought a really, really huge board there with a lot of units on it. And then you have to remove them first. And carpet bombing is just a very, very good way to do this.
Exactly. All right, those are the lists for these 2 competitors, and we are just about a few minutes out from going into the matches here.
Hopefully.
We have to get the bans, right? For everybody that doesn't know, this is a best out of 5. These are 4 decks. One of them is going to be banned. You're going to have to play the other 3. So once the bans are ready, we'll get them here up on the screen. But in your mind, Spoos, who do you think is going to... Well, there we go. Soviet self-damage on both sides being banned.
Both players banning each other's self-damage list. Okay, so we will very likely see Mobilize in action. We will see Brit Air in action. And hopefully we see the Jaguar mirror and the US-German mirror. I'm really hoping we will see that one.
Now, if we talk about these bans, it makes sense, right? Bamboo is playing Mobilize, and he does not want to run into Soviet self-damage with Mobilize. We've talked about that before. It's just a deck that crushes it. Jaking then, heavily expecting Bamboo to ban out self-damage, has an option. Do I want to face Soviet self-damage when I do not have that, right? What's your best bet to win against it? It's probably Jagro, but even then, players have gotten better at managing the Jagro matchup as Soviet self-damage, and now it probably favors Soviet self-damage a little bit more than it did at the beginning.
Yeah.
Do I take out his Mobilized deck? It becomes hard, and it kind of leaves the only viable option to say, like, well, I'm just going to get rid of your Soviet self-damage.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as good as the Mobilize archetype just seems, it also has a lot of unfavorable matchup, like against Brit Air with early bombers, and also the self-damage deck there.
And here we are, Spoos. It is game number 1 in this second series of the KARDS 2022 World Championship. J-King 7, the reigning, defending world champion, takes on Bamboo. And it's going to be Jagro versus US Frontline, and what a start that
what
is.
What a good mulligan for J-King there. He just had the feint retreat selected. He found 15th Cavalry and the Befehlswagen. Bamboo also with a very good starting hand here, but this play just denied Bamboo going to the front line anytime soon.
Absolutely, and there we can see all the information that you want to know about the 15th Cavalry Regiment. We need to move the mouse there. There we go. 15th Cav and Befehlswagen attacking into this. 4 HP gone right off the top there.
You want to learn about the 32nd Infantry Regiment?
So this dive bombing was a really good top deck here for Bamboo. He can get rid of the 15 straight into the Befehlswagen, and suddenly the front line is empty there. And now it's a good chance for Bamboo to gain it maybe back next turn, because as we see, Shinodo is getting deployed but cannot go to the front line yet.
Yeah, 32nd Infantry Regiment and Panzer 35T waiting on the other side if Bamboo decides to put some
The
damage
even
across
better
the field.
play is 109s into 35T, because
Yep.
then it gets to 3 health.
Yep.
It can just trade out the Shinodo and giving Bamboo a good advantage here.
That's a great point. And my question is, would you trade out the Shinodo or would you attack face? I mean, I guess given the amount of potential blitz units that could come out and leave the Shinodo alive, that it always makes sense to trade out the Shinodo.
Yeah, also because you already received 4 damage there and you don't have too many healing in the deck. I think he's playing 2 We Can Do It that he also just needs to find and needs to invest 5 credits into it, where opponent can just flood the board with more units. So I think it's kind of a good play to just get rid of the Shinodo. Also knowing that you have the card advantage here, I think it's a good spot to just get rid of it and try to develop from there.
All right, 5th Rangers coming out, trading back there, 4-2, 0 operating cost. 5th Rangers, a really powerful card, and it looks like J-King's just setting up to rip Feigned Retreat immediately on curve next turn.
Absolutely. His hand is quite garbage here. He could not, besides starting hand, there were not any good follow-up blitz units, so he can probably not stop Bamboo from going to the front line here. And I'm definitely sure we might see Feigned Retreat next turn. I'm not sure if he wants to get the value of the Desperate Measures before that, but
It kind of depends on the top deck, right?
it also depends what the Bamboo is doing. If he's going wide with 32nd now,
Yes.
we might see it. If not, we just might see the instant Feigned Retreat here.
Yeah, Bamboo opting for the Whirlwind, taking the front line, probably trading out one of those units. That means that, J-King can... Oh, actually, this is pretty wide.
Yeah, kind of.
You see the look on J-King's face, right? He can Desperate Measures here and use the Type 94 to take out the Whirlwind, and then push the Bicycle Regiment, or even the Arado, right?
He wants to deal 1 face damage with the
Exactly.
Type 94, I guess.
And now he has a lot of cards in the front line. He has 3 units there.
Yeah, and he also was quite credit efficient. He only having 1 credit left, so he did not waste too much there. So definitely a good spot. And next turn he can just slam the Feigned Retreat and still deal 3 damage if Bamboo is not dealing with these frontline units this turn.
He can deal way more because of Type 93.
Yeah, but then he cannot play Feigned Retreat.
I know.
He lost 1 credit slot from the Desperate Measures, so...
But he gave us a look when the Type 93 came off the top. He was like, this creates options.
I'm not sure if he's wasting 4 credits here next turn, and not playing Feigned Retreat. It depends what Bamboo is doing.
He still has a draw. I mean, this is 5 damage. This puts Bamboo down to 8. It's more. It's Whirlwind as well. This is 8 damage.
Look at his face. He looks pretty happy here about that top deck. Just
Yeah.
giving him another blitz unit. He can still hold Feigned Retreat back. It's 9 damage.
2, 4, 6, 9. Yeah, 9 damage. Of course, you take that.
You take it for sure. This is way more value than just playing the Feigned Retreat here. Especially when your opponent is having 3 units on his side and it's very likely that he's going to the front line. Is he?
Looks
Wait,
like he doesn't want to rush. That's interesting.
He's probably playing around We Can Do It here.
Yeah.
So if your opponent plays We Can Do It, he's healing back to 7 potentially.
Yeah.
Plus having a support line full of high HP units. And this is why J-King, as you said, he's not rushing it here. He has a lot of time. He has another Bicycle Regiment in the front line that has to take care of. And he can just slam the Feigned Retreat next turn. And from there on, the snowball begins.
Yeah. He also has the Feigned Retreat. And that's the big thing, right? You don't want to be looking for the Feigned Retreat. So it makes sense.
Also, Bamboo held the Flampanzer back the whole time because it was at this point his only option against the Signal Regiment, but now he's running out of option kind of, and he's forced to play it now.
This is an interesting decision here from J-King. I mean, he can spend the credit to put the Type 93 into the front line, but he doesn't have to. So he's instead saying,
will you allow me to keep this alive? I'm not going to give you a free trade on the Type 93 with the PIR. I'm going to have you pay everything that you might need to pay to move up and attack it. And it worked out because Bamboo opted to play the Sherman, and now he has feigned retreat next turn. He's going to be deploying everything with an additional attack. So now that's going to be a trade onto the PIR, where before it wouldn't have been.
The Key and Sheelan, not really a good follow-up there, but the 15th Cavalry was a good find there to get rid of the PIR. And now
Bamboo probably knows that he has the Sheelan, because there are not many units in Jaking's list that cost more than 3.
Oh yeah, you're correct. He floated 3 credits there. I think he would have played anything else. It could have also been Bombing Ray that he drew there.
Or Sendai.
Or Sendai Regiment, exactly. But yeah, Bamboo has to expect a very expensive or not so, or an order in J King's hand here at this point.
Now, what do you do if you're Bamboo? Do you do strategic bombing and then trade the Sherman into the Key?
You can also use the Flampanzer.
Or yeah, Flampanzer. Sorry.
He really has to get rid of the Key. That's for very, very sure. He has also his Blitzkrieg in hand.
Is he? Oh, he's gonna pop the Blitzkrieg. No, he
can't.
doesn't have credits.
No, he can't. He's just keeping the Key alive. Look at J King's face. He does not understand that
J
play.
King does not understand. And Bamboo does not look happy with the play that he made there.
He screwed up. He just realized.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought the Blitzkrieg would reduce it to 0.
Yeah, I think that has to be the case.
Oh, he's really upset about it. I can only imagine how mad he's feeling now. And this is... I don't see how he's ever coming back from that one. That Key just goes face now, I guess.
Yeah, and there's a Type 93, so he can deal 7. The bad thing for J King is that he doesn't have the ability to make up that 1 extra damage because he doesn't have a blitz unit that he can blitz into the Sherman in the front line and get that ping from the Signal Regiment. But this is going to be more than likely, unless some divine intervention happens on behalf of Bamboo here, this is going to be game number 1. And you got to ask yourself, looking at the emotional reaction there for Bamboo when he made that mistake, is this going to rattle him? Is this going to make him doubt himself moving on into the rest of this series? Because that felt like he played it all out in his head, then he went and did it, and he went, oh, I made a mistake. I made an oopsie.
This is really, really bothering with your mind now over the next few games, I guess. You need to be very, very stable in your mind to get this one out of your head very, very fast. I hope for him that he is. And I mean, he's having options here. He can get rid of the Signal Regiment. And he is at 4 HP, so no bombing rate can kill him. There's a 4/7. Oh wait, he's just having Sheedan. What am I talking about? Sheedan has lethal.
It's Sheedan.
Oh man.
And top deck's bombing rate as well. And with that, J King 7 takes the lead 1-0 in this second series of the KARDS 2022 World Championship. And it was a good game. It was well played by J King. It felt like he was firmly in control. Of course, got off to a great start.
Yep.
15 Cav Bethelswagen, immediate follow-up thereafter, having feigned retreat as an option for so long. He even set it up perfectly to play it on curve, but ended up not doing it because he top-decked such good cards.
Yeah, and also the desperate measures. There was just too much value to get out of this, and he really, really wanted to use that instead of getting rid of it. In general, desperate measures is a really, really strong card in Jagro because it's also delivering face damage, and that is really what you want to have. And yeah, Bamboo pretty upset, I expect, but he has to get that out of the way now, focus on the next match, and then hopefully he can win that one.
Yeah, and now the question is going to be what decks they bring on into this next match. All right, that's the big question. If you're Bamboo, do you give your US deck another chance? Because what is J King going to be bringing? He's now Jagro out of the picture, Soviet self damage out of the picture. That leaves his own US deck, which is a mirror matchup that we would love to see. I would love to see how the Greyhounds play out in that, and it leaves his. Where's my final J King card here? There we go, and it leaves his Brit Air, right? So what is it that you bring? Do you bring Do you bring Brit Air? Do you go for Mobilize? Do you go for...
No, I think you don't go for Mobilize. I think you always stick with the deck there. Frontline is a good approach to beat J-King's 2 remaining decks, and you definitely don't switch to Mobilize here. And this is what he's doing. He's sticking with Frontline. J-King choose to pick Brit Air instead. And yeah, I think this could be a good matchup here for Bamboo with all these sudden strikes, Flam Panzers, half tracks to bounce the planes. This should be winnable.
Yeah, this is where those sudden strikes and Flampanzers come in really handy.
Yeah.
And I think that also plays a role in what deck you choose, because he knows that he's probably teched this deck to be able to take on Brit Air. Brit Air is one of the likeliest decks to for J-King to bring in Game 2, so makes sense. Swordfish there with the beautiful alternative art, along with being golden. So it looks a far shot from the way the Swordfish looks for many players, but not for J-King.
So unfortunately for Bamboo, he did not have a Flampanzer or Sunstrike in his starting hand. These 30 seconds are pretty weak against the Swordfish, and J-King just managed to find a second one together with 2 Gladiators. The only thing that is going for Bamboo here so far is that J-King is not having a close air support by now, but I'm pretty sure we'll see that one soon.
Yeah, 2 Swordfish established for J-King.
So what are you doing here with your Bamboo? That Skytrain is stopping the Swordfish from attacking HQ, but on the other hand, it's just having 0 attack, so it doesn't really provide anything to the board there or to get rid of the Swordfish.
Yeah, I think... did get a great unit from it, though. It is a unit that is a threat. It's a unit that has 2 HP, and I think that's pretty big. It would absorb the attack from both of those Swordfish if they could attack it, but now J-King has to choose. He has to develop the board. I don't think J-King is at a spot where he wants to do something like play the Monty. He could use Air Superiority, but he wants to keep that for a later date. Of course, Air Superiority would have done 3 damage to the Skytrain, would have allowed him to trade, but he's under no pressure.
Also, he's having the Empire Strikes in hand. So Bamboo needs to find a way to get to the front line without losing his units there. So he kind of needs to protect them. Maybe move the Skytrain additionally to the front line, which actually would not be the worst idea here. Just move everything to the front line. You have 2 units there. Kind of protected against the Swordfish. But on the other hand, you need to play around close air support here, right? Like if J-King's play looked really, really like close air support. And if J-King is having that here and you're making that play, moving everything to the front line, it's very likely that you just do your Skytrain, your other unit, and you're suddenly only left there with 1/32. And this is really, really a problematic situation for Bamboo here. That 5th Rangers, on the other hand, is a pretty good way to apply pressure here for J-King, because at the moment, he cannot really efficiently get rid of it. Instead, he could play Air Superiority and trade and attack with one of the bombers. This is a really, really good way to kill the 5th Rangers there. And I think turn 5 is the turn where just Bamboo shines with the Hellcat, but probably not going to if J-King plays the Monty here and just clocks his support line there, so he cannot deploy anything.
I think that's it's one of those questions. I feel like there's so much value in Monty when you can block the support line completely that you almost always want to take that opportunity, especially in a unit-heavy deck.
Yeah, the risk with J-King's play is here now. If Bamboo is having we can do it, that could be a lot of value for Bamboo there. That would be plus 12 stats on his units and makes it more likely when he moves them to the front line that they survive the bomber attacks there.
Bamboo just has to float 5 credits. He has nothing, and oh my god, the shelling. Well, it's gonna open up 2 spots anyway, but it's still a complete denial of an entire turn. And he can shelling. Bamboo is more than likely gonna fill those 2 missing spots with additional units. then he can Empire Strikes and he can clear everything again. But there is
Just
the strategic bombing, and it's coming out before any close air supports hit those swordfish in the back line, and that could be the lifeline that Bamboo needs.
He could just play the Hellcat now, get rid of the Gladiator to make space in the front line. He could also do, that's actually also a good play. He could just play the half track to bounce the Gladiator back, to hit it with the strategic bombing next turn. And I think that is what we're going to see here. Bamboo not playing an additional unit because he gets another one out of the Skytrain. And he knows now that Monty is out, Shelling is out, so no more pin left in J King's deck. At least no mass pin. So he can go a little bit wider here now. Although he knows there's still the Empire Strikes in J King's deck, and we know that it's also in J King's hand. He's just looking for the correct spot to just drop it off.
So much value coming out of this Skytrain. Just blocking those attacks. Imagine how this game would have played if the Skytrain was not making it difficult for J King to trade with the Swordfish into the backline. J King would be steamrolling this game.
Yeah. Skytrain made a big difference there this game so far. And yeah, it just left the battlefield right now from the Empire Strikes. And Bamboo just tracking all the mass removal, all the mass pin here. And yeah, there might be a chance that he can pop off soon actually. Like J King's hand looks a little bit, not too strong at the moment. He's having one Gladiator. The Wellington could make a difference here. Also 2 air superiorities in hand. Not really that great against the Sherman, for example, but still a very good removal, very efficient.
Yeah, we've seen earlier today, there are indeed 4 convoys being played in Brit Air. Unfortunately, Head found all of them at the same time. There's also Lend-Lease. There's plenty of draw in these decks. So J King not really worried about running out of cards, but he could get into that situation if that top deck next turn or the convoy doesn't help him find additional draw. Then what he has on board could be just about all the stuff that he has access to for a while. Now it's going to cost 4 credits to get rid of the 3 health Gladiator in the front line, and that's going to require sacrificing a Hellcat, which is not ideal.
One question, why is that Wellington at 5 attack?
He played closer support.
But isn't Wellington a 3/4? Did he play double close air support? No. Why am I so confused?
It's a good question.
What happened there? I'm not really sure, but at least we see that it's a 5/4, and Bamboo being at 10 health left, now only 3 health left on the HQ, giving me the slight feeling here that J King might take the 2-0 lead here. Hey, look at this. He's not. He's thinking. Do I go to the front line or do I deal the 3 missing damage there, or not 3 missing, or set my opponent to 3?
He's thinking about playing around Bamboo having Hellcat.
Yeah, definitely. And look at this. Sherman is the new convoy, it looks like.
Yeah,
like
4
Bamboo
Shermans.
just found all of his Shermans without getting any value out of them. And there we have the 2-0 lead for J King. One more win, and he's our second semi-finalist. And will face Birdo tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we're not at this point.
We're not at this point yet. This is now this one. It's all up to Bamboo. He knows what deck is coming next, right? J King having won with his Brit Air as well means that there's only the US frontline deck.
And we might see a mirror now, and we might see. I mean, we said that Bamboo would have been in a good spot here with matchup wise. Turns out he was not really. Maybe he can get what he deserved out of the next matchup. Like again, Flampanzer, Sunstrike, really good tech cards in the mirror and also against Brit Air, but somehow it did not come together, and that's why J King is leading here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, sometimes I feel like when I watch, in particular, J King and sometimes Noen play, it almost feels like it doesn't matter what their opponent is playing or what they draw. They're just putting the pins to them. And that's what this series has felt like. Now we're getting the mirror matchup. We're in beautiful Washington there, and the lighter is on the table along with a cup of coffee. But who will take this one? Not a fantastic mulligan for Bamboo. You can see the reaction there. He knows it as well. Ooh. On the other hand, that is a fantastic mulligan, not only finding the 32nd, also finding the Panzer 35T and the Greyhound. So this is going to be very difficult for Bamboo to ever get back from, because that Greyhound, just that 3 HP clogging the front line at any moment that Jaking wants to do it. I almost feel like he should just play it and put it into the front line now.
Honestly, I would have expected the Greyhound. I think this is why it's actually in the deck, kind of, one of the reasons. And yeah, 3 health is very, very annoying for the opponent's deck, for Bamboo's deck to get rid of. But I think Jaking just wants to deliver the damage early on here, maybe force out a sudden strike, which we are actually seeing. Maybe even force the opponent to drop a 35T on his end, or more 32nd, or at least one. But yeah, Bamboo really with a rough start here.
Having to expend a sudden strike on turn 2 on a 35T is not really where you want to be at. Yeah, he does, however, I mean, he has the Whirlwind, so he can push it into the front line. That has 3 HP. That will require trading out 2 of the 32nd.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Anything that has 3 health is, in general, really good against frontline. And now we see...
Look at that!
This is the value of the Greyhound now, yeah. I mean, with a Whirlwind, this would have not been possible. Like, I mean, it would have been possible, but would have left with a full support line there. And it kind of pays out there. Just having one additional body on the board that go to the front line is just insane value. And all of that Jaking is missing at this point is a German as a follow-up, but he's having the 5th Rangers, so he's in a pretty good spot here.
And he can keep the Greyhound back if he were to find, or like he does, keep the Whirlwind back. If he finds a Blitzkrieg next turn, just being able to be like, tank in the front line, Blitzkrieg, dealing damage.
Yeah, it's a really scary situation here for your opponent. So Bamboo always has to take care of to remove as much units as possible from the front line, and he's pretty good at this at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's pretty huge for Bamboo, and I would almost call it a mistake from Jaking not putting the Whirlwind into the front line with the 2 attack instead of the Greyhound with the 1 attack, right? You could have kept the tank body in the support line, and that would have not enabled Bamboo to take the front line there, because the 35T would have died to trading out against the Whirlwind, and there would have been 3 health on it as well, so he wouldn't have been able to clear the front line.
Yeah, that's really a good point. So we have Jaking back in the front line. Not really what Bamboo wants to see. He has the 101st. This is a very scary unit here for Jaking, because you don't want to bounce this with a half track. You cannot easily trade into this, although it's having 3 health, but with the 4 attack and ambush, it's really hard to get rid of. But Bamboo just sacrificing it into the 5th Rangers here. I mean, he kind of has no other option. Like, look at his hand. Again, 2 Shermans without control of the front line. The Whirlwind and Flampanzer maybe can do something next turn, but strat bombing.
Dive bombing coming in. That will take out the Whirlwind.
You can also just trade the Whirlwind into it maybe and keep the dive bombing for later. Like, if there's just another 5th Rangers in the front line, he can use one of the Shermans maybe to set the attack to 0, make your Sherman survive, but he just decides to not do that.
He wants to deliver damage to face, it looks like. And now Jaking slowly running out of cards.
Yeah, it's also, I think it's not really about dealing face damage here. I think in the mirror, it's just about controlling the board. And I would have preferred to just have an additional body on board here to get 1 Sherman to the front line maybe next turn in combination with the dive bombing, and then get draw out of the second one. Like, he's really running out of options here. He has more cards in hand, but Jaking is having the way more scary situation here for Bamboo.
Again, we see the power of 3 HP there. Both the Greyhound and the Whirlwind surviving. They both got buffed now by the 109th Combat Engineers, and all of a sudden there's 5 potential damage in the front line. Bamboo having to rip strategic bombing because he doesn't have anything else to do, and he's going to take 5 damage to face. That's going to put him down to 8. 5th Rangers can come out, and he could even opt to make it an 8-8 and operate it for 4 and threaten lethal in the front line. I do think he's going to go for the 0 up cost.
Yeah, just because he's having 5 damage in the front line, and you don't really want to miss this. And this is just one additional body that Bamboo needs to take care of, and this should be really hard with this current hand. I'm not even sure he can top deck there. I think there's almost nothing. I think the game could have gone differently if we would have dropped the Sherman earlier and just have the body on board. With the dive bomb, it was just too strong against 5th Rangers. Look at this. Oh, 2 Shermans. 2 we can do it. This should seal the deal.
Oh,
okay, this is not bad. This is some really, really good draw. Snowball now gives him more bodies on the board. J-King is not having lethal next turn. He's 2 off. And what am I saying?
He's 2 off.
There are the 2 missing damage out of top of his deck, and this is it.
That's gonna be it.
Another 3-0.
J-King 7. 3-0's Bamboo and secures himself the 2nd spot in the upper bracket finals, which is going to be played tomorrow. This means that on the lower side of the bracket, it is going to be Bamboo taking on Head for who will be eliminated and who will make it on into the next day tomorrow, who will be allowed to return. This is also a match that is for $500, right? Because 4th place will take $1,000, whereas 3rd place will take at least $1,500. So not only tournament life, but money on the line as well in this next series. What amazing performance here from both J-King and Berto, 3-0ing their respective opponents.
Wow. These Canadians.
These Canadians, right? Well, with that, we will throw it back to Christo and the pair on the analyst desk, Elin and Darkness.
Another 3-0. We have our 2nd semifinalist, J-King 7, moving on, defeating Bamboo, going head-to-head with Berto Burrito in our semifinal match that you'll be able to check out here tomorrow. But let's break this down. Let's dissect this. Another phenomenal matchup that went maybe a little bit faster than we expected. Elin, did you ever figure the World Championships we would see 2 3-0s back-to-back to start us off?
Absolutely not, Christo. Like, can you believe it? The first 2 matchups, both going 3-0. Our 2 Canadians really having luck on their side today. And just, you know, we could see it in Bamboo's face a few times there. He was not getting what he needed. He did not get the mulligans that he needed. And he was just not able to pull it through.
Absolutely. It seemed like on his face as well. In that first game, he had maybe made a slight misplay around the Blitzkrieg play. Maybe affected him for the next 2, but Darkness, can you break that down a little bit for us? I know before the game you mentioned, yeah, Darkness has a slight advantage. J-King has a slight advantage here. But I mean, 3-0, that's not a slight advantage. That definitely went J-King's way.
Yeah, definitely went J-King's way. To be fair, J-King found like the considerable better mulligans. In the first match, when he was playing J-Aggro, you know, he was mulligan everything away, and he was able to find the Cavalry Regiment plus Panzerbefehlswagen. This was, of course, a great opening, and he was putting on the pressure, and he was playing the game, forcing Bamboo to react. But of course, he is running out of cards, and the only thing he needed is Damn it!
Faint retreat.
Faint retreat. Thank you. I know Twitch chat is making fun of me. But yeah, it's a faint.
With you, Darkness.
They're laughing with me. Yes. Let's see if the German is laughing at the end too. Okay, Find and Retreat is really the key card in the front line versus J-Aggro. It really depends on this card. It's the clash in both decks really want into the front line, and it's the question who's running out of steam first. And if J-King is finding the Faint Retreat, it's Bamboo. Almost every time. So this went really well for J-King, and he made great decision. Usually it's really, really strong, playing this turn 6. But as Ollie mentioned, his top decks were that good. He was gaining most damage into those actions by playing the cards in desperate measures and holding the feint retreat a little bit. Turn 2, it was like the same. He was starting with 2 gladiators and Empire Strikes against the frontline deck, with those swordfish being able to trade a little bit. And even if if Bamboo would advance into the frontline, there was this Empire Strikes waiting to clear the board again. With the 5th Ranger, turn 4, it was actually not able to do just a board wipe, but J-King managed this perfectly by having air superiority, attacking, and moving into the front line with Monty pinning everything. So J-King not only finding good things in the mulligan, but playing optimal, like he's on today, and finding the greatest moves to play around, giving Bamboo a very, very hard time. It's really rough playing against an enabled Brit Air, gaining this power momentum. That was really tough. And in game 3, yeah, we saw Bamboo's face. He was not getting exactly what he wanted. And after the mulligan, after I think both player, almost everything card was changed, J-King not only was able to start, which is important in the mirror matchup, he was also the one finding the 32nd infantry regiments and playing with those power momentum of this card draw. He found the second one by drawing it. He's known for it. He does this every time. I don't understand how, but he can do it. And this allowed Bamboo, just by simply having more options, to come back into the match. But this one turn was really critical, where he just played the dive bombing, killing the Wirbelwind in the front line, developing his own, going into the front line and dealing 2 damage. I think this was really, really critical and on his nerves. Much better would have been in the mirror matchup to just slam a Sherman onto the field to be able to trade after the last units of J-King, and getting another Sherman draw to outplay and outvalue J-King here. So yeah, experience, being on cam, being on the focus, of course, worked in J-King's favorite here and leading to this 3-0.
We saw Bamboo with the Shermans in his hand, I think, every game, just kind of stuck there. And to your point, you might have got some value on them if you place them on the board. J-King also, I think, made some fantastic mulligans and played exceptionally well. And we've got Ollie standing by to chat with J-King to understand what his thought process was going through that first series.
Thank you for that, Christo. I am here with J-King. And J-King, congratulations on winning your first series of the World Championship. That's different to how things went last year, where you got knocked into the losers bracket on day number 1. How much does it matter for you to win the first series here? And do you feel like you can now kind of breathe a little bit easier, knowing that you're not going to be fighting for your tournament life in the final game of today?
Yeah, it's for sure a huge difference winning the first series. Even though neither Bamboo or Head are out yet, being in a must-win position is a lot of stress on you. And even if you win, you have to play another set today. And even if you win that, it means you're playing again first set tomorrow. And you're essentially just playing nonstop. It means you are playing 3 more additional sets rather than, 2 or 3, I suppose. But it's the pressure of knowing you can't lose, or that's it. So I must say I much prefer the 3-0 into the winners finals rather than the 2-3 into the 4th place match.
Exactly. Well, it was a quick 3-0, and now you know who you're going to be facing tomorrow. It's going to be Berto Burrito. Tell me your thoughts about that matchup. Of course, you did meet in the qualifiers for the top 4. Berto came out ahead there in a pretty exciting series. Do you feel like you're going to have the edge going into tomorrow? Do you feel confident going into that matchup? Talk to me about how you feel about that.
I certainly feel confident. Not necessarily confident in that I think I have a particular edge based on decks. We have 4 of the same decks with very similar cards in those decks. There's a few differences, but I think they sort of average out across all of the changes. I don't really know how to explain it, but I've just been pretty calm and confident for this entire event. Not thinking that I'm going to crush it, but just being confident that I'm going to play well. And if I can draw well to complement playing well, I think I'm going to do well. And that happened today. And yeah, hopefully that happens again tomorrow. And hopefully I get the revenge match against Birdo. And hopefully it's not a 3-0, regardless of who wins. I don't think either of us want to 3-0 the other.
All right. Well, let's talk about this series a little bit. I want to start by asking you about the ban. Why would you ban Soviet self-damage in this situation?
So the idea behind banning Soviet self-damage is it has an incredibly favorable matchup into both the Feigned Retreat Jagro and the US-German midrange. And its matchup into air is a little tricky. I think it's slightly favored for air, but it's not something I'm incredibly comfortable against. And I was counting on Bamboo banning my own self-damage, so I knew those were sort of the 3 decks I needed to play into self-damage, and none of the 3 are something I really want to do. And I feel pretty comfortable against Bamboo's other 3 decks.
Makes sense. In game number 1, you were playing Jagro into his US frontline deck, and it seemed like you kind of just got everything that you wanted in that, you know, before the mulligan, your hand didn't look that great. After the mulligan, it did. Did that game just play out straightforward to you, or were there any tricky spots that you ran into?
I think the hardest part of that game was choosing whether or not to keep Feigned Retreat in the opening hand. That was a decision based entirely on my training. I think if you're going first against US midrange, if you can play a turn 6 Feigned, it's really, really difficult for you to have bad enough hand that they have dominant board control by turn 6. And if you can play Feigned in a situation where they do not have dominant board control, you will usually win. Obviously, I kept the Feigned in the mulligan and then got back Cavalry Regiment and the Befehlswagen going first, which is exactly what you want to see as Jagro. But I do think the hardest part of that game was choosing to keep the Feigned, and I think it paid off. And there was also a decision whether or not to play Feigned on 6 or keep it for a couple more turns. But the draws just sort of lined up in a way that it was actually more powerful to keep the Feigned back in hand as a backup plan.
Definitely. We could see that in your face when you drew the Type 93 there. You know, it was like, maybe I don't play Feigned Retreat next turn. Going into game number 2, you were playing a Brit Air. You got that double Swordfish established pretty early on, but then you played this Skytrain, and you had some options to try and deal with that, but it survived on the board a little bit, but eventually you were able to take over. Talk me through that situation.
So this is another situation where my training definitely paid off. I had the chance to play very early Empire Strikes to just take out all of the units on the board. The 5th Rangers coming down was a bit of an upset to that plan. I had considered that. I was already thinking about that before it came down. I was just in that situation. I was like, what's the one thing he could have that would be really annoying? Because a Whirlwind will die to Empire Strikes. 5th Rangers is really the one thing that can come down, and if that happens, I'm just going to air sub, attack with Swordfish, move up Gladiator. But the Skytrain coming down isn't that much of an issue as long as it didn't give him a Combat Engineers off the first unit, because all of the infantry units you can get off of Skytrain, with the exception of Jasko, all have 3 or less health, which means they'll die to the Empire Strikes that I saw coming down on turn 4 or 5. The Combat Engineers would have been a huge issue because it would mean that a Whirlwind or 35T could get up to that 3 attack number and kill one of my Swordfish, which would really throw a wrench in the plan. But yeah.
All right, well, you managed to play through it and you managed to secure the victory, and then you moved on into game number 3. That was a U.S. mirror matchup. We saw that there were a lot of Flampanzers, there were sudden strikes and so on in his deck on the tech side. But what I really want to focus on here is the Greyhounds and the 3 HP miracle, it seems. You know, you got at one point were able to trade with the Whirlwind and the Greyhound to get on into the front line against, I believe it was his own Whirlwind, that ended up giving you 2 bodies and 5 damage in the front line with the 109th Combat Engineers. So in that match and just in general, how important is that 3 health stat line in that mirror matchup?
I think it's huge. The only exception of when 3 health doesn't become a breaking point is if you go first and get that turn 1 combat engineers, but that didn't happen for either of us. So in that case, you have the 35 Ts, the Whirlwinds, the 30 seconds, all of these 2 attack units that just can't one-shot a 3 health unit in the front line. Neither of us drew Red Devils that game, but the way I saw Greyhound was it's sort of like a marginally worse Red Devils, which is by far the best card in a US mid-range mirror, with the upside that it's a tank rather than an infantry, which gives you some slightly more options with Blitzkrieg. You can attack into the front line to clear it and then move it up into the front line on the same turn, which is what I did to clear that Whirlwind. So the Greyhound really came in clutch in that lineup in that game 3. And that was something that was honestly a last-minute decision. I had been running with Geberg's Pioneers in the deck up until the final day, and we started to see more and more air, and I wasn't really feeling comfortable running a 1-1 unit that doesn't do anything the turn it's played if there's going to be a lot of 1-3 bombers, 1-2 bombers around. So I decided in the last minute, I was like, I want to take out Geberg's Pioneers. I could put in Sudden Strikes, I could put in Californias, I could put in Research Island Hopping. There's a lot of options. And I just sort of had this eureka moment where I was just, what about Greyhound? Like, this is a card that essentially nobody has run in US German midrange since 32nd was released, because 32nd obviously draws all the copies, and that's really important for getting control of the front line. But I was just looking at it, and it had synergy with every single card in my deck. It had synergy with Blitzkrieg, Combat Engineers. It's just great into the current meta. It's great against Air. It's great against Jagro. It's great in the mirror. And I was just like, wait, Greyhound's insane. And so I put it into the deck and tested it out in the last 4 hours before deck submission and sent it in, and it paid off in all of my training games, and it paid off here in game 3. So yeah, really glad that worked out.
Amazing. Before I let you go, I want to ask about one specific moment in that game. You had a Whirlwind and a Greyhound sitting in the back line, in the support line, and you could choose to move either one up. You decided to move up the Greyhound, and that led to Bamboo being able to clear the front line and get his own unit in the front line. Looking back, would you have done that differently? Had you expected him to have that play?
I think I would have to rewatch the game to get to that exact position and really consider all of my options again. But my thought process in the moment was, I thought that he would only have Blitz infantry. That was sort of my hope. I figured that if he had Blitz tanks, he would have played them up until that, before that point already in the game. And I had the strategic bombing in hand, and my hand was looking pretty weak, so I wanted to play a turn 6 strategic bombing on the following turn. So my idea was, if he's going to play a 5th Rangers, I would rather it hit a 1-1 tank and then die to strategic bombing than it hits the 2-3 tank and then dies to strategic bombing. Yeah. Now, obviously, with the Blitz tanks and being able to take the front line, it did not work according to plan. But the idea was essentially, I thought I was going to be able to keep him in the support line, so the damage dealt by the unit wouldn't matter after a strategic bombing.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, J King. Congratulations on your win here in the first series. And we'll let you go. We'll let you enjoy the rest of the matches, take a much needed rest, and get prepared mentally for tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ollie. Another semifinalist is now in place. We're going to have J King going up against Berto Burrito to determine the finalists for our winners bracket. That will be our matchup tomorrow. However, today we've got one more matchup. We have got Head taking on Bamboo. Before we get there, during the interview with Ollie, J King had mentioned that he was calm, cool, collected, felt prepared. Now, Spoos, watching that whole series, I don't think there was a moment that J King was really on his back foot. It felt like he had control from the second he played his first card until he got lethal in that game 3.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like Raptors playing with his prey there. It felt like he had everything under control the whole time. He was knowing what he was doing. Also kind of abusing the mistakes that Bamboo might have done there. And yeah, I mean, both Canadians in a really good shape this year for the World Championship title.
Now, Ollie, you also heard, J King mentioned multiple times, hey, my training really paid off. And You know, you can say that he got lucky, drew some great mulligans, but at the end of the day, he knew exactly what to keep, exactly what to get rid of. I was watching that last game, watching him click his mulligans away, and something like an Akita regiment that I figured, well, that'll stick in his hand. Or sorry, I believe that was the second game. The Akita regiment in his hand, I'm like, I would have kept that. Got rid of it, knowing he was looking for that one drop and looking to keep feigned retreat that entire time because he knew that was key. In casting those matches, do you think that, you know, that training really did pay off? He knew exactly what he needed to have in every matchup.
I definitely think it did. And I think one of the reasons why I love these interviews is that they give context to the thought process that goes into this, right? And that to me is something that we haven't really had in-depth interviews like this on a regular basis, but you just heard it didn't matter. Even if I was asking him about a very specific thing that happened in one of the 3 games that he just played, and you had the choice between moving this and this to the front line, and even there was a thought process behind it. Now, whether or not he made the correct assumption, in that case he didn't, that basically didn't matter. It's the fact that he had a thought process behind it. He went through the different possibilities. He played with intent. And that's the difference between waiting to get lucky and making your own luck. Because you can talk about getting the right cards, getting the top decks, doing all those things. But if you just play like I play on ladder, you just throw things out, you won't get into those situations. I probably would have thrown the Whirlwind up, and if there was a 5th Rangers there, I would have lost value. And he didn't. So it's that marginal gain. And in any card game, it's about reducing variance, it's about picking the highest percentage plays. And I think his preparation has allowed him to do that better than most.
Absolutely. Now, Spoos, you alluded to, you know, maybe taking advantage of some of Bamboo's maybe slight misplays or mistakes. We're going to have our first elimination here today. We're going to have Bamboo taken on head in just a few moments. Loser goes home with $1,000. Winner goes on to have a second life. Do you think some of those challenges Bamboo maybe had during that series, how do you think that plays into this next series he has coming up? Because he's not going to have much of a break. He's going to have to get right back into it, get back into the game, and get his head sorted to try and win in this next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, both players are under a lot of pressure here now. So, I mean, they still go home with $1,000, so there's not too much pressure. But if you want to be the champion here this year, there's a lot of pressure right now. And I think it's the same situation for both players right now. Like, both lost their first series. Both, they're maybe a little bit unlucky, also maybe a little bit unfortunate there. But yeah, I think they're both in the same mental state, so it should not play that big of a role. It's just important for them now to get the first match out of their head, focus on the next one, and then, yeah, it's your best shot.
Ollie, do you agree with that? Do you think one player going into this losers bracket matchup has an advantage, or do you think it's really, hey, we both lost 3-0, we both made our mistakes, we both got unlucky a little bit, shake it off, let's start fresh?
I think it's how they tackle it. I think Head might have an advantage because more time has passed since he lost his series. You could see that Bamboo was frustrated a couple of times in that series. He was playing against an opponent that got the right cards, that made the right plays, and seemingly almost looked like he never stood a chance. I mean, he definitely did. We know that Bamboo is a good player, but when you're just coming out of that series, it almost makes me want to vamp here for another 10 minutes just to give Bamboo a chance to go out and breathe and get some fresh air. But I feel like that could be the biggest difference maker between the mindset of these two players. But whenever you play at this level of competition, whenever you've played as much as both these players have, you know how to take a loss, you know how to reset, you understand how card games work. At least that's what I would expect. Whether it's cards, if it's another collectible card game or poker, bad beats happen. You just have to get over it, and you have to think, all right, how am I going to do this better the next time around? So if Bamboo is able to do that, I don't think either one of them has any mental edge, but if not, then I would give that to Head.
That's actually a great point where, as Bamboo, you're sitting there feeling like I had no chance. My opponent drew everything they needed. That can have an effect on the psyche going into this next matchup. So
that can affect his head.
Every time. It's like I'm giving you alley-oops all day long. Let's get back into the action. Enough puns. We have Head taking on Bamboo. Winner continues on to fight another day, that day being tomorrow. The loser goes home with $1,000. So it's not all for nothing, but you better believe both of these players want to continue in their road to the World Championships. Over to you, Aiden and Darkness.
Thank you, Christo. We are back in the casting booth, myself and Darkness. We are about to see the last series of games today, which is going to be our two losers from the previous two series today, Bamboo and Head. Since we've already deep dived quite a bit into the decks of these players that we're about to see, we're not going to dive into them again, but we are going to see some ban picks. But before we do that, I want to ask you, Darkness, knowing the decks, looking at these decks, what would be your ban picks?
My ban picks would be, from Bamboo's side, definitely the German Italy control list, and from Head's side, Soviet Japan self-damage. Definitely, I see the most potential, and these are the strongest deck in each lineup, so I would go to these bans. But I believe Bamboo and Head are friends with each other, so maybe they know their strategies, their playstyles, even trained together, like J King and Birdo did, and decide to ban something different.
And there we have it. We can see the bans. Bamboo's Brit air deck ban had...
Bamboo is the one bringing mobilization.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The Brit-France mobilization deck and Head's Soviet self-damage deck banned there.
Again, completely different from what I saw.
Yes.
Say it. Really, really interesting. I really wonder if Bamboo is able to score like Birdo Burrito by not banning the German deck list. Maybe, maybe not. Well, banning the mobilization deck is interesting and at some point understandable because it can snowball really hard, and it's like the unusual deck he is bringing. Maybe Head is not really prepared against that, and maybe he predicted the Soviet self-damage ban. Looking at this ban, it makes a lot of sense to ban the mobilization aspect. Maybe they got in each other's heads as well.
Absolutely. So it'll be really interesting to see what they go for first. What's our first matchup here gonna look like, especially with consideration of these two bans?
Yes. Well, for Head, I would expect, like he played against Birdo Burrito, to start with the control version. And let's keep in mind, Bamboo and Head, they played against each other. In the knockout stage, they were in the first bracket and in the first top 4 bracket, who's deciding who's going to Iceland. And if I'm not mistaken, Head was able to crush Bamboo, but Boo was able to fight back in the losers bracket against Kolbasnik.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see if we have a replay here or if things are going to switch around and Bamboo finds an opening with the decks that he's bringing today. Obviously, their lineups are looking a bit different.
Their lineups are different, yes, similar to the knockout stage. Head was bringing some more control versions. He's not running this Brit-Japan control deck, the pin deck, anymore. But we are into the game. Head is starting with Britain, so he's choosing the Brit Air and and Bamboo is bringing J aggro to the table. Head deciding in the mulligan to keep the Sonya. It's a 1 credit bomber. We need to see Bamboo's hand here, if he's able to have a 1 drop. Right now we can't see his hand, but he skipped turn 1, floating damage, and Head was able to find a gladiator. 1-3 stats of a bomber turn 1 against J aggro. This is really, really hard to play against. Bamboo somehow was able to play something. The Arado will draw him a card, unknown so far, and the type 94 TK is giving him another unit right now, protected by the Arado and giving him a surprise attack. So with this surprise attack and maybe a second pin, Bamboo is able to destroy any unit which could help him getting back into this match.
Absolutely. And while we're just ironing out a few technical things here to get Bamboo's hand shown, we can at least see that Head seems to be going in it pretty strong, straight up, playing air superiority, clearing out Bamboo's built board.
And of course attacking it. And of course attacking into the TK Akita Regiment, turn 3. Deploying and moving into the front line is definitely a tough moment here for Head, because the destruction effect is dealing 2 damage. He's attacking first, it hits the Gladiator. This is very important for Bamboo. And Head now is drawing 2 more units. Now we know the card which Arado drawn, it's Bombing Raid. Head very carefully playing around Bombing Raid by placing the swordfish to the side, not in the middle, to prevent the mass destruction of all 3 units, but still keeping it close enough together to find a close air support and buff 3 units. Well, Bombing Raid at least killed 2 airplanes here, leaving this one Type 94TK alive, which it's probably the least strongest unit here.
A strong play there from Bamboo, but Head quickly making it back, putting some more units down into the field and dealing a little bit of damage there to face.
There's so many options right now. Bamboo has the second Type 94TK. He can play it and has 2 surprise attack, just killing the Sonya into the front. Akita Regiment, also possible to trade and maybe deal some damage, but the key 83 in his hand is what I'm looking at right now. This one will block the bomber from attacking anything else, and with the cavalry regiment he's able to attack into the front line. This looks in theory like the best play. Of course, Head is having the rough lightning to counter it next turn, but this turn deploying the key looks really, really strong for Bamboo.
Absolutely, very strong play there. And Head having just drawn the close air support, he has a couple of a few other air units in play. If he can just line them up correctly, he can.
It's a rough lightning play, just retreating the key back to hand, kind of reducing the efficiency of those 4 credit spend for Bamboo. Very important to buy some time to develop a bigger board and to get this close air support buff into the support line on 3 units up best.
Absolutely, and Bamboo is considering playing it again. It would mean it's a lot of credit spent to do it 2 times in a row here, but does he have any other better options available?
I mean, he could play the Type to get like the second surprise attack and pin and destroy something, but I don't consider this as better. Deploying the key is really, really strong. These are so many stats, and the Akita Regiment as second body with a powerful destruction effect looks like definitely the best play here right now for Bamboo.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And this puts Head in a difficult position. He needs to find a way of playing around this key, which is very dangerous, and it looks like surprise attack and attack with Sonya is the way to go. Sacrificing his unit, but the effect will kill the key, so he does not need 5 damage, just the Sonya damage is enough, plus the effect. Albacore will kill the Akita Regiment, Rough Lightning will deliver 3 damage, looking really strong.
Very solid round there from Head.
I think it's time. I think it's time for the Type. Rough Lightning and Head only having 3 cards, looking good to deploy the Type. 94TK with the second surprise attack, killing the Rough Lightning, Raiding Brigade, killing the Bomber. Although Wellington is much more scary in theory because it's a bomber, and knowing Wellington is in hand, so makes us know he should have kept the surprise attacks for the Wellington.
Yep. And he's using them both to be able to clear the board there of heads and pushing forward, which is kind of what you need to be doing as Bamboo in this situation.
Well, this top deck is not good. Head does not has a support line to use this buff and power spike, so to speak. So Wellington is the play, and he can either trade or use Empire Strike and clear the board. Not using Empire Strike is more efficient in the long run, but this will allow Bamboo to move the type TK into the front line. Well, never mind, he would have found a Blitz unit anyway. To get the extra draw out of 22nd Infantry Regiment, and well, not killing the TK actually allows Bamboo to trade with the Wellington. Now Empire Strikes is only 1 damage and won't kill the Panzer 35T. Head has so many more cards, but without units to buff, those buffs are useless.
Absolutely, really not the cards that he wants to see in his hand right now. And I mean, just looking at Bamboo's board, he's able to really start developing it properly here. He's got and he's got nothing else to do but to just take shots at the HQ.
Yeah, and very important, the Kagoshi regiment is going into the front line, potentially dealing 5 damage next turn. Really, really scary here. Head is looking at 10 potential damage right now, next turn. It's not enough to, even with the bicycle regiments, so Bamboo will hold it in case of a board wipe. Well, but Head did not find the HMS, so the board wipe is not really coming. He's able to kill 2 units, but the Kagoshi regiment will survive, and the Panzerbefehlswagen will survive.
Indeed. And Bamboo, of course, having now drawn the feigned retreat, just getting the 15th Cavalry Regiment. When is the right moment to play the feigned retreat?
Now, definitely now. You really want to play the Cavalry Regiment and probably the Bicycle Regiment and feigned retreat and attack with Kagoshima Regiment. The important part here is to kill the Spitfire. Head did not play his cards because these were buffs, and yeah, he just can't play it. He just couldn't play it. Bamboo needs to realize here that there are multiple buffs in the hand of Head, and killing the bomber with Fury is most important here. He's thinking right now, taking his time, choosing to attack the HQ, and deploying Bicycle Regiment, Cavalry Regiment, and probably feigned retreat. But this could really backfire. Head now, look at the damage and the credits. With 2 attacks, this fighter needs 4 credits. 2 times close air support will be another 4. More than enough, another 2. More than enough credits, and this is lethal damage by Head.
Wow! Amazing! Just like that. Head takes the first win against Bamboo in this first match in this series of Bamboo versus Head. Really, really solid play here from Head, and really, you know, you couldn't see it coming right up until the end.
Some player would have seen it coming. If you play against Brit Air a lot on meta, those Fury fighters are really, really dangerous. In history, when there was this Hurricane Finest Hour play, it was common knowledge that Brit Air is able to burst you down with a Fury fighter. Not killing the Spitfire here was a major point, and again, Het did not play like 2 or 3 of those last cards for an eternity, for 3 or 4 turns. So it was expectable that these rare buff cards he would not use on a single airplane or with no unit at all. Of course, Bamboo cannot see the hand cards, but a big point is playing about around possibility and around the cards he could have had. Bamboo choose to go all in and hope that Het did not have the right cards to finish him off, which was very, very risky and did not work out at the end.
Absolutely, that was a very interesting series. And now looking into the next game, as Bamboo, are you bringing that J aggro deck back?
I mean, he has to bring it back and win in order to continue this trip at the World Championship, and I think he will switch to change his mental state to get in another position for himself, to switch it up a little bit, to make a break and getting like a refreshment, maybe drink a sip of water, playing something else, or continuing with the same to really prove now I'm here to win.
Wow. And he brings the J aggro deck back, and we are seeing Head's control deck, I believe.
Yeah, German-Italy control. Actually, the J aggro list is kind of strong against German-Italy control. I think it's still not favored, but if a deck of Bamboo is able to overrun the German-Italy control deck, it is J aggro. And
that is quite the start right there, you know, starting with the bicycle regiment, getting 2 Befehlswagens into the front right in the beginning, and being able to deal 6 damage to face.
6 damage.
That is crazy. That is about as optimal as a start can get there for Bamboo.
And did you see, Het played from the deep, but Bamboo had enough units on the board to just use 2 credits efficiently. Reich Research is being played and just killing the bicycle regiments. What is interesting, because Het has the Bologna regiment, and with 3 credits, Bamboo is not able to deal with Bologna regiment. So I'm unsure why he did not play that guard. With 4 credits now, it's obvious to play the Volksgrenadier and remove 1 unit here, but Signal regiment is played and will continuously dealing more damage. And look at that, a Type 93 top deck.
Ooh.
Together with Panzerbefehlswagen, this will be 6 more damage.
Wow. That is so quick and so much damage. I mean, what can Het do at this point?
He can play the Bologna regiment, he can play Mare Nostrum, kill a unit in the front line and get 6 HP back.
Wow.
It's a back and forth. But Bamboo has the Sendai regiment. The Sendai regiment can either take out the Bologna regiment, allowing Panzerbefehlswagen to deal 3 more damage, or take out the Mare Nostrum unit, which is considerable to prevent 6 healing here. And Bamboo, he grabs his face with his hand. He's thinking about it. Which one is a better target for the Sendai regiment?
Absolutely. I mean, you really have to get rid of that Mare Nostrum unit, don't you?
It's usually not wise to let it live, but Het does not has any buffs to preserve its life. So it's 6 HP healing with another attack, or Bamboo has to trade into the Bologna regiment a lot of units, and it's a Bologna regiment, and even the trade into the Volksgrenadier, I do like that, because of the recently change of Mare Nostrum. Het did not receive the 6 potential heal, because it's only giving you heal when you attack and not when your opponent attacks into it. Oh, look at Bamboo's face seeing those 7th Alpini regiments. These units will heal head when Bamboo is attacking into them. And with Sunday regiment down, there's currently no way to get rid of this unit.
So that was really, really quick. A lot of momentum for Bamboo, but it seems that Head has been able to really put him to a stop here with these last couple of rounds.
Definitely looks like it. Behind this guard, he's relatively safe and able to establish a board. So, Head, what can Boo do against it? Well, flood the board, play a lot of units, which will probably deal some damage, but not enough. The Heinkel is able to kill the buff tank in the support line. 7th Alpini Regiment killing Bicycle Regiment, healing for 4. Of course, then First Signal Regiment is dealing 1 damage, but it's not enough. And with Flam Panzers, there's even a way to get rid of it.
Wow, and Head having a choice now, going for the Flampanzer. Strong unit to take going forward here. Really strongly able to pull this back, but Bamboo's just pulled out the key.
The key looks really good. He can really use the card roll, but with bombing rate, there's a way of dealing damage to all 3 targets in the support line, and with Akita Regiment maybe even able to get rid of this guard. Very, very important here. Bombing rate, killing the Heinkel, delivering 2 damage to the HQ and 3 to the Alpini Regiment. Akita Regiment, destruction effect did not hit the 7th Alpini Regiment. So Head is back to 8. But the healing guard will still live, and this will prevent Schieden from attacking the HQ next turn, while Head is establishing a board, putting down Flam Panzer, killing First Signal Regiment, putting down the U-88, able to steal and copy the units of Bamboo. The key has enough to prevent that. Akita Regiment is more damage, but Head has answers, quite a lot of them.
And we can really see it on Bamboo's face as well. He is feeling disappointed. He really can feel that Head now has a solid upper hand on this game. He's definitely running out of steam here. Bamboo is.
Head has the upper hand and is able to kill the Akita Regiment with a U-88. With Lion for a day, able to kill the key, preventing card draw for Bamboo. He's even choosing to attack with the 7th Alpini Regiment. This will heal by 4, but leaving open an attack for Schieden. Maybe
he is feeling very confident at this point, it seems.
Well, he does. Schieden is not a major threat, and even if Bamboo is playing and attacking, Head can counterattack with the U-88 and steal a copy, which is not that good. Definitely not. So Bamboo, looking like he's floating a ton of credits and not using Schieden this turn. He does not want to give Head a quick opportunity to finish the game.
This is a really tough position to be here in, to have so many credits and to just not be able to...
Another 7th Alpini Regiment.
Ooh. Head is in a very strong position here.
Yeah, he knows. He knows it's not going great. Well, Head has a lot of options. Ladechima Regiment killing Sendai Regiment would give him 2 guards protecting his HQ, while the U-88 can deliver 4 damage. Playing slowly. With that, of course, the 7th Alpini Regiment is a major threat every time in this matchup.
So what is really for Bamboo? What is the possibility for him to turn this around at this point?
Drawing faint retreat this turn, but it's Kagoshima Regiment. This top deck is not what he's looking for.
Absolutely. And he really doesn't have a lot of time at this point to turn things back into his favor.
He can drop Shiden, kill La Decima, pin U88 and get a top deck next turn, but he chose...
He is not seeing the options here, Bamboo, and Head takes the second win in this second game, in this third matchup of the day. So 2-0 to Head already. Really, really solid work from Head here. Incredibly impressive play. And I guess the question is Bamboo gonna go for the J aggro lineup for the third time? As you mentioned earlier, it gets into a little bit of a mental game as well. You know, you need to be in the right mind state, especially during such a high stakes event. So
the mind games are really crucial right now. Bamboo himself seeing a lot of strong player and talking himself down, saying like he's a casual player, not putting up his mentally strengths seems affecting him a lot.
Absolutely. He does seem to be one of the kind of least seasoned, I suppose, of the players that we are seeing here in the top 4 today. It'll be interesting to see if Head manages to make it the third 3-0 of day 1. Certainly not the way that I was expecting this day to go. It's been incredibly decisive from these players. But we are heading into the third game in this third matchup. Bamboo is switching it up this time around. He is going for his Soviet self-damage lineup. Head, of course, taking his US frontline deck.
It's Legion. It's Uprising. First time we are seeing this.
I'm totally messing up all my decks today.
I
It's a good thing that you're here, Darkness. Thank you for that. Yes.
And Bamboo's opening looks good. He has a Bloody Sickle. He has a Recon. And finding a Red Dawn next to 2 34's guards. Remember, Bamboo lost the last 5 games of today, everything, but this start looks promising. Head able to play the War Machine. Ramp is very strong early on against Bamboo's deck, because this was not an option to play the Red Dawn. On the other side, moving this unit into the front line, the 456th Rifle Regiment, looking strong and needs to get answers. Head is sacrificing the Hellcat into it before it grows too strong. Still not leaving any unit on the field for the Red Dawn to make this cost reduction for the guards, the 34th guards, possible. Head turn 4, already 5 credits, being able to deploy the Tano Regiment. Massive stats, 7 HP, but choosing to play Underground State to get the little Legion and some intel as well. Interesting decision. Maybe the Tano Regiment could have been better, but Underground State does not send the unit to the hand anymore, and there's no way Bamboo would not have moved this unit to the front. So Bamboo looking at Red Dawn, killing the legions, buffing his unit, cost reduction, and 34th guards are getting deployed. Head found his one and only copy of Uprising, very important as well.
And tell me, why is that so crucial?
What exactly?
The Uprising.
The Uprising. Head has a lot of Polish units. Mm-hmm. He's playing Plan West. 1 Legion died so far. There are 4, up to 4 total in play with this KARDS. And if Bamboo is able to kill all of them, Uprising will deal an AoE damage of 4. With Tano Regiment and more intel, this will be even more. So Uprising works like an amazing board wipe, which is crucial against Bamboo's decks because he has a lot of strong units, but mostly they are limited at 6 HP.
And let's see if we see this critical play later on. Bamboo.
Katyusha not hitting the double damage, not killing this bomber, leaves him open, getting his Katyusha killed.
He pushes up into the front line, but he was really hoping that second damage was going to tick in for him there.
Yeah, he was. Well, Het can trade quite nicely here, but I'd love to see the Re can do it. The Re can do it would buff 4 units. Really strong, but of course trading here looks strong as well, and removing all of the units of Bamboo will help Het to get the upper hand and maybe finishes even. It looks very beneficial for him right now. Bamboo really needs to find some more card draw. Scouting party will give some intel on the California regiment. And another drop. Maybe he needs to sacrifice the 33rd Recon to hope for a winter warfare, killing the remaining units of Het and drawing 2 additional cards. He's going for it. It's the winter warfare. The winter warfare. Killing the legions. Man. The KARDS giving him 2 more cards. Another guards and T60. Reducing the costs. So he's back. Bamboo's getting back into the game. He's grabbing the last piece of grass of... Wait, so this is German saying sorry so much.
He's just able to turn it around. He's no longer on the back foot here. Clears Head's whole lineup and gets some strength out there for himself. But Het does have a very full hand right now of what seems to be a lot of possibilities.
A lot of possibilities, a lot of options. There's a Tano regiment plus the Section 2 would leads into 2 more card draw, potential overdraw from Het. Maybe he does not want that. California regiment is an option, but more like trading into the front line. So I'm looking for Het. He should develop a little bit slower board here. Well, he's going for the Section 2. More card draw, more units. He will overdraw next turn, but probably won't matter that much. Look at that. There's an Jura coming. With Great Patriotic War and Jura, Bamboo might be able to take that.
That could be a very strong play if he's able to put himself into the right position. I guess the question is he going to be able to line things up exactly as he needs to play that to get the maximum damage out?
That's the question. It's a really good question. Because Het has so many options and Bamboo is missing some pieces. He does not have enough options right now. But somehow he needs to find a path to make Great Patriotic War plus Jura plus more units possible. Losing Tano regiment to overdraw. This is not great for Het. And with the 33rd Recon in the front line, getting rid of those and going into the front line means giving Bamboo more options, as we can see here. 2 cards, Red Dawn, powerful removal, and Scouting Party, potential more draw with maybe Winter Warfare. Het has a full hand, but it's not looking that great. He's going for the conservative play.
Going for we can do it. Getting a bit of extra defense there up.
Extra defense and unity is strength. This is a powerful card in a deck full of infantry.
Absolutely. And Bamboo, he really needs to be able to push forward somehow.
There's an option with having Soviet unit in the support line, attacking into the front line with Jura, after having Great Patriotic War being played. But it's too early to play that, and pushing forward seems a little bit more stable. T80 coming out too. And remember, Sandy Regiment and Great Patriotic War are revealed by the intel mechanics, but Jura is not. Bamboo has to play around this Jura. Uprising dealing 4 damage so far. Not enough to kill everything, but enough to kill quite a lot.
He goes for the... No? He's thinking about the 5th Rangers.
5th Rangers really powerful.
Absolutely.
Most of the time we're seeing the deployment cost reduction, but like this 8-8 for 4, and of course 4 operation cost, is powerful enough to get rid of those big 34th guards. And now there are only units available for Bamboo in the support line. No Winter Warfare to get a combo with 33rd Weekends. Not great for Bamboo right here. He's on the back foot again.
He really is, and I mean, just looking at the units that Head has right now, I mean, he has a lot of potential strength right now.
A lot of strength. The only way to go through that is by the HP set to 12 with Great Patriotic War, and after that at play with Jura. Sender Regiment will steal the Tano Regiment. 33rd Weekends going into the front line, preparing for more Cardor when Head is trading into them. Red Dawn will kill the 4th Rangers to prevent drawing. So Bamboo is fighting.
He really is, and you can really tell he is running up the timer here a few times and really taking all the time he can to really think all his moves through.
Well, allowing he knew the 2nd California were in hand, revealed by intel of threatening party, allowing to trade against the 34th Guard does not look very convincing to me. Bamboo, but on the other side he really wants to block the front line to not die to Unity strengths. There's a Winter Warfare.
He gets the Winter Warfare.
But Head will probably kill the 2nd Recon to prevent Winter Warfare card draw out of it.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Just a few more seconds to make that call.
Another draw. But it's another Bloody Sickle. Bamboo is having more options again. And another Winter Warfare as combo. However, he only has 1 tank right now to make the Euro play.
So I guess this is the moment that you kind of have to hold on to the Ura and wait until you've built up things a little bit more.
Bloody Sickle damaging the 2nd California, drawing another Bloody Sickle. I guess Winter Warfare will take out a lot of units right now. And I'm expecting even more Bloody Sickles and then a setback to 12 for both. Oh, he's going for it next turn already. Well, it feels late, but now is definitely the place. Great Patriotic War, 12-12 it is. And with 2 Soviet units on field and Jura, it's going to get dangerous for Head.
Absolutely, and it looks like, I mean, this is a little bit potentially like the last sort of hurrah for Bamboo. He's going to try to push forth and use that Ura.
It is, but Uprising will kill every single unit in the field, destroying the hopes from Bamboo and giving back the Tano Regiment waiting patiently. Head will additionally send a California Regiment into the front line. Now Bamboo needs to find more Soviet units again.
Wow.
Really back and forth here.
It really is, but just looking at Bamboo's hand right now, I mean, what are his options?
He can use Red Dawn, well, maybe choosing the From the People option here to get rid of the 2nd California Regiment. Really important, because this unit is threatening a lot. Sendai Regiment will take out Tarnov again. He could play Bloody Sickle first to get more card draw. Now he has to play it next turn. But Head finding top deck 5th Rangers, he can deploy it as 8/8 and send it into the front line, following with the Sherman. Going for the US military research instead, choosing to finish the game soon, really puts some pressure. Red Dawn, not what Bamboo wants here. He has to play the Bloody Sickle on the Sendai Regiment to get card draw, desperately needed right now.
What is it that you're really hoping to find from that card draw that's going to turn everything around just in a moment?
Definitely a tank unit, most likely. Counteroffensive is a last hope. Sendai Regiment is damaged. If Head is playing tons of units now instead of researching, this might lead to a counteroffensive combination to deal lethal damage. But Head could also just go for the Manhattan projects. He feels a little bit threatened by the Sendai Regiment counteroffensive probability.
Goes for the 5th Rangers, goes for the damage upgrade and clears the front line there.
Developing a board, Bloody Sickle, not able to take out something but drawing another card for Bamboo. The guards. There.
The guards add an option, but is it going to be enough really here for Bamboo?
Really depending on Head's next movement. There is a possibility. Bamboo has to play the 34th Guards and finish his turn. And with enough buffs on this guard and a unit in the front line, it's possible for Bamboo to deliver a ton of damage. But Bamboo is taking out the unit with the least attack.
Yeah.
So I think even that was critical, and Head is just going to the Manhattan projects. This will be potentially 12 damage next turn. Bamboo not being able to play around that, and that's it. That's it for Bamboo.
Wow. Can you believe it, Darkness? The third 3-0.
I mean, I witnessed it, but it's hard to believe still that the first matches were all like that, all 3-0. I mean, great for Head. After getting defeated 3-0, he's coming back and crushing Bamboo. This will boost his confidence on the cost of Bamboo. But I mean, he told everyone else before he's more like a casual player. He didn't really train that much. He's saying he's lucky to reach the top 4, and if you're playing cards casually and reaching the World Championship, scoring 4th place and taking away a grand of prize money, you can be lucky with that.
That absolutely a really solid showing overall throughout the entire World Championship here from Bamboo. Head really, you know, as we said in his first series, maybe got a little bit in his head. Had some difficulty seeing the right moves, maybe didn't play to the best of his ability, but now we're really seeing him come into his own and showing his incredible skill and why he's here. But of course, as you say, everybody who made it here to the top 4 has already shown incredible skill, incredible dedication, and incredible ability to play cards at a competitive level. And you know, even though we're not going to be seeing Bamboo tomorrow, he is still leaves with $1,000. So not bad going
Not bad at all.
for him. But with that, that is our final series of matches for the day. We're gonna kick it back over to Christo on the analyst desk to walk through these matches a little bit and then we'll hear a little bit from Head.
There you have it, folks. We have our third player for day 2 of the 2022 KARDS World Championships. Congratulations to Head, moving on, defeating Bamboo 3-0 one more time. Unbelievable that, you know, we've got the 4 best players in the world competing here today, and all we have seen across the board are sweeps. It's pretty unbelievable. We're going to have Ollie in just a few moments get an interview set up with the winner. But before then, I mean, Spoos, what are we seeing here today?
I don't know. We just see sweeps over sweeps. Very, very dominant matches. And yeah, I think it was just a very, very used day here for Bamboo. He could not really get into the matches. It was also very unfortunate. In my opinion, did a little too few mistakes. And yeah, I mean, he's the first one out. One player had to go, and it is Bamboo.
It's unfortunate. I think that, you know, coming into the event, we had chatted about this. We thought that Bamboo had a very good chance coming in with nothing to lose and felt pretty good. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Bamboo going home first. We're going to kick it over to Ollie, who's going to have a chat with Head and kind of understand what his thought process was going through that series.
Hello, Head. Are you able to hear me? So, you just beat Bamboo and move on to tomorrow. How does it feel knowing that you made it to day 2 of the World Championship?
Day 2. Still nightmare. Some kind of I don't know how to say. My English is very bad. I would say there's exciting and little kind of nervous. But my dream is achieved. I can play against J King. We never play the tournament. Yeah.
So is that your dream, to play against J King again?
In the tournament, yeah.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. For tomorrow, you know, who do you want to face, J King or Berto Burrito? And you want to face J King again for the chance to get into the finals.
Hard to say. They are both excellent players. I don't know.
Okay, no problem. You just went 3-0 against Bamboo. Was there anything that surprised you in the series? Was there any game that was difficult?
I think the most hard game is in game 1 because Bamboo have more advantage in the front line, and I have no much unit on the board. Therefore, it's quite surprise for me. I can win this game in final. Yeah.
All right. Now, I want to give you an opportunity, you know, in your native language to answer a question as well, because I know, you know, your English is your second language. So in your native language, why don't you tell me what does it mean to you to make it to the day 2 of the KARDS World Championship, and how do you feel going into tomorrow?
聽日先算啦，冇啊。其實我覺得即係都 over cheap 好多啦，真係。咁我玩 KARDS 1年都冇咁樣，咁係啦。咁啊，感謝各位啊。咁啊，無論支持我好唔支持我好，同埋大家都要多謝翻1939嘅全體同仁嘅努力，係啦。That's it.
Thank you, Head, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ollie. Congratulations again, Head, for making it to day 2. During the interview, Head mentioned that the first game was maybe a little bit more challenging for him. I think we saw Bamboo come out of the gates flying, and I thought, you know what, after losing 3-0, Bamboo maybe is a new man, comes in. That first game starts with the bicycle and the double beef wagon, I believe we're calling it now. But Head was able to kind of fight that off and continue through. Did you, Ollie, now in having a chat with him, see that maybe we've been underestimating Head a little bit here? A really solid player who has performed well in previous tournaments. We talk a lot about Jaking, we talk a lot about Birdo, but Head is not somebody we should be forgetting about as we go through this event.
No, I mean, absolutely not. Just last weekend, Head was in the finals of a KARDS Open. You don't get there unless you're good. We've seen him compete multiple times before. He's clearly a good player. And, I mean, he talks about game 1 being the most difficult game of that series. I mean, it definitely was. He was an inch away from losing if Bamboo just trades away that Spitfire. So this wasn't necessarily a foregone conclusion when you look at the series. And I think, I think nerves and kind of Bamboo maybe getting a little bit in his head, got the best of him there. Because, again, the break between the series wasn't necessarily that long. You just got 3-0, feels really bad. Then you lose the first game, especially when you recognize that you probably made a mistake. Because I guarantee you that the thought process of, I should trade away that Fury 4-4 Spitfire went through his head at some point. But he probably went, oh my God, I said went through his head and I didn't make a punt. Okay. But he probably went, okay, I'm gonna try and win it anyway without trading that out. And then it comes back and bites him in the butt. At that point, you're kind of tilted, right? You probably don't feel fantastic. Your thoughts are probably muddied. Add on top of that stress. Add on top of that it's near midnight over there in Asia where they're playing from. It is like it's difficult. So I think Bamboo had a hard time in this one, but I think Head did what he needed to do. He showed the strength of his full lineup of decks. He was able to pilot them all efficiently. He only got to show us a couple earlier on in the series, in his earlier series. He wants to face Jaking again. Yeah. And I think that shows that he's coming into this with a mentality of, I can win this.
There's something to be said about somebody, going out and saying, yeah, I want to take on Jaking again. There's a little bit of courage that takes to say, I want to face the world champion again because I think this time I can get the best of him. And I think that the downside, obviously, to these 3-0s is the fact that we've got, somebody going home without maybe feeling like they met their full potential, but we did see 3 other players have fairly dominant performances. So, Spoos, what does that say to you for day 2, where we have 3 players who have clearly shown, like, hey, I can compete at this level?
I mean, I'm definitely expecting a very, very intense day 2 here. We have 2 very, very strong players that dominated today. Then we have Head that dominated in his second match and showed what he's potentially able to do. And I'm definitely sure we see less 3-0s tomorrow, more intense matches. Hopefully some best of really 5 matches. And yeah, I can't wait to see the action tomorrow.
Right on. And I mean, tomorrow, yeah, that first matchup is going to be Jaking taking on Birdo Burrito. That is going to be an absolute slugfest. And we heard Jaking say, I believe it was Jaking during his interview, I don't care how it goes. I just don't want it to be a 3-0. And I do think both of these players have the ability to go 1v1 and come out with a heck of a series. Loser goes on to take on Head and have a second life in this tournament. So, Ollie, any predictions for tomorrow? What you're expecting to see?
As you get further into the World Championship, the margins between winning and losing just become ever so smaller every step that you take. That's because players will naturally start to focus more. They will start to think their plays a little bit more through. I think having watched today's matches as well, that plays into going into day number 2. I mean, keep in mind, this is one of the few times where you're going into day number 2, having seen all your potential opponents play. Pretty much, I mean, they all 3-0'd now, right? So you've seen all 3 players play through 3 of their decks, and you kind of know what they can do with the 4th one. So that's all going to factor in tomorrow. So my prediction is that tomorrow we're going to see slow and steady play. We're going to see more intense series. I think I don't dare even try to predict who's going to win Birdo versus J-King. I feel like that could be like a flip of a coin, who can take it, and it's gonna depend on a multitude of factors. And I think the mental factor and who these guys have trained so much against each other that can someone maybe play a mind game or bait some mistakes out or know some inside information that is hard for us to know about and get the edge that way. Then whoever is going to drop down into the lose bracket, about 10 minutes ago, I would have said that's going to be a 3-1 series, maybe a 3-0. But with the mentality that Head's going in and the performance that he just showed us in the best out of 5 here in the lower bracket, I think that's going to be a 5-game series as well. So my prediction is that we're going to see a slugfest tomorrow.
I mean, Spoos is making faces, makes me think he's not convinced that loser bracket's going to be a 3-0 or isn't going to be a 3-0 or a 3-1.
I mean, I fully agree with Ollie that it's kind of hard to predict who's winning the series, J-King versus Birdo. Like, we saw it in the top 4 playouts. It was very, very close, and it could just depend on 1 or 2 draws in several matches. And then my prediction is who's ever going to a lower bracket of these 2 players is just also beating Head, and then we just have a finals J-King versus Birdo.
I think I'm having a hard time just taking that as a granted, because I feel like the Germany-Italy control deck is the wild card deck for me. When you get the right draws, it is built to shut down a lot of the decks that are being played. If you can get momentum against either of those players, I think you are possibly able to beat them. If they are comfortably cruising to a 3-0 victory, they go 2-0 up, I don't see them losing that 3rd game many times in a row. So I think that's going to be the linchpin of whether or not that works.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think you nailed it there, Ollie, where, even in that first series, the J-King Bamboo series was, I don't want to even allude to that one being close. I think Bamboo made some mistakes. I think J-King was on fire that entire matchup. I think that Birdo Head series was a little bit closer than maybe we're giving it credit for. I think Birdo played very well. I think Head had some glimpses there of the player we then saw in the 3rd series. So I definitely don't think it's going to be a given. But based on the performances that I think Birdo and J-King have had so far today, I mean, they're at the top of their game. That is absolutely for sure.
A comeback against the Bicycle Regiment double Befeswagen on turn 1, that just shows you that deck is made to deal with aggression if you find the right cards. I just think he didn't find the right cards earlier on. I think he found it in that series. I think he's able to find a win with that deck. I think he's able to find a win with 2 of his other decks. The big question mark for me is US Poland. I think it's going to be a hard time beating J-King and Birdo with that one.
Yeah, it's a deck that can work one way or the complete other direction, and yeah, it might be just the little difference that is giving Head the advantage or the disadvantage. We will find out, I guess.
Absolutely, we're going to find that out tomorrow. I don't want to dive too deep. We're going to have a whole other broadcast tomorrow where we're going to dissect all of this action. It's going to be a heck of a day tomorrow. We're going to have J-King versus Birdo Burrito to kick us off. Loser's going to face Head. At the end of the day, we might see J-King versus Birdo Burrito Part 2 as well, fighting for the World Championship. So we've had our first elimination. Bamboo went home. Ollie's just cracking up here, and I don't even know why anymore.
I don't know. It's just when you started talking about Birdo versus J-King, for some reason, friends become foes, the battle of brothers, kind of came into my mind. You could make a cinematic trailer around it, and I just thought that was funny.
We're gonna have to get Mark to produce some epic movie trailer type of piece for tomorrow, and we'll have to do 2 of them because Part 2 is gonna be just as good as the first one. If that
the rebattling,
the rebattling. The Burrito Man versus the King. We're going to see that first tomorrow. Bamboo's Gone Home takes home $1,000. We're still vying for a $5,000 grand prize and title of KARDS 2022 World Champion. For Darkness, for Aileen, for Spoos, and Ollie, thank you all for tuning in today. We will see you same time tomorrow for more KARDS action.